This academy breeds the absolute strongest hunter heroes to protect the world from the calamity. Among the new kids, one of them just got the best ranking of all time. That's Kim Suho, a genius who's destined to be the hero that saves the world, but the guy also has a super dark and secret past. Besides this genius dude, another crazy talent showed up this year. Shin Jong-hak got the second best score, and his genius vibe is making everyone super jealous too. But don't get it twisted, neither of these dudes is our main character. The truth is, this apocalyptic world was originally a novel, and the author is this depressing guy. One day, a fan of his work challenged the dude to think a bit more about the background characters. They're way too good to just be pushed aside. So, we have no idea what went down, but this damn depressed author woke up the next day and found himself in the body of some random kid at the Cube Academy. Since he's just an extra, he didn't even know whose face that was. That day, he went to the academy, and when he dragged himself back to the dorm, he got a package. Inside was a laptop, the exact same one he used to write his novel in the real world. Then, some magical stuff happened. The system popped up showing a bunch of stats, a bright light totally filled the room, and a notification showed up saying the synchronization was complete. Now, the extra guy has a name and a handsome face. Looking in the mirror, he realizes this is his actual real-life face. He just went through the ascension process, which is the exact same thing that happens to the strongest heroes in this world. In other words, this damn author was challenged to think about the extras in his story, and now here he is, an extra in his own world. But now he has a super unfair advantage. The dude knows this world better than anyone else. Hajin fixates his attention on the unique authority screen. Apparently, he has the ability to create new objects by spending his SP points. Doing so will consume his SP bar, but it can help unlock a world of new possibilities for him. SP or story points will only be obtained as the plot progresses and his importance increases. What's unique about this aspect of the novel is that Hajin doesn't even remember writing anything about story points himself. The author is soon to catch on that he must increase his importance in the novel so that he can influence the story and gain story points as a consequence. He's starting to piece together his objective in this world. The reason he's getting access to his laptop as well as the status screens is because he's supposed to go through hell fighting monsters and eventually influencing the main storyline. It's not an ideal outcome, so Hajin is already in the mood to curse his own creation. But just as he's mouthing his frustration, another screen prompts him, surprising the author. It's supposed to contain hidden information about something. Stuck in this rut, Hajin is frustrated that he has to interfere in this world to have a sliver of a chance of returning to his old one. He gets up and starts running his fingers on his laptop. Since he doesn't have a choice, Hajin believes it's better to act now, rather than wait for the story to reach the point where his novel stopped. There's also no guarantee he will return to his previous world if he does reach that point. The writer thinks that even if the undisclosed information is irrelevant to his goal of returning home, he could still find an important clue to navigate through his current world and make things simpler by helping him interact with the main characters. In order to achieve his goal, Hajin's only option is to fight and become strong. He starts investing his points so that he can outlast the story and whatever is supposed to unfold. Speaking of leveling up and increasing points, Hajin explains how his novel doesn't really have the concept of growing one's stats freely. The leveling up phenomenon that happens in every other novel doesn't happen in this one. The only method is to spend points, making them invaluable to users. The best way to spend one's points is to concentrate all attention on luck. It is the only stat that isn't limited and always reaps some effect. It helps with money, bonuses, and even relationships. The best kind of stat one could ask for to help with one's daily life. It's basically like a cheat code. However, for stats like luck, points can't be used to directly raise its effect. This makes Hajin wonder if he can somehow influence and manipulate his luck stat by converting his points into SP points. To test his hypothesis, he decides to give it a shot by confirming the transfer of 10 points. As a consequence, these points convert into 10,000 SP points. Hajin decides to spend 9,000 SP points on his luck stat, boosting it by 9. The mysterious luck ability activates and kicks into effect, slightly bumping his luck stat by a point. This means his luck passive stat affects even itself, making it a truly valuable investment. Hajin then focuses on the protagonist's stats. Suho's magic power stands at a powerful 9 and is capped at that level. Hajin has just surpassed that barrier by increasing his luck stat to 9.1. As for the rest of his story points, he decides to focus on perseverance to help him survive the facility's harsh training. Thanks to Hajin increasing his luck stat, it also significantly boosts his perseverance ability when he invests points into it. He's already feeling grateful for its effects, as the investment is showing promising results. Suddenly, the system glitches and issues him a warning screen. His tampering with probability has caused an error to occur. Since Hajin was basically cheating the system creates a restriction to prevent this loophole. He can no longer manipulate his abstract stats with story points. Hajin is a little peeved that he was hit with a restriction like that because otherwise otherwise he would be too overpowered. He realizes that he has hit a wall with his gimmicks, but still, he managed to increase both luck and perseverance to a high level, which should be enough for him to overcome many obstacles in the story. A thought crosses his mind. He gained 10,000 story points for being a novice. Those points can be used quite sparingly. Hajin wants to put more thought into what he's going to invest them in, so for now he decides to keep them aside. The next morning he shows up in his class. Their professor gives them an introduction. Kim Soo-yuk will be acting as their instructor for the next year. He's globally recognized as one of the most capable heroes, notably holding an intermediate grade 5 rank in the association. Concluding his introduction, the man alludes to his main point. He mentions how the institution known as the Cube isn't just a fancy place for cadets to enjoy as they please. Its most reliable indicator is the student grade, which means failing to achieve and uphold them to a standard will result in a cadet getting kicked out. It's also not easy to maintain one's grades, as only half of the cadets will even manage to survive the program without bailing. The institution strives to cultivate the next generation of heroes, so their criteria for judgment will also be harsh. The instructor commands the students to get up and follow his lead, as the first schedule will involve deciding on a main weapon for each cadet. Entering the weapons room, the students are left speechless. Eyeing all kinds of beautiful yet terrifying weapons, their amazement is cut short by their hard-ass teacher, who reminds them that this isn't playtime and commands them to pick a weapon at once. He also advises them that after choosing a weapon, they won't be able to switch from it for at least 6 months. This means if they make a mistake now, they'll be stuck for half a year with a terrible weapon. Kim Soo-ho, the protagonist of the novel, is drawn toward a sword and finds himself satisfied holding it. One of the girls decides to pick a bow and arrow, believing that she's fit to become an archer. Then there's a girl with blonde hair who prefers a rapier for precise strikes. The other students also choose different weapons, like whips and other things. Hajin is contemplating how most of the main characters are simply choosing weapons without giving it a second thought. But instead of focusing on what they're choosing, he has to ultimately decide on one weapon for himself. As Hajin considers his options, he believes that he has to be careful, because even the slightest misstep could become a problem for him. His current stats are seriously low, so he cannot compare to other cadets when it comes to weapons like spears or swords. The same applies to defensive shields. To make his selection process simpler, Hajin decides to define a set of conditions for his weapon choice. The first condition is that the weapon must have been used in his previous world, and the second is that he should be able to adapt to it with ease. Based on these two factors, Hajin finally makes his weapon selection. His particular selection draws the attention of the other students, and even their teacher. Bewildered, their teacher specifically addresses Hajin, asking if the gun he is holding is truly the weapon he intends to select. The situation brings to mind the saying about bringing a gun to a knife fight. Hajin receives a confused stare from his teacher, who remembers the cadet having listed himself as a sword user back at the academy. Deciding to come up with an excuse, Hajin simply states that he changed his mind. This is a surprisingly acceptable reason for his teacher, who cannot grasp why Hajin would decide to switch his weapon of expertise right upon entering the academy. The teacher confirms his choice, acknowledging that students choose their own fate in the cube. In a wave of frustration, he advises Hajin to remember that the responsibility for choosing his fate rests solely with him. Suddenly, Hajin's superhearing ability kicks into overdrive. He hears murmurs from the other students, making fun of him for picking a gun. None of them can comprehend his reason for using a firearm in an academy meant to cultivate elite heroes. Some even wonder if they should bother advising him during combat practice, dismissing him as an attention seeker and nothing more. Despite the crybabies making fun of him, Hajin explains that guns are actually reliable even in this world. They are the best weapon for ordinary people who do not have access to magical superpowers. The bullets used in this world are of a special kind. Magic bullets have mana imbued within them, releasing a destructive shot that is even more devastating and potent than normal bullets. However, these are the only advantages of a gun. The reason they are seen as a terrible choice and neglected is because they lack the ability to grow in power. This is demonstrated by Kim Horak, who effortlessly smashes a bullet with his bare fists. Hajin further adds that the limitation of magic bullets lies in their destructive power, which is always fixed no matter who is using the weapon. The second reason relates to their inherent build. They have a weak origin and formation. This world differs from the real one in that myths and legends are actually materialized. These materialized myths and relics are given form and made into weapons, granting the wielder an immense advantage in battle. The older the origin, the greater the formation. This overall boosts the weapon's grade hierarchy, which is the most crucial factor for its effectiveness. Because of this, no cadet attempts to pick modern or newly created weapons, as they possess weak origin points due to being made in the modern era. Older medieval weapons are preferred and are generally stronger. Instead of relying on the destructive power of magic bullets, they rely on their personal skills, and even skyrocket their growth using the weapon's power, thereby surpassing their limitations. But everything Hajin has mentioned so far is essentially useless for him. He has nothing to benefit from, and he is definitely not the protagonist of the story. He does not know how a sword works, and believes his skills with a melee weapon would be far worse than those of the other cadets. Internalizing his thought process, Hajin believes he chose a gun for a good reason. He knows how to use it, and it will effectively help him earn story points, because simply using the gun is bound to help him stand out among his peers. The more important he is to the story, the more story points he will earn. That is what he is hoping for. Now that he has finished figuring out what to do with a weapon, his next concern is obtaining talent. Talent is an ability unique to this world, so unique that it is considered a superpower. Every person is supposed to have only one talent or superpower, but some individuals are exempt from this rule. There's the protagonist of the story, Suho, who hasn't manifested his talent yet and already possesses the skills of a sword saint. The scene shifts to Suho, who catches up with Nayun to train. His dense protagonist dialogue earns him Nayun's anger. She doesn't understand how someone like him ended up at the top of their class. Suho changes the topic and mentions that there's another top student in class besides him. At first, Nayun is confused, but then she remembers he's talking about Hajin. That guy's name alone turns her face into a sour expression. It's because this Hajin student is a joke for being called the top student in class. Nayun can't fathom how he's taken seriously when he's carrying a tiny, unimpressive pistol with a small range. She figures that the guy probably gave up on becoming a hero and stuck to stupid weapons. Nayun wonders if this is Hajin's strategy to drop out somewhere in the middle of the year. But hearing those words, Suho can't help but criticize her for being rash about the situation. Nayun doesn't understand what he's talking about and stares at him with a puzzled expression. She lashes out at him for wasting her time instead of training. While they're talking about Hajin, he's out there dozing and wondering if he will earn SP for people talking shit behind his back. It's a really good question. What do you guys think? Tell me in the comments. Back to our boy. Hajin reflects that the protagonist of the story, Suho, is supposed to become the greatest hero ever using his one gift, and this means gifts are equally important to Hajin as well. He doesn't want to waste the opportunity of purchasing his first gift. Using his manual, Hajin writes himself a Deadeye gift. It's an ability to help him wield long-range weapons with precision. As a consequence of him writing down his newest power, 10,000 SP points have been deducted from his account. The system is so advanced that it edits everything else on its own, providing him with numerous perks for the skill he just wrote, like bullet time and others. The skill is handy not just for his gun, but for all weapons involving range, which means Hajin could also use bows now. To top off the benefits, it's a growth type skill, so while it seems terrible at the moment, he could always nurture it and grow his skills. It's a valuable investment in the long run. Hajin figures it's best to go with what he has, and with his preparations finished, he feels ready for what's to come. With the only gift he has, all that's left for him is to bet everything on it and survive until the main story reaches its end. The scene switches over to their class, where a teacher is explaining strategies regarding how the cadets should deal with towers and dungeons. Hajin finds it amusing to realize that the explanations he wrote in his novel are now appearing in the textbooks of this class. Imagine taking a class based on materials you yourself wrote and created. Hajin is having an easy time just enjoying the lecture, since he doesn't really have anything new to learn. He's actively deploying his observation and reading gifts to help him. His observation gift allows him to observe everything in his field of vision. He can see through things and even read text on his laptop without having to waste effort. The teacher instructs them to review the contents of the lecture since their written exam is supposed to begin soon. Nayun reacts with frustration. She's bored to death and really can't stand the lecture. Suddenly, Class Veritas is interrupted by someone who instructs the cadets to show up at the plaza. Hearing this, Nayun is excited that she gets to escape the boring lecture. It's finally time for practical training, a subject that our boy Hajin isn't looking forward to. Arriving in the training arena, the teacher explains the contents of the class, assuming everyone already knows them. First, they will make teams of 4 cadets each, consisting of 2 warriors, a sharpshooter, and 1 support warrior. Further, these teams will remain the same until their mid-semester exams come around. All teams are supposed to be balanced between the high-ranking and low-ranking cadets for a fair competition. The instructor tells them to go and find their teammates at once. Hajin glances at the status board, shocked to note that he is neither in Suho's team nor Nayun's. Worst of all, he is stuck in a team with the one person he did not want to pair up with. The person in question is Yeonha, drawing a surprised look from his face. Things are unraveling exactly like in the novel. Many main characters were written specifically to interact with the main character of the story, causing events to transpire and propel the story forward. However, among those characters, Yeonha is the most special. She has beautiful purple hair and is simultaneously the top favorite cadet of Korea's best guild, the essence of the straight. What is more, she is the successor of the Yu family, so her family background is quite strong as well. In the original novel, Suho is supposed to oppose Yeonha at the beginning, but eventually he gains her trust and they become friends, later becoming the team's supporter. For this reason, it is crucial for Hajin to grow closer to Yeonha Yeonha, because interacting with her will allow him to earn even more story points, helping him become a more important character in the story. With a determined expression, Hajin is prepared to do whatever it takes to attract Yeonha's attention and become involved with her. Yeonha's team members come and greet her. Apart from her and Hajin, there are Hosung and Hazuki, making them a team of 4 just like planned. Since Yeonha is a thoughtful and calculating person, she contemplates speaking with them at first, but ultimately accepts them as her teammates. What is funny is that she adopts a surprisingly formal and polite attitude with her teammates once she decides to talk to them. Both of her teammates are taken aback, but Yeona turns her attention to the final member of the group. Hajin makes his presence known by coming forward and approaching her. While he is a little scared, he knows that Yeona will have a sour relationship with him if he does not present himself confidently. Hosung interrupts his train of thought and immediately calls him out for being the hotshot who chose a gun as his weapon. He continues chattering carelessly, unaware that their teacher is about to reprimand him severely for talking out of turn. Hosung is startled by their instructor, who roars at them to begin the monster hunting mission. The directions have already been provided to each team through their smartwatches. Their team gets moving and paces through the grain field. Yeonha checks her smartwatch, indicating that they are close to their target. She wants her team to brace themselves and prepare for what is to come. Further information regarding the monster will be revealed when they arrive at the location. But while they are easily sprinting ahead, Hajin is struggling. He needs David Goggins level motivation because he has never run this much in his life. Despite his stamina stats being above average, he could barely keep up with his team. To make matters worse, it is not as if his teammates are exceptionally fast. They represent the average standard for a cube cadet. Yeonha and the others stop, realizing they have arrived at their target's location. This part of the map is called the 8th coast of the training zone. Ahead is a boat where a monster is supposed to appear. True to prediction, the black hump octopus makes itself known, devouring the boat with its giant tentacles. Before confronting the monster in a head-on battle, Yeonha believes it would be best if they shared a battle strategy and discussed their approach. The monster they are facing is a low-intermediate grade creature, and its physical attack is known to be very weak. The real problem is the humps protruding from the creature's head. It is explained that the black hump octopus detects danger and expels baby octopuses to attack its enemies. These small octopuses are no laughing matter. They are bloodthirsty and lethal, and every single one of them is dangerous enough to mummify humans. Ha-sung suggests they immediately target the throng of baby octopuses once the fight begins. Hazuki believes they'll need a sharpshooter to handle the small octopuses, suggesting Hajin for the task. However, Yeonha strongly opposes this, claiming she will handle the baby octopuses herself. She instructs her team to save their abilities, believing they'll need to annihilate the monster in one hit due to its super fast regeneration. Yeonha's sudden dismissal of Hajin's contribution strikes him as odd. He immediately realizes she's ignoring him, not even believing he's worthy to be part of this training. Yeonha then asks if the rest of her team is ready. She marks the beginning of their operation, leaving Hajin annoyed by her attitude. The black hump octopus unleashes its destruction by destroying the boat, while Ha-sung uses his battle axe to draw the creature's attention. His loud sound is enough to catch the octopus and lure it close to the shore. Enraged, the monster blitzes towards Ha-sung. Ha-sung, scared shitless by its sheer size, runs away. Hazuki is prepared, while Hajin is also nervous, holding a tiny Glock. The only determined fighter among them is Yeonha, a whip user ready to strike down the monster at once. Just as they discussed, the black hump octopus senses danger and immediately shoots out many baby octopuses from the top of its head. This causes Ha-sung to panic, realizing he's the one being targeted. The murderous babies head straight to attack him. Before they could overwhelm him, Yeonha steps up like a queen and uses her whip to cut them down. She stands majestically before the monster, impressing her teammates with a display of her power. To top it off, Yeonha's combat capabilities alone render her the 7th strongest cadet among the newbies inside the cube. She allows Ha-sung the chance to run away while she holds the monster by herself. Yeonha manipulates her whip to strike the monster, causing the octopus to go berserk and strike at her with its tentacles. Yeonha quickly dodges its attack, but as she's in the air, a baby octopus sneakily prepares to attack her from behind. Hazuki alerts her to the octopus behind her. Before Yeonha can react, the creature is shot down by a long-range weapon, baffling her. Only one explanation makes sense. It was Hajin's gun that saved her. Seeing him save her annoys Yeonha, who finally acknowledges his name. Let's take a little detour and discuss what SP points are capable of. As previously stated, they can be exchanged for stat points. They also increase when Hajin's importance among the main characters and the story rises. Since he's supposed to be an extra, standing out and gaining popularity is a tough thing. The main characters already fill up the story after all, so the only other option to gain importance is for Hajin to interact with and help the main protagonist's story. That's what he did by saving Yeonha's life. His shot shocks each of his team members. A distracted Yeonha reminds him to know his place, face, as she wasn't expecting him to take part in the operation. But while she's distracted, the giant octopus releases more of its fun-sized models for them to deal with. Yona prepares to fight them, but some are even targeting Hajin. It's not a tough fight for Hajin, who can read their attack patterns with ease. Hajin closes his eyes, concentrating his full attention on performing his best in the given moment. He activates one of his skills called Bullet Time, a gift the system created and edited for him. Using it slows down the perception of time for 3 seconds, easily allowing Hajin to become a formidable shooter and eliminate these creatures with ease. After locking his aim on each of his targets, Hajin goes all guns blazing. By the time 3 seconds are up, Hajin has shot every single one of the creatures with his gun, even the ones targeting Yonha. As the duration runs out, his bullets fly, zapping each of the octopuses to paste. Now, Yona senses the opportunity to strike the giant octopus's head. Unleashing her whip, she binds its humps and commands her team to strike. Ha-sung and Hazuki make their move, unleashing a magic liberation strike and slaying the monster in a powerful joint attack. The black-humped octopus is defeated at last, its ugly brain splattering onto the shore. An exhausted Hajin crashes down, in typical anime character fashion. After that, their team's collective results are calculated, showing a clearance time just under 1 hour. It's far from the best, but it still earned them 16th place on the ranking board. With that, the first monster round has been cleared. The total time spent eliminating the monster lands them the 16th spot among the 100 teams. Yonha is shocked to see this. Their fight was recorded via a drone device for monitoring purposes, and they can use that data to analyze their mistakes and improve in the future. While 16th place is an accomplishment, to Yonha, it's a terrible score. She was looking for something higher. She's even more jealous that Nayun casually acquired a higher score than her in individual and team performance, ranking 4th out of the 100 teams. While she intended to increase the gap between their families, Yonha can't believe she's so far behind Nayun. Then there's Jong Hak, the arrogant punk who seems to have a liking for Nayun and keeps staring at her from afar. Now pissed, Yonha gets annoyed and approaches Nayun with unbridled rage, but in a funny turn of events, she acts all buddy-buddy with her like a fake friend. She tries to extract information regarding Nayun's team performance. Nayun is still annoyed that they got 4th place, since she was looking forward to beating Jong Hak at the minimum. Yona confesses that she earned 16th place. Yona's expression is calm and stoic on the outside, but on the inside, she's chewing her brains out, angered beyond hell. Nayun, however, is rather amazed that Yonha acquired 16th place with a loser like Hajin on her team. After all, Nayun thinks he must be the reason they were stuck with a low ranking. But Yonha knows the truth. The reason she was treating him like shit is because they took 50 minutes to travel to their location due to Hajin's terrible stamina. If only he was faster, they could have arrived in 10 minutes and completed the mission faster. But apart from that, his performance has been impressive to her. He significantly helped in the monster battle they faced. Yonha keenly remembers how he shot down every single one of the baby monsters with his gun before they could even reach them. Yonha ponders if an achievement like that is even possible with the use of regular magic bullets, since Hajin's accomplishments seem effortless and strong. All of a sudden, from having no interest in him, Yonha is now curious about the man's true identity. As for Hajin, he's just gotten done working out. He must be pushing himself to get better stamina after what happened back there. The author explains that Hajin forgot to check his alarms ever since he started training, and wonders how many points he gained. Since luck is always helping him out at max potential, his accuracy for defeating the monster has shot up dramatically. His gift has also experienced growth. Now every single shot will be considered a bullseye. Hajin's senses, like eyesight and hearing, have also sharpened, and his overall story points increased by just 27. Remembering his performance in the monster round, Hajin reflects that luck must have played a key role then too, helping out with his SP points. His overall plan to involve himself with Yonha is going well so far, helping him gain the points he needs. His physical stats have also increased thanks to his training. Strength, endurance, and health have all experienced a boost, which is further amplified by his luck stat. Since Hajin has already worked on his stats to this degree, he believes that he should conclude his training session for the day and head home. Back at her dorm room, Yonha is busy reviewing the footage of their fight in the monster round. Yonha was specifically drawn to Hajin's crazy shooting skills. He was able to shoot 60 bullets in the span of 3 seconds with a single handgun. For reference, Yona tried to imagine shooting 20 bullets a second. It seemed impossible to her to do that with a handgun, which made her wonder if it was an automatic pistol of some kind. She also noted his physical stats. Hajin's agility was great, but his typical health and physicality were lower than the rest of the cadets. To top it off, he had switched weapons out of the blue during the weapon selection. Yonha's sharp senses told her that something was wrong. She didn't even remember this guy from the military academy either. While she was contemplating, Yonha received a message from Yonghak, whom she seemed to find as a love interest. She told him that she was busy analyzing the footage. Yonha wanted to see if she had struck gold, since she obviously planned to take over the top guild in Korea in the future. future. But Jonghyuk was surprised and didn't think anyone among her team was noteworthy or special. More importantly, he wanted to know about the mysterious shooter, since his performance was the only one Jonghyuk was curious about. With a smile on her face, Yeonha was excited that her crush was displaying an interest in her after all. Yeonha commented that he was doing just okay for his rank, which, by the way, was in the 900s among the cadets. Jonghyuk was surprised and wondered if Hajin had gotten lucky. Yeonha reflected on this comment and wondered if Hajin's performance was really a fluke and if he really did get lucky. The scene ended there, shifting our focus to a new subject. At the guild building known as the Holy Grace of God, the vice captain was obsessed with Suho's stellar performance. His footage, among the rest, had captivated Sunga, the vice captain of the guild. She commented on Suho's perfect and precise movements, as well as his excellent swordsmanship, unlike anything seen before. Suho had achieved such perfection that it seemed like he was playing around in a gentle dance. There was also his wrathful cutting force, slicing away the very space in half. All three top guilds in Korea currently had their eyes set on this young talent. They were hell-bent on recruiting him for his powers. Sunga was among those people, as she wanted to recruit him as soon as possible, especially since he was currently a free agent. Her next topic of interest was Hajin. As shocking as that sounded, she was surprised that the boy used a handgun of all weapons. Her assistant confirmed, stating that he had sparked an interest in the guild community. Many people reviewed the footage since Yeonha was a part of his team, and they wanted to view her performance. The hot topic on the forums was how he shot 60 rounds with a non-automatic pistol in 3 seconds. It didn't make any realistic sense because even if they accounted for his extreme agility, Hajin's gun wouldn't be able to survive the brunt of so much recoil in so little time. Since his talent was surrounded by a wave of mystery and allure, some people had started calling him unorthodox. The vice captain also came to learn that he had switched his main weapon from a sword and transitioned to using a handgun right after coming to the prestigious institution. Sunga recognized him as someone who had achieved enlightenment, the same phenomenon in which a person manifests their talent or special ability. It was, of course, impossible to know from the start what talent would be manifested. Because of that, some cadets preferred to switch weapons right after manifesting their gifts, since it didn't match what they were currently using. However, this kind of situation was known to cause a rift in a cadet's career, setting them back by at least 3 years in terms of performance. That's why the military academy usually encouraged students to become involved with numerous weapons and master them instead of relying on a single one. Shunga couldn't grasp the fact that the boy became an enlightened warrior at the age of 17, but she thought his talent was limited if it was only related to guns. Still, she thought he was worthy enough to be reviewed as a candidate. Shunga quickly changed her mind and decided that it would be best to allow Hajin's talent to manifest before they attempted to recruit him. She wanted to see if he was really capable of achieving her expectations as an unorthodox. It was Wednesday, which meant a training session was going on. Suho is facing another student in an equal clash. This part of the training program is called anti-personnel training. It's usually executed by 2-person groups, where only training weapons are used, allowing for easy results and little to no injuries. However, Kim Hajin is being roared at for performing the worst. The poor guy has the shittiest luck in the world, despite his passive skill. He's the only student who had to face his teacher instead of another student, and as a result, he lost 18 times straight. The real issue with this training is that training guns aren't ready to be used, which means using a real gun would obviously cause injury if he faced another student. That's why the instructor himself has taken responsibility to face Hajin and handle him. The poor guy is suffering and calls for surrender, but his pathetic whining is ignored by his teacher, who prepares to chuck a fist in his face. Before his punch reaches Hajin, the warrior evades a critical strike that crushes the ground. His teacher is shocked that he dodged the attack. Hajin proceeds to dodge another 2 punches from him, leading the instructor to realize that while he seems like a trash student with shitty posture, he actually has a godly pair of eyes for tracking his attacks. Clairvoyance is yet another skill Hajin obtained as part of his Deadeye gift. This sharpens his senses and allows him to detect a target's movement path, helping Hajin loosely evade every attack. It's true that he can see the attacks, but the worst part is dodging with his own body. The rest of the students view his performance and chalk it down as clumsy and lazy. The gang may be making fun of him for being a loser. It still helps boost his story points by 40. So, in a way, he did manage to get what he wanted, but he hates the fact that people are making fun of him. After the exhausting training, Hajin relaxes by taking a refreshment. When he turns to his right, he sees Yeonha passing him by. She shares a look of disgust on her face, almost as if she views him as an inferior superior nobody. It's funny because he's the author who wrote about her personality in the first place. He's in an experimental mood today and decides to call out Yeonha's name before tossing her a drink. She catches it with her reflexes and confusingly asks if he's taunting her to a fight. His riz is so bad that she's out here thinking he's literally trying to attack her. Hajin explains that he's just trying to extend his gratitude to Yeonha for helping them advance in the training session. In his head, this experiment may be simple, but it's an important one. He wants to see just how many story points he will achieve in a simple interaction from one of the main characters of the story. After all, he tends to gain 40 from the side characters. Yeonha tosses him his drink back and reminds the idiot not to address her so casually. It's a first warning that he shouldn't take lightly. While she turns away, Hajin has a smile on his face because he's already gotten what he wanted. As Yeonha is carrying her bag outside, she is puzzled to find that her bag is heavier than before. Detecting the subtle change, she opens it up only to find another can inside. Our smart-ass author was sneaky enough to plant a second one inside her bag, earning Yeonha's hatred. She wants to smash the can, but remembers that a simple, innocent can didn't do anything wrong by itself. When it comes to Yeonha, she loves ordinary food like burgers and Coke. However, she has never been seen purchasing the product for herself because of her family's reputation. This experiment relied on Hajin exploiting this part of her personality, a part that no one else should know about. What's more, he didn't really earn many points from a small conversation, once again motivating him to take action in the events of the main story. Since he already knows what's going to happen next, Hajin believes the National Weapons Museum's demonic human ambush is soon to take place. Demonic humans are evil entities who have made a pact with a demon. They're granted a significant amount of power in exchange for their souls. This way, demons use them as their tools to do their bidding. The future incident will be caused by a demonic human currently hiding in the museum with the goal of eliminating a particular target. Eventually, the demonic human is defeated by Suho and the rest of the main characters who are also present at the event. Through this event, Suho gains the recognition and validation of the other main characters. Suho and Nayun will be the main protagonists fighting against the demonic humans. The villain won't be too difficult to deal with, as this event occurs at the very beginning of the novel and marks Suho's first enemy. Knowing what lies ahead, Hajin is already thinking of ways to intervene in the event. While he's figuring out a way to get into the museum, one of the instructors shouts at him for standing idly outside the dorms. Hajin decides to take his laptop and leave. At the same time, he receives an important, yet-to-be-revealed system message. In this institution, there are clubs for extracurricular activities within the academy. Cadets can register for gatherings where they can form their own independent activities. Among these clubs are those for academics, martial arts, and even simple hobbies like painting or playing instruments. Hundreds of clubs exist within the cube. Perhaps their greatest benefit is that they not only provide a space for personal development, but also allow cadets to connect, network, and get to know each other better. So, the day finally came when Hajin decided he was going to join a club of his own. At the cube gate, Hajin joins the travel club, where he is greeted by Han Hyun, the club's president. Han Hyun is excited to welcome many first-year club members. In fact, when receiving the applications for the first time, Han Hyun couldn't believe what he was reading. He'd been blessed with amazing cadets after all. Han Hyun welcomes them aboard once more and highlights the goal of their club. The goal is to rest, which sounds simple enough. They can access a portal up to twice a month to travel outside of the cube. For their first orientation, Han Hyun states that they'll be visiting a nearby location. That location is none other than Seoul, the capital of Korea. Hajin processes his thoughts, realizing that a trip to Seoul should be easily managed if they simply formed groups of two. So far, nothing has changed from the novel. Hajin reviews his objective for the day, which is to take part in the first main story arc, known as the Seoul Weapon Museum arc. Once he's there with some of the main characters, Han Hyun's actions will influence the story. The club president instructs them to go ahead and draw lots, which actually catches Hajin's attention, as the group formation in the novel was never intended to be this way. Still, it doesn't bother him, since he couldn't care less and can move on his own regarding his group partner. Lo and behold, he ended up pairing up with Yeonha of all people. Yeonha, being herself, cautiously emphasizes that they should just move on their own. Hajin is okay with that and leaves her to her own business. Before leaving, Yeonha turns around with a lethal look on her face. Her face screams, "I will fucking kill you if you ever talk to me casually one more time." This is his second offense, and Hajin receives his final warning, as Yeonha isn't planning on letting him off next time. Hajin simply accepts his fate and moves forward. The scene shifts to the National Weapons Museum, which is the center stage for the story's first arc. It is the largest exhibition hall of weapon replicas across the entire country. While it is a remarkable place, Hajin breezes through the crowd with disinterest. He spots Nayun to his left, who seems obsessed with a particular weapon. Since Nayun is close by, Hajin realizes that the main protagonist of the story must also be nearby. Suho is just up ahead, observing a weapon on his own, as the novel's main protagonist. Hajin attempts to spark a conversation with him, asking asking if he's checking out the seven-branched sword. He also introduces himself at the same time, which reminds Suho of who he is. Suho keenly remembers him as the sharpshooter who joined the travel club. Hajin reflects on Suho's personality, as he was written to be strong and handsome with a good heart. Oftentimes, his very own readers left the author hate comments for making an unrealistic and cheesy character. Damn, I guess haters keep hating. All of a sudden, Suho claims that there's a gun exhibition close by, and he's interested in checking it out with Hajin. While Hajin accepts his idea, he thinks their meeting at the gun exhibition won't even happen because of what's to come. From out of nowhere, the museum goes red, and a transmission sounds the warning of monsters appearing right outside the museum. The appearance of monsters strikes fear in the hearts of the civilians. Their excitement turns to horror as they all begin to panic and frantically start looking for an exit. The people push each other around, ignoring even the children and simply acting recklessly. In this state of panic and chaos, one person punches the glass with his fist, gaining everyone's attention. His sheer power alone stops them dead in their tracks. Even Suho is shocked when he finds out that Nayun's the one responsible. She tells everyone to calm down, as the museum's reserve hero will be here soon to combat the threat. Using this opportunity, she snags the bow from the exhibition and reminds everyone that they'll just be living targets for the monsters if they rush outside. But her reckless move causes the security systems to go off, entrapping them all in place inside. She tells everyone to grab a weapon, since they need a way to protect themselves until the real heroes show up to confront the threat. Suddenly, Nayun senses the presence of a dangerous man in the distance and prepares herself. This man radiates a dark energy of red. His face and violent aura confirm that he's a demonic human who is responsible for this devious plan. Hajin reflects that this demonic human is called the Dog of Lucius, who becomes a villain that is pivotal for Suho's growth in the story. The demon unleashes its claws, preparing to cut Nayun down. But right as he's distracted and focusing on what's ahead, Suho uses this moment to jump him from behind with his seven-branched sword. His sword is about to slice the demon clean, and the events of the main story still haven't changed. It's destined for Suho to defeat this demon with ease. But for some shocking reason, Suho is wiped away in a devastating attack. His body suffers a terrifying blow from the villain and flops to the ground right before Hajin's eyes. The author is expressionless and speechless. This wasn't supposed to happen after all. Suho's body is on the ground, just a few moments away from Hajin, who can't figure out what happened. Clearly, the story he wrote himself wasn't supposed to happen like this. Suho was supposed to win, and even though he would have struggled in the beginning, he still has the power to completely annihilate the demonic human. That's what he thought was going to happen, but it didn't. Suho's easy takedown causes Nayun immense worry as she screams his name. Coughing blood, he's barely capable of standing. Hajin knows that his condition is in grave danger, and he certainly doesn't have enough time to recover from this monumental setback. The demonic human approaches Suho with his menacing energy, preparing to finish him off. Nayun struggles to come up with a plan and speedily launches her arrows right in his face. But this guy is such a tank. He withstands the attack as if it were nothing. A confused Nayun relentlessly tries to shoot him down, but nothing works as he seems to be invincible against her arrows. Knowing that none of her arrows are having any effect on him, Nayun's face succumbs to despair. Her confidence wavers, and she simply can't fathom what's happening. What's more, the demonic human isn't even using a special talent or skill to block her arrows. No, he's just taking it with the brunt of his body. His physical stats were simply that strong. Hajin sensed danger for Nayun as she was being approached by the enemy. The demonic human released its claws, aiming right for her face. It seemed like the end for Nayun, just as Suho jumped back into the fight with a kick to the face. Thankfully, he had been able to get up with Nayun stalling for time. Before they could even catch up with each other, Suho was sent flying, barely able to block the dark energy wave with his sword. The demonic human then surprised Suho by entering a transformation state, engulfing himself in a shadowy aura. His strength became so overwhelming for Suho that he was taken down immediately. Nayun started shooting the demonic human from behind in an effort to delay Suho's demise. Turning his attention back to her, the monster released a giant claw, targeting Nayun's face and smashing her into the wall. What Hajin witnessed before his eyes was nothing short of a disaster. He was horrified by the reality that either of them could die at this point. Now that he had seen 2 instances of his novel going against the script he wrote, Hajin couldn't figure out what was causing things to change so much in the main story. He snapped open his laptop in an effort to help salvage the situation. Hajin gathered his bullets with wavering confidence, realizing that he wouldn't be able to injure the demonic human with his mana bullets at all. Even if he used them for a critical hit, it would still be difficult. Still, since this world was created by him, Hajin was confident that most of the important settings shouldn't change. And knowing that, he began typing on his keyboard, modifying his mana bullets attributes to suit his purpose. He increased the attack power to 6 points and spent a total of 100 story points just to make the modification possible. Loading his magazine back into his gun, done, Hajin prepared for the fight and reflected on the importance of heroes having versatile skill sets to overcome such situations. His own attributes and affinity alone allowed him to reach greater heights. As Suho and the demonic human were locked in a stalemate, this gave Hajin the perfect opportunity to take his shot. Knowing that the demonic human boasted a dark attribute, Hajin used the only attribute that would exterminate darkness. He called for Suho's name and shouted at him to move out of his way. Commanding the use of the light attribute, Hajin created the white light bullet. He released a single shot that struck the demonic human's body, releasing a blue beam of light. That one bullet completely destroyed the demonic human's arm, causing him immense pain and simultaneously freeing Nayun from his grasp as the dark energy evaporated. Nayun fell to the ground while Hajin thought his contribution was enough now that the enemy was severely injured, giving Suho enough time to finish the fight. His body was shaking from the use of his ability as he placed the rest of his hopes on Suho, entrusting the story's protagonist to finish the fight with a final attack. Suho charged his weapon and covered his body in an aura of blue. He activated the Sword Saint's magic power, which was so strong that it could shatter anything in existence. The ultimate slash definitively ended the fight as Suho destroyed the demonic human with one move. The monster was defeated as his body hit the floor. An exhausted Suho was barely clinging on, as was Nayun. He caught up to her and asked if she was okay. Distraught and angry, she whacked his arm away. Hajin recommended that they leave her as she was, since her brother would soon arrive to comfort her in this situation. He knew this because it happened in the original story, but his carelessness got the better of him, as he received a shocking stare from both of the main characters. After all, an extra character like him shouldn't know anything about their lives. Nayun's voice flickered as she tried to interrogate him, but her condition overwhelmed her, forcing her to stop. Meanwhile, the monsters just outside the museum were shot down by the vice captain and her dual blades. Thankfully, the situation outside was resolved, and the monsters had all been killed. She asked about the situation inside the museum and learned about the demonic human who was instantly killed, thanks to the cadets of the cube. Wanting to know more about them, she asked for their names. The vice captain was shocked to learn that Nayun, Suho, and Hajin were all involved in the incident. The vice captain rushes right to the museum because all she cares about is meeting Suho right now. Her excitement makes her wonder what she should discuss with him. Hajin is coming out of the museum when he suddenly runs into her. Curious as she is, she tries to inquire about Suho. Hajin is already one step ahead of her and tells the vice captain that he's inside the museum. She goes inside but immediately experiences a shock because this random cube cadet seemed to know her intention of finding Suho. Yet another blunder caused by our author. Hajin is taking a break at a park and reflects that he hadn't expected Sunga to run into him like that. He wonders if the situation is relevant to the story changing in some way. To collect his thoughts, Hajin tries to start from the beginning. He considers himself nothing more than a foreign extra character and deems his current importance insignificant. The story has been progressing smoothly without any problems so far, so it's impossible that he was directly involved in altering its route. But then the realization finally hits him. He forgot about one crucial thing, the fact that this novel also has a co-author. I bet you weren't expecting that plot twist. Hajin understands that the current version of the story is a remake of his novel. This version is based on the email he received from one of his fans at the beginning of the story. That's why things outside of his expectations happened in the main story arc. However, if that is the case, then the predictions he was operating under so far will now be useless. This thought terrifies Hajin because he won't know what will happen next. He checks his laptop. There's a message regarding a critique. The message reads that there weren't any main threats in the story, allowing the protagonist to easily swat away any threats and achieve a smooth victory. This kind of development risks readers getting fed up with the story and becoming bored. That's why from now on, every single boss character in the story has become significantly stronger than before, regardless of the unpredictable and chaotic story setting it might create. Their instructor calls both Hajin and Suho after the incident for a report. He briefly explains the situation and doesn't want to go in depth regarding the specifics for now, prioritizing their well-being first. A curious and worried Suho asks about Nayun's condition and learns from the instructor that she applied for a medical leave and left with her family for the time being. The instructor advises both of them to follow suit and return to their dorms as well, saying he'll leave them be, allowing Suho the chance to speak with Hajin as he calls out his name. The blue-haired protagonist wants to inquire further. He wants to know why Hajin said what he did to Nayun about her brother. For a moment, Hajin seems puzzled, but then he remembers his words. He tries to talk about it, but remembers the email he received from the co-author, and for some reason, chooses to stop and ask why it matters to Suho. The protagonist is obviously not a fool, and feels rather annoyed that Hajin is playing the part of an idiot, not taking his questions seriously. In his state of annoyance, Suho decides that they'll talk about it some other time. Let's deep dive into Choi Nayeon's character. The author explains that she graduated 4th in her year from the military academy. She's currently enrolled at the Cube, recognized for her talents and her connections to the Choi family. She's the daughter of Shin Hyuk and the younger sister of Jin Yoon. Both are recognizable names to Hajin, who is currently conducting research on her. What Hajin doesn't understand is why she reacted the way she did when he brought up her brother's name. Suddenly, Hajin reads a news report involving Jin Yoon's condition, which resulted in critical health after a monster operation. As a consequence, Jin Yoon was left in a coma. The operation that led to his demise is one Hajin knows about. The Fiend Suppression Operation, Firestorm, was supposed to be an event that allowed Jin Yoon to build his reputation by neutralizing the threat. This would help Jin Yoon improve his relationship with the main story's protagonists even more. For the young Nayeon, the only thing that sparked joy in her eyes was seeing her older brother's success as a hero. However, the event has completely changed, diverging from the author's wildest imaginations. Jin Yoon was the one caught in this demise, leading to Nayeon's trauma. Just then, Hajin receives another mail from the system, notifying him that any further modifications to the story will immediately be revealed as soon as he points out the changes from the original story. The system also relays that Jin Yoon's brother and the supporter of the protagonist, Kim Suho, have undergone significant changes in this iteration of the story. A sequence of events then unfolds. The gravely injured hero was barely awake after suffering a brutal strike. The co-author recognized that the protagonist already had way too many supporters, which is why they made the changes necessary to ensure some of them were taken out. Poor Jin Yoon had to be one of those people. 4 years ago, just after being appointed a hero for the first time, Jin Yoon ended up becoming a demon seed. This was much more terrifying than Hajin's wildest imaginations. He could never have predicted such a horrifying plot twist. The scene then shifts to Nayeon's place. A radio transmission reports on the sudden monster attack that occurred at the National Museum, detailing a casualty count of 7 and 50 people injured. A devastated Nayeon can't bear to hear the news and turns the transmission off. She sulks in her bed all by herself, while her worried father comes in, shouting her name. Nayeon sees him and wonders why he's not at his duties. Shin Hyuk doesn't give a damn about his work, instead asking about her health. Since she's at the hospital, he wants her to have a full checkup just to be sure, but Nayeon pretends to be fine and just alright. She's trying her best not to make her father worry, and even thinks he did too much on his part by coming to visit her. But of course, he's still a worried father who cares for his daughter despite her claims of being fine. Nayeon addresses her father and requests to see Jin Yoon at least once before she's discharged from the hospital. Seeing her fragile state, her father approves her request. Let's return to Jin Yoon's demise and explore what demon seeds are. Demons are supposed to be the most powerful entities in this world, more powerful than even the fiends or humans. They possess a unique yet terrifying ability to target humans and turn them into demonic seeds. Humans marked as demon seeds eventually go through a period of incubation, no different from a parasitic state where the parasite feeds on its host. Before long, the demon seed completely takes over the host's body, turning that person into a fully transformed demon. This means Jin Yoon's condition is much worse than anticipated, and he will one day become a demon. The incubation period usually lasts for half a decade before the transformation kicks in, and it's been 4 years since the event happened, meaning Jin Yoon's condition is nearing its critical point, and he will soon become a demon. His little sister, Nayeon, is on her way to see him in his room. As Nayeon enters his room, Hajin reflects on the grim reality. There's only one solution in these situations. Before the demon inside someone's body fully manifests and takes over the human, the only way to prevent a gruesome fate is to kill them. This is what Nayeon intends to do as she stands before her brother's unconscious form, preparing herself to speak to him. At the same time, the author thinks it will be impossible since no one seems capable of pulling it off. To kill Jin Yoon before he transforms into a monster would be an impossible task. Not even a mercenary would agree to take on such a dangerous target, especially since Shin Hyuk is supposed to pass down his position to his heir, Jin Yoon. The germination process also advances without any physical changes, effectively stopping intervention from outside. The biggest problem is that the demon lurking inside Jin Yoon will be far too strong and overwhelming for the story's main protagonist, Kim Suho, to handle. Hajin also believes that if actual heroes tried to stop a demonic Jin Yoon, many lives would be lost dealing with such a powerful demon. To prevent that dark future from coming into existence, Hajin wants to do whatever it takes to stop Jin Yoon's germination, especially since these heroes are crucial for future events. As Nayeon sits before her brother's unconscious body, Hajin gets a chilling sensation and a crushing sense of defeat, realizing what he has to do in this situation. He has to be the one to commit the heinous act of taking a life, as it will prevent an even darker future. Nayeon then speaks to her brother, recounting the near-death incident she experienced in today's monster attack. She had never fought such a powerful fiend before, for and believed that no ordinary cadet would have been able to stop that monster. Annoying as it is to admit, Nayun remembers Hajin as the sharpshooter who intervened and saved their lives. She ultimately decides against talking about him and then learns that she has overstayed her visiting hours. Nayun decides to leave, hoping to return to her brother soon. But as she's leaving, Nayun stops dead in her tracks, feeling a looming sense of dread about her brother. She had tried suppressing her memory, but there was no way she could forget Hajin's words. With such cold eyes, he had said those words, which she interpreted as him bullying her in her vulnerable state. Nayun's eyes flared up in determination and anger, remembering what Hajin said. "Let's go to the Tower of Heroes and see what Vice Captain Sunga is doing." Sunga is out here, viewing unauthorized documents on her own, risking her position and potentially getting into trouble. She is interested in checking the records regarding the museum's attack, which is exactly what concerns her, as she's doing something illegal. From the investigation, Sunga learns that many traces of light attribute magic were discovered on the body of the defeated demonic human. This also means that the people responsible for taking him down must have been capable of wielding that attribute in the first place. The thought of a light attribute mana user sparking up out of nowhere is exciting for the vice captain, since this type of hero would be an easy target for the fiends. They are all dark attributes, and light mana is their biggest weakness. Sunga wants to recruit this mysterious hero and can't wait to collect this new talent. Observing the footage files, Sunga vividly remembers there being only 3 cube cadets at the museum, which means only one of them must be a light attribute user. Suho and Nayun are obvious candidates, as they are already being scouted for their talents. But the vice captain is most curious about the 3rd cadet, whom they have yet to identify. To her shock, the final cadet is none other than Kim Hajin, the same boy who bumped into her at the museum before leaving. Speaking of our boy, he's busy typing away at his laptop, kind of like me right now. The author expresses his new enlightenment. It turns out that no one in this world can see the laptop he's working on, which is why he's easily capable of monitoring the story's progression without worrying about the other characters observing him. As soon as he learned about the invisible laptop, Hajin went the extra mile to add another feature. Immediately, his laptop alerts him about changes in the story. In the training center, Rachel is giving Demian a really tough time. This chick has handed him nearly 20 consecutive losses, to the point he's begging for someone to trade partners with him. Hajin's newest feature is related to detection and alteration. If something changes within 30 meters of the original story's events, Hajin will be sent an immediate alert. This would further help him identify unusual situations in time. After all, he can't simply wait for the co-author's messages or rely on himself to detect every detail. Using this method, he has made sure to stay on top of any unexpected situations. But while our boy is happy about the feature, he certainly didn't expect a terrifying, bloodthirsty Nayun to pop up from behind. Distraught and angered, she requests a sparring match against him. Hajin stares at her and simply declines, as fighting her wouldn't benefit him. Nayun calls him a coward for backing out and immediately blames him for bringing up her family. The rest of the students wonder if a fight is about to break out. Hajin explains that he isn't participating because of his bullets, since they could deal her serious injuries in a training session, and he doesn't want to be responsible for that. Nayun takes this comment as a mark of condescension, only infuriating her further. The training instructor arrives just in time to interrupt their argument. He roars at Nayun for trying to fight Cadet Kim Hajin, especially because he's the only student without a training weapon. Considering the potential risks and injuries involved, Hajin is strictly prohibited from training with other students. Nayun storms off in anger, leaving Hajin to realize that it may be far too late to issue an apology at this point. What he did was a stupid move as the author, but nothing can be done now. Hajin emphasizes that he has a different priority in mind, which is why he's been training relentlessly to get stronger, as evident by the bruises on his hands. That priority is none other than killing Nayun's older brother, which is also why apologizing to her seems like a fruitless endeavor. If he gets close to her now, it's going to ruin everything between them later and cause Nayun an even greater betrayal. The scene cuts from there and transitions to another club orientation. Many students have gathered here. The club president is Yoon Hyun, who leads the Verity Study Club. Yoon Hyun outlines the main goal of their club: to conduct monster analysis and specialize in tactics research. Their goal is to meet and engage in active discussions regarding monsters. While he gives his orientation speech, many students are charmed by his presence and allure. He possesses a unique quality to capture everyone's attention without fail, but it's all a facade, and the only one who knows this is the author. Hajin internalizes that Hyun is using a demon's power. He circles back to the first half of the story, which involves the Institution Cube as its center stage. Various events, such as cadet disappearances and monster invasions, are supposed to occur at this level, and this guy, Hyun, the club president, is actually a slick bastard manipulating events from behind the scenes. His looks are deceiving. Hyun is responsible for forming a pact with the demon Lilith, and in exchange for her powers of enchantment, he became a fiend. Because of Hyun's true dark objectives, Hajin explains that he joined the study club. Among the cadets, Yeonha also seems unfazed by Hyun's charming appearance. The club president decides to showcase their usual routine and analysis methods to the students. A hologram of the upper intermediate monster, the Monster Tyrant, is brought up on stage. This monster first appeared right after the explosive event that caused the invasion of towers and dungeons in their world. Until now, it has remained undefeated. Hyun highlights that any information regarding higher-tier monsters is critical and invaluable to the institution, as this helps them make plans to subjugate monsters. Moreover, by just acquiring information about a monster's vital points, they can sell it for billions. A playful Hyun decides to pick his target from the audience and asks Yeonha for her opinion regarding the creature's vital points. Yeonha counters that its vital points haven't even been discovered, and she's right. But Hyun still thinks her opinion would be valued, as that is what they do as a fun activity at the club. As his closing note, the club president invites them to attend the after-party to share their opinions regarding the creature's vital points. With the speech concluded, Hajin comes to speak to Yeonha, asking if she's interested in going. In response, he's casually ignored. He tries again, but this time shouts at her to get her attention. Yeonha stops to confirm that she will attend the after-party, as it might help her acquire some useful information. Figuring out her intentions, Hajin blurts out and asks if she's going to use that information to lead her future assault team in her guild. This remark catches Yeonha's attention. The Straits of Essence Guild is a powerhouse with a rich history. When monsters first emerged from the gates 50 years ago, Yeonha's clan founded this guild, which is why it is one of the most influential guilds in the entire country. Hajin further impresses and shocks Yeonha with his sharp knowledge of her guild's dealings. In recent times, the Vice Guild Master seems to be a highlight for the guild, to the point that he's threatening to take over the position of the successor in line, Yeonha herself. Hajin questions if that's her main goal in attending the after-party and acquiring information. Annoyed that he's still beating around the bush, Yeonha inquires about his intentions. Hajin surprisingly offers her the deal of her life. He's willing to reveal the Mountain Tyrant's weakness. His sudden offer swindles her and catches her off guard. Hajin thinks it's necessary on his part, since Yeonha has to prove to her guild that she's serious about her business and capable of leading it. Hajin explains that there's a small blue mark hidden on the monster's heel, and prioritizing an attack there will help immobilize the creature momentarily. He further adds that he's not so generous as to hand this information for free, as he's looking to obtain something from Yeonha's guild, a prized weapon from their essential armory. His weapon of interest is the Desert Eagle. This man is pulling out all the stops and going full American at this point. Yeonha asks if he has any proof for the Mountain Tyrant's weakness, since he should have some notes or documentation backing his research. To this, he smiles and bluntly confesses that he doesn't. It's a ridiculous thing to admit and say out of nowhere without any research. Yeonha's face goes blank because she realizes that he is probably bullshitting her and wasting her time. She furiously storms off, but Hajin reminds her that she'll regret not using his advice if she thinks he's lying. There's the obvious issue that she might not take his words seriously, but at the same time, if Yeonha really believes him, he'll have found himself a new ally. What's really funny is that Yeonha goes outside and contacts one of her guild's handlers. She issues a message for the assault team assigned to take down the Mountain Tyrant. Stuttering in shame, she tells her team to target the blue mark resting on the creature's heel, as it might be its vital point. This confirms that Yeonha used Hajin's advice on a whim, even if he didn't have any proof. Hajin reflects that he may have made a wise investment because Yeonha is destined to become the King of Souls someday. Kim Hajin faces his worst villain to date, a loan payment invoice. That's right, playtime's over, because this dude just got hit with 300 million won. The terror in his eyes is enough to tell you everything. This guy can't even fathom how much he owes. He's hit the upper limit for student loans off the bat. This makes Hajin wonder what kind of miserable things Chundong does in his life to require all of that money for himself. Well, his problems have become even greater. Hajin inspects his bank account balance and realizes that he's left with 3 million to his name. That's a fraction of the amount he owes to the institution for borrowing so much money. At this rate, bro literally has no shot of going back to his real world. Instead, he's going to be stuck here doing jobs until the end of his life just to pay off this humongous debt. Hajin scratches his head and realizes that he needs a job, which is a relatable feeling for some of you watching this video, I hope. Now, in this world, there are two ways to actually make some money: fast and big. The author explains that the first method is through stocks. Bro is out here trying to become the next Warren Buffett. But here's the thing. Since the inception of towers and dungeons emerging all over the world, They are often sought and conquered by guilds composed of heroes. Shares of those guilds are often listed on the stock market, allowing them to be traded. Hajin has the knowledge of all the guilds that are going to be listed. Once again, he's the author, so he knows this kind of stuff for no reason. The real issue is that he has to acquire some capital to invest in the stocks, which means it's not going to be an immediate goal for now. The second option is the field, which Hajin believes is his only option for now. Field hunting is a unique way of earning money. The field in question is known to be a danger zone filled with monsters. Different from the typical towers and dungeon events, the fields have a large variety of monsters, which you could then hunt and earn a fortune from. It's kind of like quest hunting, then selling the corpses of the monsters you just hunted. However, the real obstacle in Hajin's case is himself. His personal stats are shitty, barely better than the average male. So in his current state, his confidence is wavering because he's unsure whether he could safely head into field hunting with his current skill set. The author reflects that it would normally be quite wasteful to extinguish his story points just to upgrade the training pistol he has, so he wants to find another way to upgrade his weapon or buff his stats. Suddenly, the doorbell rings and a voice calls out for his name, alerting him that he's received a package from Cadet Yonha. Remembering her name, Hajin wonders what this could mean, especially since Yonha is not the type to engage with him. He opens the door to check things out anyway, and what he finds is a small box. Hajin opens the box only to be shocked by what he sees. And that's how the scene shifts to the Wanju field zone of the Gangwon province. Kim Hajin has made his way to his first field hunting event by traveling through the portals. Donning a rather clean outfit, Hajin receives best wishes from the receptionist and internalizes how cadets are well respected no matter where they go. He heads outside the portal station and into the Gangwon province. This part of the province is usually considered a low-danger area, and it quickly rose to fame and tourism from many adventurers traveling from other countries, earning the province its newest moniker, the International Metropolis. One man shouts his request. He's looking for a party member specializing in magic so that he could enter Chiak Mountain. There are many people just like this guy, and Hajin calmly breezes through them, observing what they're doing. He sees one of the employees confirming the defeat of 3 hobgoblins. Seeing this, Hajin realizes that it might be profitable for him to sell the monster loots using an agency, as it would make the process smoother. He tries scouting for an agent around the area when suddenly one man calls him from behind. This man seems to have sensed Hajin's goal and asks if he wants to hunt monsters. The cadet confirms and learns that this nervous wreck is actually an agent. He shows his business card to prove his identity. Hajin wasn't expecting him to be so anxious, however. Suddenly, Hajin notices the name of the agency on the business card. It's led by Park Soo-yuk. This man is the big shot who will one day become Suho's personal agent, which means that while he may be nervous, he's certainly got the skills to recruit the best of the best. He will become the CEO of Korea's top leading agency eventually. Hajin finds it strange to encounter him so early. Right now, he's inexperienced and new, which is why Soo-yuk is acting the way he does. Hajin takes a special interest in their agency and extends his hand. He's ready to be recruited by their agency. In his mind, Hajin knows this is just the start. So many people have yet to uncover their full potential and bloom into who they're supposed to be. He's basically investing in people right now by forming early connections. A sudden thought comes to his mind. Since this guy is supposed to be Suho's agent in the future, Hajin wonders if stealing him is really the right thing to do in this situation. A little while later, as they're making their way to the monster zone, Hajin asks if the agent is doing well on his own. The agent appears exhausted, as if he's never done this much cardio in his life. He's probably on the verge of a heart attack, which makes sense, since cadets are physically stronger than agents, who usually use vehicles to track monsters. As they approach the danger zone, the agent spots a bunch of hobgoblin tracks. Hobgoblins aren't the hardest to beat, and a pair of them can fetch nearly 400,000 won, so it's a good offer, according to the agent. However, that kind of money is still not enough. Hajin reflects that only one of his mana bullets costs a whopping 200,000 won, which is way more expensive than he would like. So he's looking forward to earning something more than just striking down a bunch of goblins. Fixing his sights on a target, Hajin points to a boar monster just below the cliff and asks if hunting it would be fine. The agent immediately becomes worried since this is a steel boar, a monster that is known to be immune to bullets, as they're not strong or sharp enough to penetrate its skin. Hajin dismisses his words and happily goes ahead without a care in the world. In response, the agent is literally left speechless, since from his point of view, this is like signing your own death wish. Hajin emphasizes that he carries a pretty solid gun on him. He's confident his weapon can put down anyone. More importantly, there's a reason he's so confident. Hajin just received a new gift from Yanha in exchange for the precious information he traded. Lo and behold, this man pulls out the Desert Eagle in all of its glory. This beautifully lethal gun is further assisted by a brand new feature he added by spending a few extra points. The agent is against provoking the boar and warns Hajin to be careful, but Hajin is quite daring and doesn't give a damn. He locks onto the target and releases a single explosive shot. That one shot slices through the monster like a precise laser beam, putting it down in an instant. The sudden kill shot shocks the agent, who stumbles back in disbelief. The system informs him about the special feature Hajin added. Every time he marks a kill with his weapon, its destructive power amplification doubles. Do you know how insane that is? This man is going to become unstoppable with that ability. Hajin is quite satisfied with what he accomplished with his new weapon. Seeing Hajin's exceptional weapon and his shooting skills, the agent is left impressed. Hajin has little time to accept the compliment and simply targets his next kill before releasing another powerful shot. The agent questions what was killed this time. Hajin explains that he saw a black pelican from afar and decided to shoot it down. The agent is amazed that Hajin can see this far with such accuracy, even shooting things in the air. Kim Hajin confidently confirms his abilities, playfully remarking that he possesses eagle eyes after all. He tells the agent that he'll go down the cliff to take care of the monsters. The agent runs after Hajin in a hurry. With a black pelican and a steel boar down, they've acquired 2 heavy monsters in quick succession. Hajin asks if the agent is capable of safely transporting them back. Soo-hyuk explains that it would be rather convenient to pay the dispatch fee and call the logistics crew. He even calculates a budget for the amount they'll receive after taxes. Hajin is impressed by Soo-hyuk's keen attention to detail, which will soon become Soo-hyuk's reason for national fame. Soo-hyuk shakes Hajin's hand in confidence, and the two of them hope to work together, extending their partnership in the future. Soo-hyuk recalls Hajin mentioning that it was his first experience in field hunting. From that, Soo-hyuk wants to know how Hajin is going to spend his money once he receives it. Like a true businessman, Hajin expresses that he's going to buy stocks, completely shattering Soo-hyuk's expectations with his answer. The fledgling guild called Packhorse Masters was originally founded by a demonic human, or fiend. In the original story, it plays a big role. Sitting at his laptop in his room, Hajin reflects that the guild isn't what should be worrying him. Rather, it's the upcoming dungeon assault. In the main story, the Packhorse Masters Guild raids the Devil's Lair dungeon. Right after this raid, the stock prices of this guild skyrocket, climbing by nearly 1,000%. That's why Hajin is happily investing his money by buying their stocks early, so he can reap the benefits of the boom later. It's the easiest and most efficient way to make money after all, thanks to his foresight. Spending 3 million won, Hajin completes the purchase and wonders if there's another place he can find information regarding stocks. Hajin couldn't find much on the internet forums, so he thinks a sketchy website like the Violet Haze might be of use to him instead. Come to think of it, Hajin remembers something else. Hajin remembers the Masked Syndicate, who played the part of the main villains in the second half of the story. True to their name, they are a criminal organization with little information about its members. However, since Hajin is the author of the novel, he knows their exact identities and their hideout. Hajin figures he might be the only one in the world to know about them. While these individuals are nasty criminals, they despise fiendish humans even more. Hajin wonders if he can strengthen his connection with the leader of the Masked Syndicate. This could somehow help him take down Choi Jin-yoon someday, when Choi Jin-yoon is resurrected as a demonic human. Figuring out his options, Hajin believes there should be a vacancy in the organization, meaning he has a chance to act. As he conducts his search, the laptop screen suddenly shuts off, surprising Kim Hajin. He draws his face near in worry. This is a terrible development. The laptop was his only way of returning to his previous world. Losing it would set him back immensely. Fortunately, it turned back on, relieving him to some degree. 1 whole month had passed since he got into this world. The laptop was receiving a sudden update, and he nearly collapsed, thinking he'd lose his work. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, a couple sat by themselves, attracting attention. It was the disinterested Jong-hak and the delighted Yeon-ha. Jong-hak began the conversation, expressing his annoyance. He didn't want to take part in polite and noble meetings like this. Yeon-ha poked fun at him, thinking he was only gaining benefits from partaking in it. After all, he was talking to someone destined to lead society one day.
She asked about his grades and learned that he was doing just okay. Yeon-ha mocked him for not pursuing first place. However, Young-hak believed his grades were just okay, specifically because he was in second place. He was winning but had really high standards for himself. An unexpected guest interrupted their meet and greet. It was the dazzling Na-yoon, Jong-hak's crush.
Jong-hak literally sprang up from his chair and broke his personality just to gain her attention. Seeing him jump up like that with so much interest turned Yeon-ha off, since she really liked him. Jong-hak checked on Na-yoon and asked if she was doing all right. Na-yoon expressed that she was fine, but while their bickering was going on, Yeon-ha was getting irritated at being ignored. All of a sudden, Na-yoon brought up Kim Ha-jin's name and caught Yeon-ha's attention. Yeon-ha turned to Na-yoon and inquired about him. Na-yoon explained that during the demonic human incident at the National Museum, there were only 3 cadets, and one of them happened to be Ha-jin. The demonic human got the better of them, crushing both Suho and Na-yoon so severely that they couldn't beat him, until one man stepped into the fight out of the blue. Kim Ha-jin annihilated the fiend's hand with his shot, and Na-yoon was there to bear witness to the impossible event. She couldn't believe how he could pull that off with a training pistol, which led her to to wonder about his real motives. Yeonha was in deep thought when Na-yoon decided to ask more about him. She wanted to know what Yeonha thought of the guy, especially since they were teamed up together in their first training. Yeonha flinched to respond. It turned out that she had done a background check on Kim Ha-jin because of her own suspicions. She learned that he was just an orphan who joined the Cube and owed a staggering debt of 300 million. But apart from that basic information, it wasn't like she knew anything out of the blue about him. What's more, she couldn't figure out how he came to know about the Mountain Tyrant's vital point, something that not even the top researchers or analysts had known at the time. Yeonha remembered trying to ask him how he knew, but he was being stubborn about it and refused to elaborate. That was why she wanted to investigate him, because Yeonha thought he was going to become a useful asset to the guild one day. Yeonha expressed that she had first thought of him as an unremarkable person. She collected her thoughts and reasoned that his attacks in the training round hadn't been nearly strong enough to take down an entire fiend's arm just like that. So based on that information, she deduced that he must be hiding a secret ace card that he kept hidden from others. Na-yoon whispered an interesting suggestion, that Kim Ha-jin might actually be a fiendish human himself. This suggestion, coming from her, baffled both Jong-hak and Yeonha. Even the purple-haired brat had a hard time believing a fiend would kill another fiend just like that. Na-yoon can't figure out what it is, but she knows there's something weird about Kim Ha-jin. Speaking of which, Ha-jin's laptop is acting weird and is close to reaching 100% completion on its update. Suddenly, he senses a warm sensation emerging from his wrist. The pain becomes sharper and blood splotches begin appearing on his sleeve. Ha-jin panics as his wrist burns with painful sensations. The newest update is creating a stigma, representing the creator's authority. Every time he increases his influence and the story point level evolves, his mark will evolve as well. The magic contained within the mark could be deployed whenever necessary, and after using it once, it will replenish in 24 hours. Ha-jin experiences headaches and pains throughout his body. It's as if information is flooding into his brain, and he has no way of resisting it. Back at the restaurant, Young-hak slams his palm on the table, irritated to find Na-yoon upset by Ha-jin's recent actions. During this time, Ha-jin can barely even stand and collapses to the ground. Jumping back to Na-yoon, she can't help but remember those cruel words uttered by Kim Ha-jin. Na-yoon confirms that she really doesn't like him at all. Ha-jin rests unconscious, his body having given up on him. We then see the stigma mark he received from the latest update. The laptop receives a sudden notification for him. A new ability has been added to his observation and reading gift, enhancing its effects. Let's go to the Association Tower in Seoul. You see, right after the incident at the National Museum, Suho, Na-yoon, and Ha-jin were involved in the fight and received certificates of commendation for their amazing deed. Their efforts were recognized for their service to the city. Kim Ha-jin's wrist still throbs in pain from what happened yesterday. He's better now, but the pain is noteworthy. What's more, he's yet to figure out its purpose. Kim Ha-jin has the unfortunate encounter of sitting next to Na-yoon, who is madly pissed at him and tells him to shut the hell up, even though he didn't say a damn word. Na-yoon is so annoyed by his mere existence that she can't handle him next to her. Ha-jin curiously asks if she's forgotten something he did. Then he reminds her that on that very day, he also saved her damn life with his powers. Na-yoon is a little frustrated to hear this coming from him, but it's not like he isn't speaking the truth. She lashes out at him, which prompts Suho to stop their banter. He even offers Na-yoon to switch seats to help her out, but this stubborn ass doesn't want to do that either. After a long argument, she manages to switch seats with Suho, who then sits next to Ha-jin and prepares himself for a talk. He thanks Kim Ha-jin for saving their lives, something our boy clearly wasn't expecting them to admit. Suho confirms that without his intervention, they would have lost that fight, so he became their saving grace and earned their gratitude. But our boy is a chill guy. He thinks they could have won anyway, even if he didn't intervene. See, if Ha-jin wasn't around to save their skin, it's likely that Suho would have pulled out his plot armor and evolved to a greater level of power just to take down the threat. That's the literal point of the protagonist in the story after all. Each time they're faced with danger, they always get back up and get stronger. The scene switches to the auditorium, where one of the most prominent heroes in the entire world is making his entrance. Donning long hair and a notable outfit filled with dragons, the man walks with a confident yet disinterested stride, commenting on how useless his current task is. This man is Yushi Hyuk, a top-tier hero ranked 37th in the association. In his dominant presence, the entire crowd is silent. Everyone can sense the strong aura emanating from him. This marks the beginning of the awards ceremony, where Na-yoon, Suho, and our boy Ha-jin are all awaiting. The awardees are called to step onto the stage. These three cadets are selected for their honorable act in service of the city. The awards are granted by Shi-hyuk, one of the most notable heroes in the association, all for the sake of blessing the cadets for their brilliant act in exterminating a demonic threat and saving the lives of the innocents in the city. First, Shi-hyuk addresses Suho and hands him the reward. He sees promise in Suho's powers and comments that he's a talent worth recruiting. Suho is granted the honorable certificate just when Shi-hyuk makes a crazy offer to him. He wants the boy to forget forget the association completely and start working for him as a hunter for the Forsaken Plains Guild. He reminds Suho that the role of a hero is plain and boring, involving a ton of responsibility that Shihyuk himself doesn't value. However, the confident boy declined his offer, content with his choice to become a hero, despite those words. Shihyuk feels like he just had the fun taken out of him and moves on to his next cadet. In the presence of Shihyuk, Nayun seems to be flustered because he seems to recognize the girl. Turns out this dude is actually her master. That's what Nayun would like to believe, because in truth, Shihyuk doesn't really consider her a student at all. It's just that her father begged him to train her, and that's how they got to this point. His disappointing yet blunt truth kills her enthusiasm and makes our boy happy, because this deserves to be humbled a little. And then comes the final cadet. Shihyuk doesn't seem to recognize this plain-looking kid at all right off the bat. The first question he asks is who he is, emphasizing how insignificant and plain he seems. Hajin describes the situation by comparing it to indifference. It's as if his presence is being completely ignored because Shihyuk doesn't pay him any attention, unlike the others. The award ceremony concluded just like that, as boring as that sounds. Cadet Nayun is the first student to be asked about her thoughts after receiving her award. Well, after the ceremony, our boy is the happiest he has ever been. He's just received a whopping 15 million as the prize money for the fiend extermination. It's great because he's going to need everything he's got to cover that 300 million. He sits by himself and decides how he'll invest the rest of the money. He's interested in buying more stocks from the guild. In the meantime, he's dying to inspect the new features his laptop received right after the painful update. Upon opening his laptop, he sees a message notifying him about the updated functions. The first is the stigma mark he received. The second is the internet activation. The last one is the Tome of Truth added to his observation and reading skill. The stigma mark is related to what happened to his left arm, but there's little to no description provided on it. It just tells him he can use magic whenever needed. While it does say that, Hajin is having a difficult time figuring out how to activate his ability. Just as he's thinking about the activation, the mark forms a crest, signifying that it is about to activate. Scared that he might blow some shit up here, Hajin wants to try this out back at the dorm where no one else can see him. It's going to be troublesome if someone spotted him after all. The second update is regarding internet activation. Hajin hovers his cursor over the button and clicks on it. After a brief pause, the screen redirects him to a bunch of different websites like Law Abiding Spirit, Violet Haze, Jeremy's Sword, and some others. Not only is he getting free access to normal websites, but he's also getting access to restricted websites for free. Of all the websites he sees, the most important one is Violet Haze, which has everything he needs. It's the most famous of all the membership websites, serving as a place to trade critical information, weapons, rewards, requests, and much more. There are only a few heroes that don't use this website. Because of that, the government has decided to turn a blind eye to underground trading. There's a crazy access fee required to access this website. In Hajin's case, all he needs to do is spend 200 of his precious story points. He makes the purchase to create his account for the time being. The moment he considers connecting to a particular page, someone calls for him. It's the beautiful Seung Ah, and the vice captain has caught him. She knows that Hajin knows about her identity, and she also remembers that he was the only person who disappeared from the ceremony a while ago. She came here specifically to hand him the card of their guild, the Holy Grace of God. This isn't just any deal. Even Hajin believes earning this card is a significant accomplishment. Seung Ah has a number of important questions to ask him. She sits down, wondering if he's willing to entertain her. Of course, Hajin already suspects she's potentially interested in scouting him. Normally, Seung Ah appears most kind when represented in the media, but in reality, she possesses a different side. Even the best talents are dismissed when it comes to her. She only cares about the best of the best and deals in absolutes, leaving behind anyone unnecessary or unimportant. That's the true personality of Vice Guild Master Seung Ah. Forming a connection with her at this stage will be paramount to Hajin's success in future events. That's why, before she can even speak, Hajin cuts her off, coldly stating that he has nothing new to tell her. After facing this rejection, Seung Ah tries her best to clarify. She wants to tell him that she's expressing a key interest in him, and she reminds him that she's the Vice Guild Master of Korea's top guild. Hajin seems to acknowledge her position and ranking, but he's dismissive because he knows she came for personal reasons. He knows for a fact that Seung Ah is only here because she reviewed the footage of him using the light attribute shot. It's not that she's genuinely interested in recruiting him right now. Instead, she wants to satiate her curiosity with a series of questions. That's why Hajin is playing hard to get, to make himself seem like he has everything going for him. This way, he intends to sway her emotions and eventually receive her genuine interest instead of the fickle curiosity she has right now. Hajin pulls a power move, stating that he's going going to take his leave at once, shocking Sung-ah. Returning to his stigma ability, more information about its use is provided. When his total story points exceed a threshold, his attention score will increase by 1 level, and another stroke will be added to his mark. It also makes it clear that Hajin can activate its power whenever he desires. After using it once, it will be replenished within 24 hours. To test his newest ability, Hajin concentrates on forming a dagger using his magic. Suddenly, the mark forms a mythical blade out of nowhere. The dagger is a real deal. Hajin moves it around and feels it's ready for immediate use. Magic is a stat influenced by one's innate talent and knowledge. Since Hajin appeared in this world without any explanations about his background, he naturally assumed he wouldn't be capable of handling magic at all. However, he's happy that he's found a way to use magic in his own way through the stigma's powers. The last thing he wants to try out is the Tome of Truth, which is supposed to enhance his pre-existing skills of observation and reading. Hajin thinks for a moment and decides to call out the ability's name. The ability triggers his stigma once more, materializing a book containing the truth. The mystical energy of the book allows Hajin to answer any question, as long as it is within the scope of its magic. Now, how crazy is that? Even the author stops for a second to digest what he just read. To check if it's misleading him, he asks about his height. It turns out Hajin is a short king, standing at 174 centimeters, or just over 5 feet 8 inches in freedom units. Using the Tome of Truth consumes 1 story point for every question. Suddenly, Hajin's smartwatch beeps crazily, signaling a sudden emergency alert from the school. There's a group message from someone asking for a student's location. Seeing this red emergency notice, Hajin wonders what it's about. He thinks it may have triggered the second major event destined to occur in the main storyline, the serial disappearances of the cadets at the cube. This episode will involve the disappearance of 6 cadets out of nowhere. The culprit responsible for the act is meticulous in covering their tracks and doesn't leave a single trace. The investigations prove useless, causing the number of disappearances to only increase, as if they are all trapped in an endless game. Hajin remarks that this episode is important because the perpetrator's final target is none other than Yu Yunha herself. Now Hajin knows that things would be troublesome for him if the co-author interfered in this part of the story and edited in some changes, as they could threaten to simply remove one of the main characters, just like during the museum incident. Hajin takes matters into his own hands to catch the criminal, but he thinks that even that would prove fruitless, as his needless interference would disrupt the course of the story forever. All Hajin can do for the meantime is simply wait and observe for the story to unfold. The scene switches to the training center the next day. Suho is replenishing himself with water when one of his friends points to a scene just up ahead. While Hajin is attempting to work out and enhance his physical strength, a bunch of annoying bullies come to tease him and disrupt his workout. They call him a loser for being unable to lift a simple weight, despite his enrollment at the prestigious institution. They even suspect he must have bribed his way inside. Suho tries to help him out, as he has a strong sense of justice, but his friend grabs him and pulls him away. Suho can't believe that the class representative, Yonghan, isn't doing anything to stop those guys. But Yonghan explains that it's clear from the delinquent's behavior that Hajin somehow got on Jonghak's bad side, which is why any involvement will label Suho a target as well. There's also a possibility that these guys are faking it to test his reaction. Suho can't believe what he's hearing, but Yonghan thinks that a dude who shattered the demonic human's arm couldn't possibly be afraid of dealing with a bunch of amateurs all by himself. He's of the opinion that Hajin deliberately hides his true strength, but this theory is proven ridiculous pretty quickly because Hajin cannot for the life of him lift that barbell. He's just struggling before giving up. Even the bullies think he's pathetic. Yonghan is starting to believe that luck may have been on Hajin's side. Despite Yonghan's sudden change of tune, Suho ignores him and rushes to save Hajin anyway. The rest of the cadets quickly realize that a fight is about to break out, and Nayun is eavesdropping too. Once again, their instructor comes out roaring like an angry father. He's furious that they're making a mockery out of their training session. The instructor tells the students to gather around for their quiz scores to be revealed. The sheet will be put on the wall so everyone can view the results in groups. The cadets gather around, checking the board, and realize that a ton of them were annihilated in the quiz. In that very same quiz, only one student's name is at the top. It's none other than Kim Hajin, the same annoying cadet who couldn't even lift a simple barbell earlier. Rachel and Jong Hak are respectively second and third. Hajin, of course, isn't surprised by this outcome, since he practically knows everything in the story he authored himself. Seeing his result, a girl's rapier drops to the ground. This is Rachel, and she's utterly speechless by what she sees. She's the British princess who ranked third in the admissions. There's only one notable detail about Rachel's character. She never places second in any given written test, no matter what. So the fact that she's just scored second has winded her. She stares at Hajin as if she's seen a ghost. Hajin is stunned too, not knowing what to say. Let's explore what happened back when Rachel was first accepted into the cube with her brilliant results. Her attendants were all worried for her, that she might soon be taking part in standing next to one of the world's best hero candidates. What's more, she'd have no one to relate to, as everyone in her class would be Korean. Rachel was okay with that, never feeling a sense of anxiety, and simply wanted to live up to the expectations of others for the sake of the royal family. But today, she has felt a sense of dread, defeat, and disappointment, unlike any other. She feels like she has failed her countrymen with her performance. The teacher reviews Hajin's notes in class, specifically pointing out the boy's brilliance in writing a new take on phenomenological analysis. He's even given a special mention, marking him as an academic weapon. Rachel knows that the subject of phenomenology isn't just an easy subject to master. She doesn't even think it's possible for her to close the gap between them before midterms come around. This aloof and lost boy, Kim Hajin, is outperforming her, even though he doesn't pay attention to his lectures. Burning with inspiration and an aching desire to know how he studies, Rachel takes a wider interest in him. At the information office, Hajin is researching his queries. He's finally acquired the Tome of Truth to answer all his problems, and it should help him. Thanks to this newfound ability, he can learn about anything in this world, or whatever gaps of knowledge he has, at the cost of spending a number of his story points. This is especially useful since he currently has nothing else going for him and isn't making much progress. Hajin is hoping for things to get better eventually. He goes to complete agent registration, and from this point, he wants to use some of his precious story points to handle other tasks. The second major event in the story is about to unfold. Once it happens, the institution's position as a place of security and authority is put under fire by the people. It is no longer considered a safe zone. However, even with his current powers, Hajin believes he's too weak to solo a fiend. He has been getting a significant number of story points after Jong-hak got annoyed with him and sent his subordinates. This is proving beneficial for him and working out well. Hajin wants to spend some of the points to ensure his survival for what lies ahead. The first area of interest is increasing his weapon buffs. Since he has the Desert Eagle handgun with him, he wants to add a convertible function to the gun, allowing it to become a sniper rifle. A handgun transforming into a sniper rifle sounds incredibly cool. Hajin wonders if he's going a bit overboard with this feature, but he still ultimately makes the decision, spending 250 story points for the added feature. At that moment, his gun warps and takes the form of a beautiful gold sniper rifle, showcasing its new form. Even Hajin is impressed by the transformation, but he thinks it's too flashy for a gun and will draw a lot of attention. So he reverts it back to its handgun state for now. Next, his focus is to create a technique that will assist him. He has 3 slots to develop techniques. Abilities are supernatural and magic-based powers, while techniques are honed physical skills that are acquired rather than given. For a ranged weapon user, arguably the most important skill for survival and successful elimination is advantageous positioning. So right now, the technique Hajin is hoping to acquire is related to securing an ideal position to avoid any mishaps in the future. He types away at his laptop, reviewing available E-techniques. At last, he finds the technique's properties. It's a skill he decided to call parkour, and it helps him become exceptionally agile in the field. This will ensure that he keeps moving and doesn't stay stuck in one place to expose his position. To acquire this technique, 350 points have been consumed. But strangely, Hajin doesn't seem to feel anything different in his body. He's at least confident that he acquired some changes, although he doesn't feel them. Suddenly, his smartwatch receives a notification. It's a group message. This time, people are looking for Shungyeon, the second victim of the perpetrator within the institution. Hajin explains that the students who disappeared before Yonha were actually murdered by the culprit in cold blood. This means the moment they disappear, they're as good as gone. Since he's the author, he knows about this dangerous, mysterious villain acting from behind the scenes. He also knows the people who will be involved in the disappearance. Faced with this morally gray situation, Hajin wonders if he should really be turning a blind eye to what's happening right now for the sake of the story and his personal benefit. That's an interesting question, though. Tell me what you guys would have done in the comments below. Would you be pragmatic or ethical? These kinds of thoughts are weighing heavily on the author, who is trapped in a tough situation with no right answers. The scene shifts to the outdoor training ground under the cube's premises. The instructor addresses the cadets, explaining that they're going to be part of a special practical training session. The cave they see just up ahead is actually called an artificial dungeon, and it was created thanks to the magical wonders of magic tech. This place is inhabited by illusions of real monsters, so in a way it's the best form of training possible to prepare cadets for fighting real monsters in the future. That's why the cadets will be participating in a mock dungeon assault mission today. However, the instructor sternly reminds them that they shouldn't take the exercise lightly just because it's training, or it may come at a cost to them. The artificial dungeon is immense in size, which is why the two groups, Veritas and Cultural, will work together to effectively dismantle it. One team from each unit will merge to form an assault team to tackle the dungeon. The instructor tells them to make their own teams from here on out. There's countless chatter as the students try to link up and form teams. Among them is also Team 8, consisting of our boy Hajin and the rest of his allies like Yonha, Hazuki, and Hosung. From the Cultural unit, unit, they have Jaden, Jingyu, Sujong, and Jingxia, making it a team of 8 cadets total. In the artificial dungeon, there are many terrifying traps waiting for them. Some of these traps were deliberately planted by fiends, at least Hajin suspects. To tackle the possibility of dealing with demonic humans, he's already prepared a supply of special bullets for them beforehand. But even at this level, Hajin is confident in himself and wonders if he will survive this practical training event. Suddenly, the system begins roaring out a warning, informing him about a discrepancy in the story. This is troublesome for the author, especially since he won't know what those changes are. The worst part is that 3 aspects of the story have been altered in one event, which is definitely cautioning Hajin, who doesn't know what's going on or who's causing such alterations to occur. As the teams are gathering, Hajin's biggest worry is that he doesn't know about the changes. While he's completely lost in thought, Kim Suho's teammate Yeonha from the cultural unit mocks him for being a dumbass and for not paying attention to the instructor. The system informs him about Yeonha's temper rising. At the same time, Yeonha gets to meet Jaden from the cultural team, but she doesn't share his enthusiasm and has a dead look on her face. The system informs Hajin that Jaden's growth potential has also increased based on this interaction. Then lastly, Nayoon interacts with a specific cadet whom she's seen around at the hunting club. The cadet introduces himself as Sven, with a beautiful pair of blue eyes and a charming smile. He is paired up with her, but for some reason his mental state is only worsening, which also means he is highly susceptible to becoming a demon puppet during the raid. Hajin is baffled by these story changes appearing out of nowhere, and he is deeply troubled since they're going to impact the story significantly. The author fixates his attention on the 2 characters whom he needs to keep a sharp eye on. The first of them is Jaden from Team 8, since he's supposed to be a delinquent-type character with a bullying personality. While he possesses the qualities of a fine cadet, what's really bothering Hajin is the growth potential points he's receiving out of nowhere. Jaden politely introduces the rest of his team, Jingyu, Sujong, and Jingxia. From Yeonha's side, she does the same, but she tends to misremember our boy's name, causing him annoyance. It's funny because I think she called him Lee Hajin just to mess with him. Back to his thoughts, Hajin focuses on what he should do regarding his second topic of interest, Sven. This dude is actually on a government scholarship since he's considered an elite candidate hero from Germany. There's only one detail to note about this guy, and it's the fact that he's got the hots for Nayoon. Is it me, or does everybody just like Nayoon? Someone needs to check if she made a contract with the Demon of Enchantment. Anyway, like the rest of the international students inside the institution, Sven came with the purpose of attaining glory and reaching the very heights of success. But that remains an unfulfilled dream for him, especially with talents like Nayoon, Suho, and even Yeonha in the picture as the main characters. Seeing their monstrous and brilliant abilities, Sven became lost and mentally torn. He had never felt true inferiority and humbling defeat before coming to the institution. His insecurities got the better of him, which is why, in his mad pursuit for power, Sven sells his soul in exchange for ultimate strength. Those are the details the author wrote that he's confident about. The real problem is that his transformation is going to happen during the raid. It has moved forward in the timeline, and while he's hoping it doesn't have much of an impact, Hajin is still worried. His thoughts are crushed by Jaden's sudden greeting. Jaden squeezes his shoulder and reminds him not to get lost in his thoughts. Hajin snaps away his arm to push him off. Jaden is too quick to denounce him as a scumbag, thinking the rumors about him must all be true. Hearing those words, Hajin internalizes that his reputation is at an all-time low. A particular rumor has taken effect in the Orbis unit, causing many people to set their sights on him. The rumor is that he's using his status as a cadet to intimidate other people, but it's one of those manufactured out of nowhere to talk shit about a person. It's pretty clear who made the rumors, though, since Hajin knows it's definitely related to Jong Hak and his lackeys. Seeing his so-called friends, Hajin is a little upset that Hazuki and Hoseong aren't even stepping in to help him out here despite being a team. Anyway, the order of the teams is decided, and they'll start entering from Team 1. Meanwhile, Jaden tries to chat up Yeonha, attempting to riz her. He goes on and on about how their teams are a mix-up of being overpowered. They even shit-talk Hajin for being a dead weight, which is just funny. It's like all the haters gathered in one team, and their victim is poor Hajin. At last, it's time for Team 8 to enter the dungeon. They pull up inside, seeing the artificial cave in all its glory. They walk together and explore the dungeon, with Jaden confidently leading the way. Suddenly, they find a place with many paths. A curious Yeonha wonders which path will be the most effective to take. Jaden explains that they always have Jingyu, a ranged weapons user, to rely on. Hajin breaks his silence, and out of the blue, suggests exploring route number 6. His sudden interruption annoys Jaden a lot, but strangely, Yeonha seems to trust his gut and actually accepts his suggestion. Her sudden approval surprises Hajin. While she calls him useless in front of the group, she can't help but admit that he's got a good pair of eyes on him. Hajin is a little upset that she has to drag his name through the mud just to give him a compliment. He's okay with it as long as they can meet Na-yoon down the same route. The thing about Sven is that he might really end up making a pact with the demon lurking inside the cave. That's why the burden will fall on Na-yoon, and she's going to have a tough time dealing with him alone. If she falls, the rest of the story will be in shambles, since her character is crucial to forwarding the plot. She's an invaluable piece that can't be lost. They enter Path 6, but Jae-dean is still a jealous bitch who calls Hajin an attention seeker. Our boy doesn't care about his insults and simply chooses to focus on the monsters ahead. The rest of the cadets can't see a thing in the dark, but Hajin seems to be fine, spotting a salamander in the near distance. He also thinks it might be some kind of dungeon switch, which could reveal some properties about the dungeon. Worried, Jingyu thinks he should try shooting a light arrow to check things out for them. With Yeonha's approval, he prepares a shot and releases it, carving a path of light just ahead. To everyone's shock, there is indeed a salamander monster up ahead. Jae-dean is shocked, while Yeonha alerts everyone to get into battle position to strike this bitch down. Hajin, on the other hand, is anticipating something before making his move. Yeonha brings out her signature whip weapon and takes on the battle head-on. She unleashes her strong whip aimed at the beast, interrupting its charging attack from its mouth. I'm not going to lie, this dude looks like a Pokemon. With its mouth restricted, Hazuki and the other melee fighters pounce in to crush the monster with their powerful attacks. Since it is only a hologram, they defeat it rather easily, suffering little to no consequences from the fight. Yeonha hears a rumbling sound and realizes the dungeon is transforming after the monster's defeat. The electric charge coming from her whip is observed by Hajin, who is impressed that she has already awakened her Eve of Awakening power. Just as they are about to move, Hajin trips on a pebble and crashes on top of Yeonha from behind. At the same time, a sharp projectile narrowly misses them, which would have hit if he had not stumbled just now. Both of them hit the ground in a hard crash. Hajin's face is sweating bullets because he knows he is dead now. Yeonha tries to ignore his bullshit act for a moment, but then she gets fired up and wants to beat him up. As she is preparing to beat him down, the rest of their teammates point to the arrow that nearly killed them just now. It is then that Hajin realizes their stumble actually made them avoid a lethal poison arrow. The scene cuts to Sven, who has been injured by one such arrow, and begs Na-yoon to leave him behind. Carrying his heavy weight, Na-yoon shouts at him to shut up if he cannot run. She still cannot believe what happened earlier. An arrow came flying out of nowhere and hit Sven from behind. She could not believe it was part of their training, so she made a run for it, especially since this is an artificial dungeon where situations like these are not supposed to happen. She is trying to escape a giant demon, a lava golem, a mini Godzilla that is chasing after Na-yoon. No wonder she is pissed at Sven for yapping while being injured. Training is underway for the cadets in the artificial cave. They are busy fighting the fire salamanders, which are shooting beams from their mouths. Hajin's team is defending against them quite well, especially the cultural unit. They defend and counterattack with long-ranged weapons. Hajin and Yeonha are also swiftly cleaning up the mess with ease. Jaden is having fun slicing down the monsters on his own. This continuous fight seems to be an easy victory for our heroes. They have not faced a really difficult monster so far, since they are nothing more than fodder. Apart from the poisonous arrow, they do not think they have encountered any traps to watch out for, so they are fine with pushing in and exploring deeper. But something about the poisonous arrow does not sit right with Hajin. He even received a notification about it from the system. He cannot believe that these idiots still think the arrow is just a part of training and not an actual threat. Hajin is riddled with so many thoughts when, suddenly, a strong, creeping presence from behind terrifies him. A fully charged salamander is preparing its devastating fire beam, ready to launch at any moment. Hajin is utterly shocked that one of the salamanders survived and was not dead after they had made sure it was down. The enormous fire blast is released in their path, with Yeonha and the others standing defenseless. This one attack could annihilate all of them. This is why Hajin intervenes in the battle with his stigma magic, releasing his one-time use ability to cast a water barrier at once. The stigma magic manifests the water barrier, protecting them from the beam's wrath. The beam is powerful, but eventually it fades against the defensive properties of the water barrier engulfing their team. Finishing its attack, the salamander crashes as it was its final resort. But what Hajin pulled off just now has shocked his teammates. Hazuki and Hosung do not know what they saw. They also couldn't believe that the salamander's attack was so powerful, especially for a training exercise. It was a real flame breath at full strength, and while it didn't fully connect with the heroes, it was still dangerous. Jaden was the only one enraged by the incident. He immediately grappled Hajin for hiding activating his water attribute powers, especially since they had needed them a while ago. Hajin tried to play it calm, explaining that he was just using the effect of a magic item, but Jaden wasn't going to buy his excuse. Yonha pulled in to break them apart. What troubled them was the fact that they had faced a real monster in an artificial dungeon. Yonha reasoned that the place was supposed to mimic a traditional or normal dungeon, which meant it was likely that one of the salamanders had evolved in some way, or something else had caused it to pop up. She didn't want to focus on the details of that for now, because she was confident they would receive points for taking out a real monster later. Yonha led the group, acting like she didn't really care about what had happened. But in her thoughts, she was much too confident that Hajin was bullshitting about the magic item excuse. The fact that he couldn't afford the Desert Eagle was proof enough that he couldn't have gotten his hands on a magic item out of nowhere. What's more, it was specifically water attribute magic. While Jonghak and Suho seemed like candidates to pull that kind of stunt off, a guy like Hajin was just out of the question. Yonha connected the weird coincidences involving him so far, such as the mountain tyrant's vital point, and the fact that he was capable of using magic. She couldn't figure out why he was going through so much to hide his powers, which reminded her of Nayun's initial assumption that he was probably a fiendish human. Because of her puzzled thoughts and her inability to trust Hajin, Yonha had kept a close eye on him. Meanwhile, let's check in on Nayun and see how she was facing her monster. The Maga Megalith was a real threat, an intermediate grade monster that seemed unstoppable. They thought it was a dungeon boss, and even wondered if it was possible to deal with such a monstrosity, especially with a normal team. Their plan was to join forces with the other teams and lead a joint attack. There was also the concern that Sven's condition was fragile. Nayun was stumped by the poisonous arrow darting from out of nowhere. She was starting to believe the dungeon was way too challenging for a cadet-level training. Sven's condition was shown to be worse than what everyone believed. He felt like the burden of the group for letting everyone down, and with this, his mental condition worsened. He had troublesome thoughts and came to question his abilities. It tortured him from the inside until one voice decided to take advantage of his crippled state. The voice asked if he was seeking strength, especially since he had suffered so much throughout this time. This voice promised to give him exactly what he wanted by offering him the strength of his dreams. In exchange, this demonic voice requested that he surrender everything else. Faced with this offer, and in his pitiful state, Sven gleefully accepted the offer without thinking about anything else. Just as he accepted the offer, the demonic fiend captured his soul in its trap, causing him whirling pain. He shouted in agony as his body succumbed to pain. Nayun rushed to him and requested her party mate's attention, but all of his screaming had actually drawn their ugly old Goliath to this location. It stared at them for a casual hello before obliterating the place with its lava. The monster swayed its giant fist to crush the structures. The cadets were probably performing athletic-level sprints here because they were so afraid a giant fist would crush them if they weren't fast enough. The monster slammed the place down, sending some of the cadets flying. They were stuck with practically no way out. Even Nayun had hit a hard wall just carrying Sven and couldn't see a way out. Before she could even recover her breath, the horrifying creature popped up with its scary eyes. That was a nightmare right there. No one would want to be Nayun at that moment. The girl couldn't believe what they were facing and was now convinced that this wasn't a dummy. Faced with its wrath, Nayun was terrified to admit that they might just die in a place like this, an artificial dungeon. The monster prepares to unleash its attack when a mana bullet comes flying from out of nowhere, striking the monster down and penetrating the top of its head. Nayun turns her attention to the shooter who attacked the monster from afar. It's none other than Hajin, who has saved her ass a second time. If she's still ungrateful after this, I swear he better leave her to die. Let's go back a few minutes to see what happened with Yona's team. They ended up hitting a massive wall, annoying Jaden, because this path was supposed to lead them to the dungeon's boss monster. Hajin confirms that they're still at the right place. In fact, they've never been closer, but he himself didn't anticipate the wall just ahead. Instead of fixating on those details, Hajin claimed that the monster was lurking right behind. He wanted the group to try and break the wall for him. Jaden was pissed that Hajin was the one taking charge of the operations and running the show. Anyway, Jaden still attacks with the full force of his sword. The result? The poor guy experiences a sharp shock because the wall has been infused with strong defensive capabilities, so even an attack infused with magic is fruitless against it. Hazuki notices something and points to the gap just above the wall. Hajin believes they could use the gap to cross over, but Jaden thinks it's a ridiculous idea, believing Hajin is crazy for thinking he could make it up a 10-meter climb. Realizing that Jaden is a fool who probably can't do what he's about to pull off, Hajin decides to go first. He uses his parkour technique, strengthening his grip and making him so agile that he turns and tosses his way up, lunging like an expert until he reaches the top. From there, he avoids the group and dashes away. Right then, the entire group hears a sudden boom coming from the other side. The dungeon is once again experiencing a sudden, unexpected change. Jaden doesn't know what's going on, but what they don't know is that a giant lava golem has been wreaking havoc. Inside, Hajin comes to rescue Nayun. He's pleasantly surprised that the stun properties of his shot just wore off and didn't last very long against this creature of bulldozing size. He calls for Nayun to run away while she still can, instead of sitting idle. Things get worse for Hajin since the towering monster just so happens to have found its newest target. Hajin's face turns pale as he begs Nayun to save him now, instead of running away. Instantly, the group assumes battle formation and strikes the lava golem from many angles. But despite their heavy blows, none of the hits work against this beast, as it stands impenetrable as ever. Seeing them come to her rescue, Nayun is glad and decides to get down to business as she readies a powerful arrow shot. She wants them to keep the monster distracted while she prepares her shot. A few more moments pass, and eventually Sven shows up from out of nowhere with his surprise entrance. He keeps the monster busy and distracted, allowing Nayun to wind up more of her strength. Remembering the outcome against the demonic human from last time, she swears that this time things will turn out differently. And then, Nayun releases her obliterating arrow, which utterly annihilates the monster's face upon impact. The golem's corpse hits the ground as lava melts out of its head. The cadets can't believe that they were able to defeat such a ferocious monster with their combined strengths. Some of them are hoping they're rewarded with a good amount of points. Nayun and Sven also catch up with them. The rest of the group is shocked by Nayun's sudden attack, and she calls it her finishing move. Hajin is disinterested in the rest and fixates his attention on Sven, who has yet to transform into a fiend at this level. It's an alteration from the original story, which is certain to cause future changes. The transformation will occur no matter what, especially since he has made a pact with the demon in this cave. Now it's going to be tough because there's no telling when he'll act up against the group and make the story chaotic. Nayun's attention drifts to the boy in the distance, who is catching his breath. She takes a moment to forget her anger towards him and approaches to talk with him privately. Knowing she owes him a bit, Nayun tries to utter the words "thank you," feeling embarrassed to say them. Earning her acceptance is actually a radiant experience for Hajin, who can't fathom what just happened. He spaces out and questions what she said, causing her annoyance. She confirms she won't say it again. Hajin can't believe she actually went ahead and thanked him like this. Her entire life has been riddled with nothing but tragedy. The very first tragedy to befall her occurred when she turned 6. It was tough for the poor girl to lose her mother at the hands of a fiend, and this strengthened her resolve to one day become a hero. Normally, kids were taught to have fun and laugh, but Nayun was different. She was filled with anger and abused her body to its utmost limits from a young age. She was shut off and couldn't build meaningful connections because that would risk her vulnerability and openness about her past. As a consequence, only a handful of people have earned her gratitude, and there are barely any who can confidently call her a friend. That's why this moment is so special to Hajin. The character he wrote, who was meant only to say sorry, finally said something completely contradicting herself. He knew it better than anyone else as the author of the novel. Nayun then goes on a tangent, questioning why he's letting Younghak's goons annoy him when he's so strong and capable in real situations. After all, just one shot from his gun was able to stun the monster in place. There's no way the goons are a match for a guy like him, so she doesn't understand his intentions. Hajin expresses that he doesn't truly have a way to beat them. This is strange to Nayun, who has seen him beat a monster with his weapon. The boy demonstrates his new gun, the Desert Eagle, and explains that it's just a custom-made craft that helps him take care of things. All in all, he's trying to avoid looking like a strong guy. Nayun is shocked hearing him admit to a crime so openly. Modified weapons are actually illegal in the institution and would cause an immediate suspension. Hajin confirms that's the only reason he uses the weapon, when he truly needs it. Thankfully, he's found a way to hide this gun within his stigma mark, allowing him to keep stronger weapons tucked inside his inventory without getting suspended. However, Nayun is still not buying his excuse. Seeing how strong he is, she curiously questions if he possesses some kind of gift related to his firearm skills. Hajin doesn't give her a proper response, but she seems content and leaves. She isn't going to rat him out for using the gun, but recommends he stop using it. Before leaving, she stops to address another topic, the same topic that fueled her hatred towards him. Hajin grows silent for a moment and still refuses to apologize or clarify. He doesn't want to apologize and forge a connection with her, since her forgiveness would be detrimental given what's going to happen in the future. He is literally plotting to assassinate her older brother. Of course, he's not going to emotionally manipulate her by befriending her right now. His target is locked in, to kill Choi Jin-yoon in the future no matter what. When Na-yoon returns to her group, they are all dying to know if she's somehow friends with the guy. She quickly declines, but Sven seems to have caught on to something with his creepy look. A sudden announcement is made to the cadets. The dungeon training exercise is suspended at once. They want all of them to exit the dungeon right away. It seems they caught on pretty late. They'd probably be collecting corpses if not for Hajin. There are several problems that came up during the assault exercise. The first is that all surveillance cameras were shut down right after the exercise began. Then, real monsters, instead of artificial ones, found their way in and spawned in place of the dummies. Finally, the staff didn't act until the last second when things went wrong. It was a serious incident, but it involved no casualties, which is why the Cube decided to launch an internal investigation instead of seeking help from authorities. Hajin explains that the fiendish humans secretly lurking in the Cube's executive staff probably succeeded in suppressing the matter at hand. He knows that the investigation won't happen until episode 2 is fully concluded. Right now, what's truly troubling him is the objective of the co-author and his intentions with Sven. There's one side effect of making a pact with a demon. It causes a person emotional distress as well as an obsession. The worst possibility that comes to Hajin's mind is Sven going ballistic and killing Na-yoon. He wants to make sure that future doesn't come to pass. That's why he's secretly tracking both of their movements. Hajin clicks on his messenger app, apologizing for his immoral methods to achieve the results he wants. The system connects him to Na-yoon's messenger account. There, he sees a bunch of chats, such as with Suho, Sven, and Young-hak. His only topic of interest is Sven himself, who is inviting her to the hunting club's event this week. In the original story, this same event is the breakout of Sven's erupted state. Just to make sure nothing happens, Hajin intends to trail them and do whatever it takes to neutralize the situation. He's also increased his stats now, so he thinks it's finally time to go hunting for the garrison dungeon. In class, Hajin receives a sudden message from his smartwatch. He doesn't know why Suho is calling him out of nowhere. Suho personally asks if Hajin is free on Friday because he's been meaning to ask something. The garrison is a mountain in the Gangwon-do province, known for its spiritual effects. It's often called a training haven by the martial artists who gather from all over the country just to train there. But it's not just them. The garrison is also visited by many vagabonds who love touring the mountains for buried treasures instead of risking their lives to fight monsters. One of these vagabonds is the ginseng digger Kim Yoon-jun, and he's going to be accompanying Hajin for this event. Hajin isn't the least bit excited or touched by Yoon-jun's enthusiasm. Yoon-jun is confident that Hajin will never be able to find ginseng with his current approach, but Hajin corrects him, stating that his purpose isn't ginseng, but something else. There's a lot of blabbering that irritates Hajin, and he simply chooses to ignore him. Yoon-jun arrogantly assumes that Hajin is inexperienced, and he's somewhat right because Hajin trips and falls many times on his way. But just then, Hajin finds the dazzling ginseng. He can't believe his eyes. Hajin ends up munching on the 7-year-old ginseng root. Thanks to the modification function, it will allow him to increase his stats by 2 points for a shortened duration. What's so remarkable about this specific ginseng is that if he sold it, he could have made 700 million from it. It still kills me why he didn't use it to pay off his debt, though. Hajin stumbles and finds it difficult to travel so far up. He thinks it's reasonable that the dungeon he's looking for hasn't been discovered yet. In the garrison, beyond its glory lies the place he's looking for, the undead dungeon, the cave of terror that Hajin now stands before. The boss of the dungeon is called the Death Knight, and he's a really tough upper intermediate grade monster. The ginseng buffed Hajin's stats quite a bit, but this Death Knight is still going to destroy him, defying his expectations. As he steps inside, Hajin expresses that he doesn't care about that because he has different goals in mind. Just then, a scary hand emerges from the underground. Myriads of undead monsters come creeping out to greet Hajin at the dungeon's entrance. Prepared to fight them all off, Hajin readies his stigma magic, reflecting that his true intentions aren't to take down the boss monster today. His real goal is to access the dungeon's hidden stage. Suddenly, all the skeletal monsters rush forth to attack the seemingly defenseless boy, but they'll regret what's about to happen. Hajin pulls out his strap and annihilates one of the undead monsters at point-blank range. Talk about a stylish kill shot. The same happens to the rest of the undead monsters, who are easily taken down with every shot. Hajin activates his eagle-eye precision ability to track the trajectory of his shots. He then uses his quick mobile agility to leap over the monsters, attacking them from above to score more kills. After killing enough of them, Hajin stops shooting, realizing he's done defeating them all. However, the number of these undead monsters is bound to increase as he approaches the hidden stage. This is a clear sign that he's headed towards the Evangel's location. This Evangel person is actually a witch who is supposed to act as the boss of the garrison dungeon's hidden stage. This witch plays a significant role in the future. She's going to construct the Castle of Evangel, the most terrifying undead fortress in the history of mankind. She will make an abandoned school its host and wreak havoc. She's going to be truly troublesome to deal with when she becomes mature and more powerful, which is why Hajin is interested in taking her out while he still can. After defeating her, he's hoping to acquire 2 drop items as a reward. The first item is the upgradable equipment called the Ether, and the second is the Seed of Evangel. In the original novel, both items were responsible for helping the fiend Tomer become so powerful that he became the executive force of evil. That means if Hajin is looking to become strong at an even faster rate, the Ether is his best advantage. He approaches the door of the dungeon's hidden stage, where only darkness awaits him. Activating his precision, Eagle Eye, he's able to peer far into the cave without worrying about any monsters. There, he sees a shiny dead tree with crystals emerging from it. His target is the young witch, who has yet to mature and is very vulnerable in her current state. Since it's incredibly tricky to beat a fully mature witch, his only chance to defeat her is now, while she's physically incapable and weaker than her mature self. The little witch is fiddling with her spell and playing around. The sight is too innocent for Hajin, who has come here with the purpose of preventing the doom she will one day unleash in the future. His emotions are trying to get the better of him. As the author, he takes full responsibility and musters the spirit to kill her. After all, even Tomer, the future executive of evil, did the same. As he approaches her, Hajin reasons that the little witch is nothing more than a bit of his own creation when it all comes down to it. He is the reason she exists, and he is the reason she will die. A normal witch in her spirit form can't be taken out with bullets, even if they're infused with mana. So, in this particular situation, Hajin activates the power of his stigma magic and creates a magical spear imbued with light attribute magic. This should be enough to kill the witch in one strike. He's also truly impressed by the aged Ginseng's effects, since they boosted his stats significantly. Believe it or not, Hajin chucks the spear full force at the baby witch, annihilating her spiritual form with a clean headshot. Hajin wasn't expecting himself to be so brutal. Anyway, he was expecting his previous attack to finish her off completely. But for some reason, she's far stronger than she looks. Even while immature, she managed to survive the brutal attack. The witch recovers her lost spiritual body with what's left of her powers. The dungeon begins shaking in a massive earthquake as the baby witch finally becomes unable to sustain her form and explodes in a wave of dust before Hajin's eyes. At last, the 2 items he was looking for have both dropped. The Seed of Evangel contains the soul of the witch, allowing Evangel to resurrect once the germination process is complete. The Ether, on the other hand, allows the owner to reinforce their weapon and upgrade their powers. Having acquired the Ether item, it buffs all of Hajin's stats by 0.6. The system also informs him that this item cannot be further traded. Back at his dorm, Hajin is glad to experience the effects of the item. His mission was a success. The effects of Ether will only amplify his skills even more once he levels up. With all of the skills he has acquired so far, he thinks he is somewhat capable of performing as a cube cadet at his current level. Not to mention, he has also gained nearly 50 story points and experienced the effects of the ginseng. Arguably, the best part of his raid is the Seed of Evangel that he acquired, which can be used to resurrect the witch at any time through germination. The Witch of Despair title may make her seem like a villain, but in reality, if Hajin plays his cards right, he could help develop Evangel into a strong ally. The growing part of the seed isn't so difficult, according to the author. It only sounds complicated, but all it needs is a bunch of blood to develop over time. The personality of the witch is determined by the blood of the person who is providing it, which is why it is best for Hajin to select an ideal candidate. He is already thinking about asking Suho and Rachel, so that the witch turns out to be a little nicer to him. At the same time, he just cannot fathom asking either Yonha or Nayun, since they will cause a scene and spoil the witch's personality quite a bit. It is a red flag that he is going to avoid. The real question is, how is he going to acquire the blood? Hajin puts it off for later and thinks he should take some rest, since tomorrow is the main event that is going to exhaust much of his strength. The hunting club, where Sven will likely cause a scene against Nayun, is right around the corner after all. The following day, at the Bayakba Mineral Springs, a group of cube cadets are delighted to become a part of their first outing orientation. One girl gives a speech addressing the cadets and decides to repeat the club activities one final time. Hajin is part of this group, paying close attention. The girl explains that the Leonidas Hunting Club will conduct its usual hunting, but she also reminds them not to treat this as a hobby. It is a serious responsibility as it works to help the public and the citizens of the province. As this unfolds, Hajin is sweating bullets. He does not know what is going to take place and how things are going to change directions. All he knows is a simple description of what happened in the original novel. Sven's outburst against Nayun rendered her severely injured, while he himself was killed in battle. Hajin wrote the story this way to allow Suho to become closer to Nayun and care for her. The really interesting part is that while people are heavily focused on Nayun as the fiend's target, Yunha becomes the defenseless victim. Hajin is extremely cautious and even terrified of the outcome, since it is much much different from the original story arc he created for Sven's character. While he possesses some demonic power at his current level, he has yet to manifest into a full transformational state. Hajin is hoping that it would be ideal for Sven to throw a tantrum here so that he has the best chances of taking him down with other people. While he is fixated on Sven, Nayun is bothered by Hajin's consistent stares. She does not understand why he is looking at her like that, not knowing that he is keeping an eye on Sven's every move. Nayun is also starting to feel afraid that this guy might secretly have a crush on her, which is just funny. Sven is also wary of him and tells her to be careful, but Nayun takes his warning as a joke since he does not pose any threat to her. Sven clarifies that he is talking about the disappearances that have been occurring recently, implying that Hajin might be related. However, Nayun has developed some form of trust in him and believes that he is an innocent guy who is not the type to act like that. The hunting begins as Sven and Nayun go on ahead, with Hajin trailing and keeping an eye on them for any incidents. Some time passes, and they are off in the forest, where an innocent deer is annihilated by a brutal demon. This brutal demon is none other than Sven, who is testing out his newly acquired demonic powers. Sven releases the animal when he hears Nayun's voice calling for him. She has hunted an animal down herself, but what really amazes her is the fact that he hunted down far more than her in such swift motion. He is standing there, appearing innocent, while she does not know what is going on. Sven claims victory for the hunting mission, and as part of their deal, he can ask anything from her. But when it comes time to say his wish, Sven fumbles with his feelings and tries to ask her out. While this is happening, Hajin keeps a sharp eye on them both. After all, he knows this could prove problematic. The demon Sven made a pact with is called the Carnal of Desire, and as such, a person who becomes its fiendish puppet is riddled with their own desires. That's why Sven is incapable of restraint right now. Anyway, Sven finally speaks his mind. He wants Nayun to be his girlfriend. Hearing those words, Nayun pauses momentarily, not knowing what to say. Her puzzled and startled reaction makes him wonder if she's trying to refuse. Nayun confirms that she doesn't know how to feel about dating someone she's barely known. Her cold words really sting him. Hajin thinks it should be enough of a trigger to activate Sven's obsession, causing him to lash out and reveal his fiendish nature. Nayun further clarifies that she's into guys who are more powerful than her. Well, if her previous words didn't hit him, this surely will. In fact, they do. Sven looks utterly crushed, despite the common saying that the worst she could say is no. Anyway, Nayun emphasizes her point and tries to leave, but Sven isn't getting the hint and asks if he simply has to prove that he's stronger than her. At this point, she's getting peeved and creeped out by his words. All of a sudden, a demonic hand lashes out at her. Sven annihilates the very ground she's standing on. He's acting as if possessed by a nine-tailed fox, taking on a tailed beast form. Anyway, the reason Nayun survived the brutal attack is because Hajin stepped in and amplified his defense shield with his ether equipment. Just as he's turning to ask if she's alright, Sven impales him with a strong strike. Nayun attempts to grab her weapon in the little time she has while Hajin fights for his life as the fiend strangles him. Nayun activates magic condensation immediately and cuts one of the tentacles, demanding that he free Hajin. Sven goes completely mad and starts ranting about how much he loves Nayun and obsesses over her. His obsession causes his demonic form to become stronger. Nayun is enraged and continues to use her magic condensation while Hajin is powerless. A beam of green light illuminates as Nayun achieves the peak of her potential. The author explains that some characters in the world end up choosing incorrect weapons, which don't match their gifts. Of those characters, Nayun is at the top of the list, since her real specialty isn't long-range weapons, but magic. She materializes a giant sword with her full strength and demands Sven to free Hajin at once. Nayun releases a cataclysmic attack against the fiend. The aftermath of this attack is nothing but destruction around her. It shredded the ground itself, impressing Nayun with her own powers. Hajin can't even believe what he just saw. He thinks the girl conjured a lightsaber, like she's the last Jedi. She's just as confused as him and doesn't know what happened. More importantly, Nayun is worried if he's alright. Hajin confirms that he's alright, but her own condition is a mess, as her last attack drained her power completely. Her vision turns hazy, and she collapses to the ground. Hajin rushes to her aid. After a while, Nayun finally wakes up and flinches, realizing he's carrying her on his back. She's so embarrassed that she wants to be put down at once. Hajin doesn't think that's a wise idea, and he's trying to help her out, but this girl is far too embarrassed to accept his help. He lets her go, causing her legs to give out as she collapses to the ground once again. Nayun is terrified, as she doesn't even possess the strength to stand on her two legs. It's almost as if she's lost control of them. Hajin looks at her with a baffled face and questions if this is the first time she's suffering from a mana burnout. From her winded and stunned expression, it confirms to Hajin that she's probably never even heard of it. He explains that a mana burnout occurs when a person has exhausted every last ounce of their mana, causing them to become powerless. This means it's going to be tough for her to walk on her own for at least the next 2 days. Hajin teases her and wonders if he should just leave her here. With no choice left, Nayun is forced to accept his help and climbs onto his back. As they're making their way back, Hajin asks if she's still going to keep using her bow as her main weapon, since he's seen an incredible development in battle. Nayun is confused about where he's coming from, but Hajin tells her that even she must have felt something inside of her. She unlocked a new ability that was previously unknown to her. Thanks to her magical powers, she could annihilate hundreds of monsters and fiends with just a single slash. When it comes to an all-out war, Nayun's powers are borderline unstoppable, given the talent she has just manifested. That's why she's called the supreme ruler of the battlefield in the future. But for that to happen, she's going to have to give up her precious weapon, which she has used since a young age. Nayun feels enraged because of how much he knows about what's best for her. Hajin thinks she's going to stick to the bow for a while. He helps her get close to the portal and recommends she carry the rest of the way on her own. Nayun is left helpless by his sudden leave, even begging him to stay. But Hajin, being pragmatic, walks away. The following day, news of Chai Nayun's assault reaches many cadets at the cube. They even learn the identity of the fiend, Sven. Hajin merely paces through the cadets without paying them any attention. He approaches a door and opens it, only to find several notable characters gathered in one place. There are Horak, Jonghak, Yonha, and the class representative, Yeonhan. The key players have gathered in one location, and Hajin is a part of them. Let's talk about the day before the incident involving Chai Nayun. Suho asked Hajin to spare some time on Friday because he was looking for a favor. When Hajin asked for more information, Suho told him that he was interested in investigating the missing students. The institution had put him in charge to lead a team of cadets. Since the institution hoped to prevent outside intervention, they decided to form an internal investigation, led by cadets from every grade, in order to eventually catch the culprit. The representatives of the first-year investigation team are notable characters such as Suho, Jonghak, and Nayun. Suho also added that the institution could have conducted an investigation using a personal team, but they figured the most effective way to catch the perpetrator hiding among the cadets was by using the cadets themselves. Hajin could understand all of that, but he couldn't understand why he was the one being asked. Surprisingly, he learned that Nayun had made a personal request to add him to the group, which was why Suho decided to invite him. That's why Hajin ended up going. It would also help him acquire more story points, which was good for him overall. Suho began explaining that they would need opinions to decide the case. He also wanted to lay out the deductions everyone had made so far. None of them believed that Sven's incident with Nayun was correlated with the investigation. But just as Suho was talking about this point, Jonghak became riddled with rage, questioning if they were talking about the same Nayun from their class. Suho didn't know why he was being dramatic, and believed that she would be the next target from their class. This was backed by the fact that fiends were given orders via demons. That means the demon who formed a pact with Sven will likely keep on hunting Nayun using its other puppets. Suho then asks if the rest of them find anyone suspicious to be mentioned in the list, as it would be a great help to know. Now, Hajin himself knows the identity of the person responsible for the disappearances. However, he's trying not to interfere with the events of the story, which is also why he doesn't want to reveal the guy's identity. That's what Hajin believed, as 6 students disappeared in 2 months from out of nowhere in the original story. But what's really interesting is that 3 students have already disappeared in 2 weeks in the current timeline, meaning the plot is advancing faster and more students may fall victim to this guy. Faced with this situation, and remembering how he helped Nayun, Hajin is faced with a difficult decision. While he wants to let the story unravel at its own pace, it also means he would risk the people he cares about. He no longer wants to be the person who ignores evil, which is why Hajin promptly raises his hand, claiming that he knows someone who might be a primary suspect. He then drops the name of this person. It's the bastard Hyun, the charming fucker and president of the study club. His sudden accusation causes the entire room to fall dead silent. Suho argues that it can't be him since they've already investigated the guy and nothing came out of it. Jonghak particularly mocks this suggestion, as it would mean that Hyun is using psychic magic to lure his victims. Hajin counters that he doesn't know if Hyun is using typical psychic magic, but he remains doubtful. All of a sudden, Yeonha joins the discussion, taking a sharp jab at Hajin. She thinks it's rather odd for him to accuse others. In reality, instead of the club president, Yeonha believes that Hajin may be the person most likely to be the fiend involved. Hajin is baffled by her words. Let's go back to the beginning of the novel. Right when it was being created, Hajin felt the need to add an assistant character for the main protagonist. This character, he thought, would be necessary to help Suho, using their strong personality and complex interests. Happily adding the character back then, the author Kim Hajin named this character Yu Yeonha. And now, let's return to the present. Yeonha emphasizes her point, counter-accusing Hajin of being the real fiend among them. Suho tries to defend Hajin, explaining that Hajin has the excuse of using a portal at the time of the incidents. Yeonha explains that she's just dealing in baseless accusations, just like Hajin. She thinks it's pointless to bring up the study club president's name like that, especially when Hyun's excuse is more solid compared to Hajin's. The author tries to control the situation, but he's already lost control as one of the other characters is enraged and suggests they all attack Hajin to see if he transforms or not. The situation turns to Yeonha's benefit, as she's been meaning for this to happen. All the while, Hajin is struck colorless and doesn't understand why he has to bear the brunt of their suspicions. He lets out a small laugh and, instead of backing down, roars at the cadet, daring him to come and try attacking him if he's really interested in eating a headshot. I'm not gonna lie, I really like this side of him. Suho attempts to break their quarrel, while Hajin argues that they should consult Nayun to clear suspicions about him. He's just about to bring up how they were together at the portal when Jonghak suddenly whacks a basketball full force at Hajin. Enraged that Hajin brought up her name, Jonghak questions why he's bringing her up at all. Hajin argues that when Nayun ended up getting attacked by the fiend, they both combined their strengths to beat the monster. He even belittles Jonghak and his lackeys for screwing around and not knowing the obvious details about the incident. Jonghak loses his temper, while the class rep helps calm him down. Hell is breaking loose between the main characters. Hajin clears his name and proceeds to make his exit, but just as he's reaching for the door, the cadet rushes to pummel him with a powerful fist. Hajin senses his overwhelming presence and instantly ducks the punch, which obliterates the door to pieces. Even Jonghak is surprised by the cadet's sudden attack, while the assailant is shocked that Hajin managed to duck his immensely fast strike. Hajin is now effectively pissed and brings out his gun to shoot the cadet down. The cadet lunges to attack him as Hajin prepares to take his shot. Both of them are stopped with a sword slash by the main character, Suho himself. Suho thinks Horak has overstepped his boundaries quite a bit, and even believes Yona is doing too much instead of consulting Nayun about her suspicions first. Yona pauses before using her smartwatch. Hajin storms off as Yona learns from Nayun on a call that Hajin cannot possibly be the suspect. Now that Nayun herself has cleared his name, everyone in the room is not only embarrassed, but also felt they had deeply wronged him by how they mistreated him. These don't deserve his help, honestly. Hajin storms off and clears his head in the field. He's faced with a real rut and doesn't understand why he's having so much trouble coping with his current life. First, he fell victim to the plot of the novel he wrote, and now he's out here fighting the characters he passionately wrote. Unable to carry on any longer, Hajin slumps in defeat and confesses that he's tired of the world he's living in. He misses his real family back at home and expresses a desire to go back to his own world. Little thoughts like his expiring lease are beginning to bother him, and he wonders if he's already been listed as a missing person in the real world by now. Then there are his parents. He wonders if they're okay and if they're looking for him. There's so much to unpack that he was trying to suppress. At this moment, he feels helpless and vulnerable, fragile and trapped. There's no way of going back, yet he can't help but let out a yearning desire to return. Hajin is whining when the system pops up and reveals that his resilience stat has increased in response to what happened today. Hajin thinks it's somewhat pointless, but he's still glad his resilience increased a little bit. He believes he might have taken his own life by now if he didn't have the resilience to keep on going. Deciding to move past his whining, he pulls himself together like a champion. From that same slumped posture, he now stands as a confident hero ready to face life head-on again. Let's revisit Suho and the rest of the idiots who spectacularly Younghun asks where Hajin went, and Suho thinks he's gone to get some space for himself. There's Yeonha, who knows the dumbass Horak even went ahead and used his ability just now. What's more, she finds it quite suspicious how Hajin managed to dodge an attack from a martial artist while being a ranged weapon user himself. It just makes her even more suspicious of him. Well, she receives a sudden message from Hyun, who requests to see her in the study room the following day. This is exactly happening like Hajin said, but despite her suspicions, this dumb accepts the offer of a person who is literally in the process of murdering someone. Hajin is starting to understand why people say it's better to be busy when you're depressed. Ever since he joined the novel's story, he's just been so busy working on improving himself and hunting that he forgot to think about anything in detail about what he's missing from the real world. He sits quietly by himself while the rest of his characters like Suho and Younghun are visibly worried for him, especially after the phenomenal screw-up from the other day. Hajin is a little frustrated when he realizes he's stuck in a story with the characters he wrote. He thinks it's a good time to start investing in ways of getting back home. Nayun rejoins the class, having recovered her health. Despite Jonghyuk's concerns for her, Suho offers to assist her since she's still not in top shape. Jonghyuk is a little possessive of her, and he's not afraid to show it. Hajin is focused on Younghun, who is sitting without a care in the world about what happened yesterday. Class begins with the instructor reminding them about the incoming midterms. After the written exam, they'll move on to the practical exam, where they will be judged on 2 evaluative tasks. The first task is a duel among the cadets, while the second task will be judged based on a monster battle using mage-summoned beasts. The instructor highlights that the difficulty for both will be more rigorous than their usual exercises. Hearing this, Hajin reflects that he's not at all worried about the written exam. The only thing bothering him is the duel. Every cadet will be given 3 nomination cards which will determine their opponents. At first, it seems like the top students would easily crush the bottom rankers by picking them as their targets. However, the Cube institution knows this, which is why they implemented a reward grading system. This means that if a top ranker defeats a bottom ranker, they are not going to get many points from them. They might even receive negative points based on the cadets' ranks. However, not everyone seems to be affected by this rule, like Horak, who is generally a brawler and thinks with his head. He is just trying to beat up Hajin as his only target, for example. Apart from that, Hajin is bothered by another thing. Rachel has been acting a little weird around him and has been staying close. He explains that she has always been secretly observing what he is doing, when normally she studies all by herself. He does not understand what she is trying to do, or whether her intention is to copy his assignments. Rachel glances at his notes while he is happily writing down the names of his parents. This only causes the girl to get even more confused. The scene cuts to Yeonha's side, where Hyun is eagerly awaiting her arrival. She does not know what this is about, and approaches the study room where this charming prince is awaiting her. She is unconcerned and realizes that none of the other club members are here yet. Hyun insists that she take a seat, claiming they will be here very soon. Yeonha sees a strange scented candle that has been placed out in the open. Hyun makes an excuse that he is using it to improve his focus during studying. He talks about how she is a part of the investigation team hunting the fiends responsible for the missing students. Hyun is also on one of the teams himself, but he has not seen any progress on his end, so he wonders if Yeonha has any strong suspicions of her own. She claims that no one really comes to mind. At the same time, she cannot help but remember how an idiot talked about some baseless accusations. Intrigued, Hyun inquires further, and with a snap of his finger, he controls Yeonha's body, causing her to feel incredibly relaxed, as if hypnotized. She confesses the truth, stating that one of her classmates seems convinced that Hyun is the fiend and is using psychic powers on the victims involved. Hyun enthusiastically asks if there is any evidence to prove that. This is where he slipped up. Yeonha immediately catches on to the word evidence mentioned by Hyun. He tries to play it cool and claims that he misspoke, but he is already too deep in her suspicions now. Yeonha readies her weapon and claims that innocent people never talk about evidence when suspected of wrongdoing. After all, they are innocent to begin with. Yeonha brings out her whip, lashing out at Hyun and demanding his true identity. The curtains have been lifted at last. This sinister fiend unravels his true nature and tells Yeonha that her turn will come soon, so there is no reason to rush. The scene ends there and switches to the second-year student dormitories. Here, Yeonha wakes up, finally regaining consciousness, only to discover that she is tied up. Her eyes glance at the objects placed inside the empty room. She quickly recognizes that these are the second-year dorm rooms, which means Hyun has captured her, and that he is the hidden fiend responsible for the disappearances of all the students. The shocking realization hits her. Hajin was not lying to her. Instead of blaming herself, she prioritizes finding a way to get out of this predicament. She tries to break free from the rope binding her hands, begging for someone to free her, but it is of no use, as Hyun is already here and prefers she stay quiet and do as he asks. The scene cuts to Hajin, who has just received a sudden message from someone in the dead of night. It is from Yeonha too, so he cannot make sense of it. Yeonha sent just a simple number 9, a message far too cryptic for Hajin to understand. Meanwhile, Hyun breaks her smartwatch and mocks Yeonha for sending cryptic messages in the dead of night in her struggling state. He also takes note of the recipient, Kim Hajin, who was supposedly the person Yeonha rebelled against. Hyun thinks it's inevitable for Hajin to die as well now. Yeonha roars at him, claiming he won't get away with his actions, especially since the investigation team will be hot on his trail. The murderous Hyun breaks her smartwatch and reminds her that he has no interest in staying at the institution. He's just going to kill her and leave the cube. Hearing his words, Yeonha is filled with unfathomable rage, much to the entertainment of this charming He decides to call forth the demon Lilith, who made a pact with him. Hyun wants to transform her expression into one of horror instead. Let's go back to Hajin, who is still wondering what Yeonha tried to imply with this message. A bunch of questions pop into his head when, all of a sudden, he connects the dots and realizes that it's supposed to be 911. Instantly equipping himself with the Tome of Truth, Hajin asks for Yeonha's immediate location. When the book reveals the answer, Hajin is surprised that she's in the second-year dorms. The scene reverts to Yeonha's demise. She is currently facing the voice of the demon Lilith. She comforts the girl, who has faced so much loneliness throughout her life. Hyun's psychic powers are not enough to take her down, however, since Yeonha glares at him with a look of anger, proving that her will is strong and that she isn't ready to throw away her dignity. She resists his mind control, so he takes it a step further and brushes her hair, claiming that even the demon Lilith wants her to succumb to her spell. The girl flails as best she can to break free from the psychic spell, while the monster Hyun gleefully remarks that there's no way to escape Lilith's powerful magic, no matter how much she tries to resist it. Then, from out of nowhere, Hyun gets headshotted from the window. His brains hit the floor as he wails in agony. One voice calls out to Yeonha, taunting her for the situation she's put herself in by refusing to believe in his words. The wounded fiend calls out for the impudent assailant. Hajin happily adds that the bullet he used just now was tailored to his liking. This bullet won't be removed unless proper surgery is conducted, so there's no way of simply healing from it. Hyun goes batshit crazy and unleashes his demonic powers, urging Hajin to reveal his location. In his outrage, he destroys the entire room, even striking down Yeonha with his attack. Hajin thinks he's just pointlessly wasting his energy. He ridicules Hyun and still doesn't know where he is. Our boy is ready to pull the trigger a second time and claims that he's sitting somewhere far. Then he launches 3 more shots, bursting through the fiend's body and putting him on the ground. His body crashes as he finally sees Hajin's hidden location from afar. He was sharpshooting using his calibrated sniper rifle. Easy kills are why he loves long-range shots. He reminds Yeonha that he's going to waste all of the bullets she gave him. He puts more holes in Hyun and is hoping for Yeonha to cover his expenses later. This guy has literally terrified the fiend, who thinks Hajin is crazier than a literal demon. Hajin puts another hole in his back with another powerful shot. At this point, Hyun's a walking zombie, full of holes. Content with his work, Hajin thinks it should be enough. He asks if Yeonha's hurt, but thankfully she isn't. He recommends she lie unconscious as the rescue team will be here soon. Her consciousness fades as she releases words of gratitude to the person who just saved her life. Yeonha wakes up at the hospital, where Suho is sitting by her side, peeling an apple for her. Suho mentions that there's nothing wrong with Yeonha's physical condition, so she should be fine. She's the one bothered to ask why he's here. Suho explains that each of them took turns to nurse her back to health, and now it's his turn. Yeonha doesn't get why they're doing this for her. Suho expressed that they felt responsible for the situation caused. They were members of the investigation team, and yet one of their own was harmed while they focused their efforts elsewhere. Suho apologized on behalf of the entire group. Yeonha was speechless and felt Suho was stubborn. She had also formed a positive opinion of him through this interaction. However, the misunderstanding caused between her and Hajin hadn't escaped her mind. She wanted to know if a specific individual had come to check on her. Suho didn't understand what she was talking about. Too embarrassed to clarify, Yeonha decided not to bother and stared at the beautiful sky outside. Later that day, Hajin received a personal message from Yeonha, who wanted to help repay him for his actions. The situation turned out positive for Hajin personally, since he increased his story points by nearly 500. His Deadeye skill also bumped up a grade and reached grade 7. Hajin noted that it was the largest amount of story points he had ever received from one action. He thought the effort required to resolve one of the main arcs justified the points he received. While he hadn't really used much of his sniping skills, they were good enough to save Yeonha's life from danger. Just then, a voice called out for Hajin. It was Agent Soo-hyuk, who was delighted to find the young cadet contacting him out of the blue. The man immediately dropped to his knees, begging Hajin not to resign from the contract they made. It wasn't that serious for Hajin, though, because he never planned on doing something like that. Instead, he presented a briefcase to the man, claiming he was interested in investing his cash in SH Entertainment. His words shocked the agent. Let's unpack Hajin's thought process here. The ginseng he acquired and posted on the website earned him a brilliant 300 million won. First, he used 250 million from that amount to invest in Packhorse Masters stocks, and the remaining 150 million he wanted to invest in SH Entertainment. Considering the growth potential of the company, Hajin was confident that it was going to reap him profits just like Packhorse Masters. The agent was too stunned to speak. He couldn't even bring himself to feel worthy of receiving such a massive amount. Hajin told him that he should just take the amount for their mutual benefit. He made an additional request to buy a magic pouch as well as a high-utility vehicle with the amount. After confirming the agent's age, Hajin told him to dispense with the formalities and just address him casually. The agent couldn't accept that, coming from his newest investor, which made Hajin wonder if he should cancel the investment instead. Now that was something that put the agent back on his toes as he decided to address Hajin casually. They decided to take a walk by the convenience store for something. The agent asked why they were interested in lottery tickets now. Hajin was so incredibly smart. He knew he couldn't receive the prize money for the lottery without an active guardian. He wanted to prioritize the full potential of his luck ability. Hajin won 2 billion won from the lottery alone. To give you a rough comparison, that's equal equal to $1.5 million. Hajin was prepared to invest this amount as well and wanted the agent to edit the contract accordingly. The agent tried to receive his blessing and guarded it with his life, scared that someone might end up stealing the sum from him. Anyway, at an unknown warehouse, a spiritual creature materialized and told its master that a certain group had begun making their move. The pack horse masters have been listed. The leader intended to steal a particular item and disregarded the rest. The spiritual creature also remarked on witnessing something strange. It had come to notice how someone was aggressively buying the pack horse masters guild stocks. At first, this person invested 3 million, then 10 million, and now a whopping 250 million. It seems suspicious for someone to have so much money without a proper name. The leader, however, doesn't care and prioritizes working on their goal. The spiritual creature also reports that he saw a bunch of new pages opening up on the website, including information about the Relic Search Party and the Truth Agency. Something about the Truth Agency strikes him as odd. He wonders if they should file a request to locate the target. The leader aggressively addresses Drune by name, warning him to cut out his comedy. Drune remembers that the midterm exams are also supposed to begin tomorrow. Everyone is talking about Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak. Drune wonders if his boss will infiltrate the scene. It turns out she plans to make a move, hoping to find someone useful from among the group, which in this case is implied to be Kim Ha-jin. Some time passed, and the inauguration for the practical tests of the midterms had finally begun. Hazuki jumps and embraces her mother, as it had been a while since they last saw each other. During the practical week, it is explained that the cube opens up to many employment agencies, such as guilds and the association, as well as the families of the cadets involved. This results in a giant crowd, taking on the atmosphere of a festival. An announcement is made, confirming the cube's position as the world's leading hero academy, nurturing the talents of the future. One of the top heroes, Lee Jun-ha, is personally making the announcement, but Hajin doesn't seem thrilled about anything so far. He wonders if he should wait a bit longer. He acquired drones from Soo-hyuk and set them all over the institution for his personal investigation, searching for intruders. While there, he accidentally bumps into a lady and apologizes for his intrusion. This woman is the same one seen at the secret warehouse who has come here looking for a talent. Seeing her face to face, Hajin is stunned. He had completely forgotten about adding this character, who was supposed to make an entrance in the practical exams. His surprised and fidgeting expression leaves him a little too open. Hajin averts his eyes, realizing he's made the situation a little awkward. He tries to remedy the situation by saying something. He wants to apologize, but the words that come out of his mouth end up praising her beauty instead. The woman looks at him with a cold, deadpan stare, confirming that he had made the situation 100 times worse. She merely turns away without responding, as if to say he isn't even worth the effort. The woman disappears into the crowd and requests June to watch out for the person she just crossed paths with. This individual somehow managed to notice her despite her perception-blocking item. Since he's suspicious, she wants June to investigate him further. The author reflects that it's not only the heroes who come to welcome the cadets. Among them is the Chameleon Troop, another group inside the cube. They have the singular objective of scouting either Soo-hyuk or Jang-hak, both top rankers. Soo-hyuk doesn't fancy their belief systems and eventually gets disqualified as a prospective student from their IST. They then pay attention to Jang-hak specifically, and that's how the original story of the novel goes. The infiltration isn't the problem bothering Hyejin. It's the story changes that could emerge from the alterations, potentially involving the security heroes as well. The fight won't just end with a couple of people dying, but with many more. Speaking of the Chameleon Troop, the heroes get a little annoyed at being unable to find a suspicious person. One of the heroes thinks they would get a really bad reputation if an intruder passed them right in the middle of the practical week. These two heroes, Jun-hyuk and Yong-ji, are both ranked pretty high in the association for their skills. They're trying to eliminate a threat before it manifests during the practical week exam. Meanwhile, the suspicious leader's team is surprised that one boy was able to see past the siren necklace, which offers a perception blocking feature to hide its target. The man is actually invested now because all he sees around him are nothing more than weaklings. As for June, he can't figure this dumbass out, since all this guy thinks about is fighting strong people, which is what he wants to do with Hyejin. He is instructed to stay grounded and focus on the mission, as they are unsure about the boy's true capabilities or whether he poses a threat to them. June also tells him that the duels are soon about to commence. The second arena is filled with a large crowd, preparing to witness the first matchup of the day. The first duel announced involves the use of a nomination ticket. Kim Hyejin is making his way when Yeonha suddenly stops him and asks if he's headed to the arena. He confirms, explaining he's to be part of the first match. A satisfied Yeonha decides to use her servant to offer him 100 top-grade bullets, as she promised. Of course, he isn't supposed to use any of them during the test, but they're still his to use however he needs. She's also ready to lend him more in the future if necessary. As Hyejin accepts the briefcase, case, Yona clarifies that she's not trying to make things even between them just because he saved her life. Rather, she wants him to see it as more of a gift from her. She also tells him that many people have been asking her about the person who defeated the demonic human Hyun during the previous incident. However, since she knows his identity is precious to him, she decided to keep quiet. Hyejin is glad and hopes she behaves that way in the future. There's obviously going to be a bunch of trouble for him if people figure out he's the one responsible for taking out the fiendish Hyun. Yona is strangely talkative today and even claims to accept that Hyejin hides his powers for a reason. At the same time, she thinks he has no shot of passing the exam without using his powers. In response to her claim, Hyejin is a little baffled. She asks if he knows who he's facing, and the surprised look on his face is enough to say that he didn't know until now. Inside the trainee waiting room, one furious meathead is lifting weights, hoping to utterly demolish Kim Hyejin in this upcoming match. The scene goes back to June, who is investigating everything there is to know about Kim Hyejin's background. There's nothing special to note about him. He was an orphan who ended up in the military academy. He's also a low-ranked student without any special talents. The only thing about him is that he has a giant debt of 300 million to pay off. Reflecting on what happened between the two of them, the woman questions how he broke past the perception-blocking feature of her artifact. She doesn't know how it happened, and June doesn't have any clue either. Young, the musclehead from before, decides to meet up with the leader of the chameleon troupe. She's annoyed that he bolted off someplace else before coming here. Young tries to play it cool, but she doesn't care about him and simply asks what he was able to investigate. He claims that he didn't see anyone special from the group apart from weaklings in his way. June thinks it's obvious, but he wants to know if there's a particular cadet that stood out significantly from the rest. Young claims that he doesn't find anyone noteworthy. June explains that the first years are supposed to be exceptional this year, so he prefers Young to investigate them instead. There's also the fact that Hyejin's duel is just about to start. The same boy who managed to see past the perception-blocking ability of their captain. Back at the arena, the high-grade heroes are munching on food, being as careless as ever instead of attending to their surveillance duties. They talk about old times and family, when suddenly a man catches their attention. It's Young, and he's oddly sitting there and smiling for some strange reason. They wonder if he's some kind of fan of the heroes since he's staring at them from afar. Anyway, the fight is supposed to begin. Horak of the martial arts is the first contestant to appear on stage. The one he is supposed to face is ranked one of the worst students in the institution, Kim Hyejin. Both fighters stand to face each other. Since Hyejin knows he's previously gotten on Horak's nerves, he plays around and deals some heavy psychological damage. Horak's special move involves using the mana within his body to bring forth an invisible layer. This is called the enhanced protection energy. This means the guy is basically bulletproof to training ammo. And not only that, he's a walking threat to any opponent that makes the mistake of standing before him. It's the first matchup of the year, and both fighters are ready to rumble as the referee signals the start. Horak is the obvious aggressive fighter who makes his first move, while Hyejin waits in anticipation, immediately activating bullet time to feel him out. Also, he's increased the duration of bullet time from 3 seconds to now a whole minute, which is just insane. This will allow him the necessary time to catch up to Horak's insanely fast movements. Well, it still doesn't save him from the dude punching the arena with immense force and sending him tumbling. Even Hyejin thinks he's some kind of monster. Horak is heavy on the offense, chasing after Hyejin and obliterating chunks of the arena. The cadet finds an opportune moment and whips out his pistol at last. Hyejin fires a shot, inviting the arrogant Horak to believe that his opponent is clueless for disregarding the defensive capabilities of his protection energy. Horak thinks the bullet coming his way will be easily deflected without any problems, but that's exactly what Hyejin wanted him to believe. The bullet connects, causing Horak an overwhelming amount of pain and damaging his shoulder. A shocked Horak is as puzzled as the rest of the people watching this fight. A bullet piercing through enhanced protection energy has never been heard of before. It's only now that Horak is starting to realize who he's truly up against. There's just no conceivable way for a bullet to pierce his impenetrable shield after all. The confusion causes him worry, and he shrinks his body to block the incoming bullets. However, every single one of them causes him sharp, throbbing pain. Hyejin feels sorry for his opponent, who assumed he was more than capable of deflecting his bullets so easily. The truth is, these bullets have been specially infused with the mana of stigma magic. At the same time, they boast anti-demon properties, making them a force to be reckoned with. Hyejin releases more shots, putting Horak on the defensive and the back foot. The crowd cheers for the boy, but Horak has had enough. In a fit of rage, he pummels the arena to stop Hyejin's ruthless attack. The debris chipping away from the arena causes Hyejin to switch positions and evade. Hyejin then gives his opponent a warning before tossing a knife right in his face. Afraid, Horak chooses to avoid instead of deflecting. hiding, fearing that Hijin may have equipped a device on the knife. However, it was just another tactic deployed by Hijin to trick his opponent, as the knife was a fake. Now that Hijin has Horak in the open, he shoots him down many times again, making him unable to stand back up on his feet. Hijin slowly approaches the martial artist with his gun. Horak's body trembles as the crowd is struck horrified by what the cadet is about to do next. Hyejin's finger is dead set on the trigger, and he's ready to finish this fight. He is prepared to take the shot while Horak is defenseless. To everyone's shocking surprise, Kim Hyejin runs out of bullets at the last second. Horak may be exhausted, but he somehow manages to stand right back up, still as interested as before. But using this situation to his prime advantage, Horak literally throws in the towel and surrenders the fight, rendering his opponent the ultimate bitter taste of both victory and defeat. His sudden resignation even leaves the heroes stunned. The duel comes to a sudden close, with the winner being named Horak. This kind of disgraceful victory is at odds with the meathead who roars at Hyejin to come back, but our boy is too chill to care about him and leaves the stage. After the fight ends, the doctors are shocked that Horak recovered so quickly from his injuries despite being shot by actual bullets. As for the high-grade heroes, Junhyuk asks for Youngji's impression of the fight that went down. She remarks that the cadet Hyejin was rather competent, while his opponent made a ton of mistakes. If only Horak had taken the fight slowly to his advantage instead of rushing, he could have won. Despite her thoughts, Youngji is solely obsessed with Hyejin's performance. There's the fact that he displayed inhuman firing speed and even shocking visual prowess to keep track of the martial artist and put him in check. Then there's the fact that when Horak started getting weakened, Hyejin matched his pace. Youngji wonders if Hyejin possesses a gift that makes him a rival to any opponent he faces. She's also concerned about the mana-infused bullets he used. But this is a ridiculous argument to Junhyuk, who knows for a fact that even mana-infused bullets aren't strong enough to crack an enhanced protection shield. Youngji claims that they have yet to fully grasp the gifts Hyejin possesses to know for sure. Then there's the possibility that he might have enhanced himself. From what Youngji has seen here today in the duel, she's almost confident to admit that Hyejin boasts the potential to become the greatest hero of all time. Youngji memorizes his name because of his brilliant performance. As for Jung Hyung, he doesn't fancy Hyejin for some reason. He thinks the boy is too weak and boring with his small pistol. Jung Hyung is frustrated that the captain told him to investigate Hyejin's fight. Jun explains that Hyejin possesses the power of demonic destruction, which is reason enough. Jung Hyung still isn't interested though, and thinks it's a useless comparison to strength. Jun criticized him for acting like a just because Hyejin ended up being a ranged fighter. The warrior within Jung Hyung believes that a true fight is when fatal intentions to murder another opponent are involved. Jun ridicules and challenges this blowhard to go find some suitable cadets with that level of desperation. He also asks if Jung Hyung checked on Suho and Jong Hak, their main interests. Jung Hyung claims that they're all right. He's seen Jong Hak's spear in combat and finds his physical prowess quite commendable. There's also Jong Hak's aggression that puts everyone else on the defensive due to intimidation. Jun thinks Jong Hak must possess such an ugly character for Jung Hyung of all people to like him. Then Jung Hyung talks about Suho, whom he considers a weird person. Suho's fight was rather interesting when it came to his swordplay, since he can dance around with perfect strokes in combat. He has very sharp and refined movements, but something about those movements didn't seem right to Jung Hyung. Suho ultimately won the fight, but Jung Hyung believes that Suho is likely suppressing his true personality, as if he's someone other than he appears to be. Jun thinks that this confirms Suho's combat ability lives up to his reputation. Well, Jung Hyung isn't particularly impressed about either fighter so far. Lastly, Jun asks about Hyejin, whose name alone is enough to get Jung Hyung's blood boiling. Jun explains that the captain is interested in someone boasting anti-magic skills after all. Jung Hyung still hates the guy, but while he's shouting out in the open, a guard catches him, reminding him that outsiders aren't allowed in the forest and he must leave at once. Irritated to have been caught, Jung Hyung approaches the annoying bug and proceeds to squash him like an insect. Just a simple flick from his hand crushes the man's head as his body hits the ground. Hearing this, Jun asks if Jung Hyung crushed someone's skull. Jung Hyung happily confirms that he did, which is bound to infuriate the captain since it will cause needless trouble for them. The scene switches back to the leader of the chameleon troop, who is reminiscing about tragic flashbacks of her past. It seems that she lost someone dear to her and hopes to exact her revenge someday. She tasks Jun with keeping a close eye on all three of her favorite candidates. However, the one who is the highest priority out of all of them is Kim Hyejin, who could help them overcome the mana impairment with his special magic. Jun June wonders if this is really the right move since they know next to nothing about the guy. The leader doesn't care, however, and simply wants him to get the job done. After all, she intends to meet Kim Hye-jin in person tomorrow. On the second day of the midterms, the arena is as lively as it was yesterday. There's a scout from the Knife's Edge Guild, and even the Holy Grace of God. So many high-level people are making appearances just to scout promising cadets emerging from the duels. According to the Cube Institution's ranking system, Suho is supposed to face off against Yohei, the 8th-ranked student in the academy. Then there's Rachel fighting against Nayun, and their ranks are nearly identical. It's the best of the best, dueling it out. The first matchup is between the girls. Hajin is acting as a spectator, merely observing the scene. Since he already knows what happens, Hajin explains that Rachel will utterly demolish Nayun in this fight today. This is all thanks to Nayun's oblivious approach, as she has yet to switch weapons. The 8th duel among the first years begins. Nayun thinks this is the perfect opportunity for her to switch rankings with Rachel, since they are bordering each other. She releases a powerful arrow into the air, which further splits into a cluster of arrows descending upon her opponent. Rachel awaits the attack, dodging each one. However, one of the arrows is aimed at her head, so instead of evasion, she chooses to deflect it instead. Nayun is stumped by Rachel's defensive capabilities, especially as the melee fighter slowly gains ground and approaches her. The crowd goes wild in this epic fight. At the same time, the leader of the Chameleon Troupe decides to join Kim Hajin and sits with him. She stares at him blankly, while sitting right next to him. Hajin is too stunned to speak. Let's finally delve into who she is. This woman is supposed to be one of the most wanted criminals ever, the captain of the masked syndicate, and boasts a powerful reputation as an underworld figurehead with multiple aliases. Her real identity is only known to herself. Just as the poor woman is about to say hello to Hajin, someone spills a cold drink all over her face. It ruins her hair and destroys the mood. Even Hajin is flabbergasted. The man who spilled the drink apologizes, and they end up unable to see the outcome of the match. Rachel takes the victory, just as Hajin wrote in the novel. He hands the woman a handkerchief to clean herself up. She finally gets to the topic of interest, having seen his duel against Horak. Impressed by his performance, she hands him a business card to reach her. She also wants to know if the power he used was an ability of some kind. The card she is handing him is just one of her many aliases. It reads Li Xiaofeng, but it is not her real name, because Hajin would recognize it as the author's. He feigns ignorance and asks if she is here to scout him as a guildmaster. Hajin tries to take the card, despite the fact that it is illegal to scout cadets so early. But as he is trying to pull away, she grips it tightly, refusing to let go. The woman remarks that she is incapable of proving it immediately, but she has enough to offer him. She is expecting him to give her a call sometime. After that, she gets up and takes her leave. Hajin is left with a puzzled impression, since he does not think there is any logical reason for her to come up and find him like this. This begs the question, why did she come here at all? Meanwhile, the duel between Suho and Yohei concludes, and the winner is as clear as day. It is the protagonist, Suho. That is it for today's duels. Everyone is talking about Suho's brilliant performance. At the same time, many are discussing Nayun's downfall against Rachel. Until now, no one had ever seen a Korean top talent get defeated by an international student like that. Hajin retrieves his drone in the hopes of capturing useful footage that will help with his investigation. He wants to go to his room and analyze the footage, but right then he sees a miserable girl crying by herself. It is Nayun, and she is a mess after suffering a painful loss. Hajin remembers writing this scene in the novel. Nayun's spirits are in decline, but Suho stops by and helps her by comforting her after her defeat. This helps Nayun to eventually warm up to Suho, allowing her to open up to someone for the first time. As much as Hajin wants to encourage her, he thinks useless consolation will not prove useful in her situation right now. He strongly believes that there are times in life when people should learn to let things go, but that is just not the kind of person Kim Suho is, as he is stubborn and unwilling to let things go. Hajin wonders if Suho is going to be capable of helping Nayun out in this situation. This sparks a brilliant idea in his head. He decides to text her out of nowhere, praising her for her fight. Nayun reads the message with confusion while wearing a flushed face. Hajin teases her through his texts, reminding her that she would have done so much better with a sword. He thinks it's best for her to switch weapons like he did. His words oddly hit her in a confusing light. Speaking of Suho, he comes by to execute his part from the novel. But as he's about to comfort her, he sees Nayun's face filled with the anger of 10,000 lions. Instead of pitying herself, she is now fixated on hating the dumbass who is belittling her after her loss. And that's how the first semester midterm exams came to an end. Hajin was casually viewing his drone footage when he spotted something horrifying. It's Jung Young popping someone's head clean off with a flick. The sight is just a brutal mess, leading him to wonder if this dude is also related to the criminal group. From his actions, Hajin can tell he's a serious nutcase who doesn't bear a single hesitation before killing someone. What's worse is that he did it for his personal enjoyment. There are many people like him in this novel. The cities, now filled with advancements, make daily daily life comforting, but underneath them lurked monsters who didn't have any sense of right or wrong. While these people were human from the outside, they still opposed the heroes of the world. They wield a power beyond that of ordinary criminals. These psychopathic maniacs are the villains of the story. Hajin reflects that it's simply not enough to be wary of the antagonists in the novel. He's also dealing with an edited version of the novel because of the co-author, which means just about anyone could become his enemy in this world. The midterm's first test has concluded, which leads us to the monster testing site for the second practical exam. The cadets are welcomed by Jin Jua, a mage who will supervise the competition. Jua wants to summarize the exam contents before beginning. This giant stage is the place where monster battles among the students will take place. Jua will cast the monsters, and the cadets will have to fight them. The examination is supposed to be the most dangerous training they will have gone through up to this point, as the summoned monsters will be just as powerful as real monsters, and they won't disappear even if Jua tries to cast them away. The cadets are intimidated, realizing they're staking their lives for this one training exam. Jua prefers they accept defeat as quickly as possible if needed. Now for the criteria regarding their evaluation, their performance will be judged based on how well they did against the monster. Jua tells everyone to take a position and do their best in the exam. 4 people will be called at one time to initiate Group 1's exam. These 4 people consist of Junho, Hazuki, Junjin, and Spencer. All of them are put on standby until the monsters are summoned. The mage tells the rest of the cadets to pay close attention to the fights. The cadets who aren't fighting will have a chance to analyze the performance of their classmates. They'll be the ones to score them based on how well they performed. They could even add their own notes on what strategies could have been deployed instead. Jua wants to initiate the exam, but first, she requests everyone to turn off their smartwatches. She also reminds them to offer a sincere report, as it will affect the grade of their written exam. In cases like these, not even the lazy Nayan can half-ass the report. Anyway, the monster battles finally begin. The mage casts a summoning magic to bring forth one of the beasts. From her spell, materializes the first monster before Hazuki, the evolved ghoul. This strong and agile creature is quick on the draw and gives her a tough time from the get-go. The rest of the cadets mark their reports as the battles are taking place. Group 1's fights are concluded, allowing Group 2 to enter in their place. One of the cadets annihilates the snake monster. It's the class representative Yonghan, who has impressively defeated the creature without any trouble. Suddenly, a beam of light from above comes roaring down on another monster. It's Nayun, who used her cluster arrows to beat the unicorn monster, also clearing the test. Then there's Yeonha, who seems to be toying around with the creature she's dealing with. A few more groups pass by until it's time for Group 10 to arrive. Kim Hajin is faced against a unique monster, the Chrome Wolf. As expected, he shoots down the beast with his evasive tactics. Having found a comfortable position, Hajin believes that the fight is too easy for him and he'll finish it in no time. But suddenly something bad happens, causing confusion amongst the cadets. Hajin looks up to ask what happened, while the hero Junhyuk receives a report to act on duty. He also gets scolded for ignoring his responsibility. Youngji reminds him that one of the guards was literally murdered yesterday, so this is no time to be lazing around. An emergency alert has been fired off, but Junhyuk asks if she's uncovered the origin of it. Youngji suspects it came from the seafloor near him. As Junhyuk is speaking to her, a man comes out from behind. It's Jungyang, the villain, and he's happy to take care of the guy who has become their newest obstacle. Junhyuk warns him not to trespass into off-limits locations. Jungyang simply doesn't care, and prepares to fight this guy. He warns Junhyuk that it will be a fight he's going to regret, but as they're taking position, the vibration grows stronger, stealing their attention. From the sea, a tall twister manifests, forcing the examination to come to a suspended state. Cadets are instructed at once to evacuate the site and prioritize their safety. The final group engaging in the monster battle is told to immediately evacuate instead of completing their battles. Hajin is agitated, leaving things halfway and questioning what's causing so much trouble. The building rumbles as the monsters roam free. Hajin is hiding behind cover, afraid for his life since the monsters haven't been unsummoned. He calls for help, but no one seems to be around. He analyzes the situation, realizing that a mere coincidence couldn't have caused this level of madness. He wonders if it's the work of a fiend from among the mages who is secretly the perpetrator. Hajin lays down his suspicions. He marks out Jin Juha from his suspect list because of the mere fact that the system would have informed him about it. It's clear that no one in the examination center exhibited any new changes that would have caught his eye. Then Hajin faces a critical realization as his eyes dart around, realizing what's truly causing this havoc. Over to a different side, Rachel is confronted by a mysterious warrior. Their mere presence causes her unease. As Hajin collects his thoughts, he thinks it's possible that the story is causing an original event to occur, just like the existence of Kim Chun-dong, a character whom the author didn't write. Sir Lancaster is revealed to have a connection to Rachel, and is likely the culprit manipulating the scenes. The story has just experienced another major twist that Hajin doesn't know a thing about. Rachel confronts confronts Alex Lancaster, a mage who mysteriously disappeared in the London incident many years ago. Rachel questions him, but in response, the man lets out a sinister smile across his face. Rachel instantly catches what happened. This man sold his soul to the demons in the name of power. Rachel can't accept the fact that the Royal Guard's former captain could stoop so low. But Lancaster is mostly unaffected by her words and arrogantly corrects her. He reminds Rachel how he was betrayed while he served the king and his country, so all he did was adopt a new master to serve. Rachel grips her blade, recognizing this man as her enemy, and professes that she will bring him to justice. With her incredible speed, the exceptional student attempts to slash him. However, she is shocked when her blade simply phases through his body, as if it's intangible. Lancaster apologizes to her. After all, the person in front of her is nothing more than an illusion, incapable of receiving any damage. The really troublesome aspect for Rachel is that everyone is focused on the external attack, leaving Rachel exposed as no one would come to check on her. The rest of the monsters will keep them busy. Lancaster points out how different the institution is. Her country, for instance, would have thrown hundreds of people just to protect those of the royal family. Remembering the horrors he faced after losing someone precious, an event that likely caused his change, he is even more convinced. The mage tells her he doesn't have time to discuss much else right now, so he'll leave her be. Rachel tries to seize him, but let's be honest, it's not like she can stop him anyway. Lancaster's body dissolves in black, but from there, a dangerous, faceless assassin emerges. With his twin blades, the assassin disappears into thin air before striking Rachel with an incredibly powerful blow. She's physically shaken and sent on the back foot. The assassin continues hammering his powerful attacks, so much so that Rachel's body is receiving mild slashes throughout. This is an opponent she can't overpower in a direct fight, so she plans to wait for an opening to strike. Unfortunately, that won't happen as Rachel's weapon is knocked away, leaving her completely defenseless. The dark figure stares at her prey, now that she's left with nothing but her bare hands. But Rachel has a few more tricks up her sleeves as she's able to use telekinetic magic to draw her sword. The weapon comes flying back right as the assassin prepares to deal the finishing blow, but an unexpected explosion from the outside causes a distraction, stopping them both. One man steps inside on top of the rubble. Seeing this person, the assassin switches targets and decides to attack him at once. Hajin converts his weapon's configuration once more, and this time he pulls out American Breathing Style's second variation, shotgun mode. Hajin has eliminated the target without much trouble. Apparently, he didn't even take more than a single shot. He's okay with spending 250 story points for the cause, since it was all worth it in the end. As for Rachel, she figures out that it's actually one of her classmates who has come to her rescue. The boy offers her a hand and asks if she's okay, completely forgetting that she is bleeding all over the place. Hajin uses his bandages to wipe her blood, but it seems embarrassing for the princess, who fidgets as he goes about his business. Thankfully, it's not as bad as it could have been. While wiping her blood, Hajin inspects the bandage and unexpectedly realizes that he's just acquired the sample of the top-ranked cadet. It's just the kind of thing he was looking for. Rachel thanks him for all the help. The mages of the institution also rush to the scene, questioning if either of them are hurt. They come down to help them out, while Jin, the mage instructor, is informed that 2 more cadets are seriously injured. Jin is infuriated and questions the person responsible for causing so much destruction. Let's revisit the hero at the shore. Jun Hyuk is met by his friend, who asks about the monster attack. Unfortunately, the monster was chased off, and not by Jun Hyuk, but by an intruder. Jun Hyuk wonders what made the creature so tense and angry, and yet the intruder still defeated it with little to no problems. Without a doubt, from the looks of his strength, the man seemed immensely powerful. Jun Hyuk's friend had trouble taking his words seriously, and Jun Hyuk agreed as he thought the same. Jun Hyuk was also certain that this same terrifying man was linked to the killing of the guard. With the appearance of both a high-level creature and this mysterious intruder, the institution's midterms had been plunged into chaos. A day passed, and yesterday's monster incident ended up making headlines. The entire world raised questions, which caused the postponement of the midterm exams. With most teachers drawn away to explain and help with the reconstruction of the damages, the students' classes were eventually called off. That's how Hajin's class celebrated joyfully, as they had 10 full days to themselves with no work to worry about. Their instructor couldn't believe his eyes. They were celebrating right after their classmates were nearly killed, but I kind of understand their excitement. All of a sudden, Hajin's laptop received another notification. He learned that it was yet another divergence from the story about to take place, a development annoying enough for him to deal with. The mage known as Alex Lancaster was the topic of interest. We come to find out that he lost his family in an incident, and his infuriated state increases the chances of him targeting Rachel. There's also his ever-rising potential to become an even greater villain, depending on how the story pans out. Thankfully, Hajin remembers Lancaster from the list of British characters he wrote. This guy is supposed to be a serious villain, but his appearance here is premature and unexpected. At this point, Hajin is regretting not adding more heroes to the protagonist's side inside because the villains in this story are getting out of hand. Deep in thought, he's at least glad to have acquired Rachel's blood without any suspicions. Suddenly, a girl hits his head. Only Nayun is bold enough to do that. She's pissed at him, but it's warranted because Hajin keeps telling her to forget about archery and pick up something new. That's because he knows it's an incompatible weapon for her potential. Suho and the class rep are watching the scene from afar, realizing the two problem children are at it again. Suho, for some reason, thinks they're behaving better than before. Nayun goes back to her dorm room, satisfied that she was able to annoy the heck out of our boy for teasing her. Nayun receives a message on her smartwatch. It's the feedback report on her recent test performance. An excited Nayun is interested in checking others' reviews as well, like Suho's, for example. Very surprisingly, Suho wrote high remarks for her. He mentioned how scared and uncertain Nayun was, until she became confident and eventually proved herself as a skilled cadet. He describes her persistence and talent as some of her strong suits, and actually favored Nayun's decision to keep using the bow. Suho even mentions how some doubt her abilities, but the only aspect she's lacking is her self-confidence. Lastly, he thinks that Nayun has the potential to become one of the strongest heroes as long as she keeps proving herself. Reading such words, Nayun is shaken and flustered to tears. She is further convinced of her prowess as an archer and disregards Hajin's teasing. Nayun reads the second report, which is written by an anonymous account. This person wrote an entire essay for some reason. Excited more than ever, especially after Suho's review, she jumps ahead to read. After a small pause, Nayun's entire body trembles with anger. Her blood is boiling at the words she's reading, to the point that Hazuki catches her screaming from inside her room. Filled with anger, Nayun vows to prove this anonymous bully wrong. Having placed the sample from Rachel on top of the seed, Hajin waits in anticipation. The seed of Evangel that Hajin discovered in Garrison holds a special power. Upon being fed sufficient amounts of human blood, the seed will eventually rebirth the witch Evangel. Hajin is a little glad that it's got the qualities of Rachel now, so the seed won't turn out to be a menace to deal with. Otherwise, he'd be dealing with a damn villain. He impatiently pokes at the little seed, begging it to just grow already. Suddenly, Hajin experiences a sharp pang across his body. His face grows pale because he literally can't cope with what is about to happen. The second stigma mark has just appeared on his wrist, promising him a hellish pain, just like last time. His screams echo as the night comes to an end. The following day, Hajin is utterly dazed. Even his agent notices his restless face and wonders if he's alright. Hajin changes the subject and asks about the agency's business. Thankfully, they've acquired proper transport for hunting and have also gained more customers. This has given the agent some clarity, a welcome change from the stressful situations he faced on the field. He thanks Hajin for his endless support, and Hajin decides that it's best to change topics again. Seeing a crowd gathered nearby, Hajin asks what's going on. At first, he wonders if they belong to a guild. Then it's revealed that heroes from the Straits of Essence Guild are making their way, causing such an uproar. From among these people, Hajin glances at Yeonha and wonders if she's also here for an investigation with her team. Surprisingly, she also manages to catch him peeking at her. Yeonha approaches him and asks if he has any business on the field. Hajin politely explains that he's just here for a quick cash grab, and even introduces his agent. His agent is stunned that Hajin shares a connection to a prominent member of the Straits of Essence Guild. Hajin thinks about it for a second, realizing that Soo-hyuk being paired with Yeonha has to be one of the worst combinations due to their opposite natures. As established before, Soo-hyuk is supposed to become the main hero's agent in the original story. When Yeonha discovers his agency, she becomes the catalyst for investing in Soo-hyuk's company, causing enormous growth for the business. But now, a real problem has arisen. It's undecided whether or not the current Yeonha will deem Soo-hyuk's business a worthy investment. This could lead to a very negative trajectory for Soo-hyuk if she doesn't. Anyway, Yeonha makes a surprising move and decides to join them for the hunt. It's a shocking twist for Hajin, who has 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. The tense car ride continues, with both of them remaining distant from each other. Hajin waits patiently, wondering Yeonha's intentions. Yeonha finally speaks and directly asks if he has anything planned for the future. Stunned, Hajin asks her to clarify the question. Yeonha explains that she wants to know what he plans to do after graduating from the institution. Hajin reacts normally and states that he hasn't given it any thought since it's so far away. Yeonha explains that it's reasonable to spend time thinking about the future, as in their third year they won't be attending the institution as often. The third year is when cadets are classified as trainee heroes, complicating their lives. Yeonha directly offers Hajin an invitation to her guild, reasoning that they currently hold second place in the top rankings. The Holy Grace of God is considered the best guild overall. However, as soon as Yeonha takes over the guild, she aspires to make it the best guild in all of Korea. She also promises him ample support, support, ranging from agents to weapons. Poor Soo-hyuk flinches when he realizes his job might be cooking. Yeon-ha confidently shares that she has presented a lucrative offer to someone who has yet to realize their potential as a hero. Soo-hyuk reminds her that she cannot just do whatever she wants, since scouting cadets at this stage is considered illegal for any guild. It actually causes an enormous fine of nearly $350,000. But Yeon-ha is so rich she thinks it is worth the risk. The vehicle comes to an unexpected hard stop, launching Yeon-ha's face into the seat and giving her a nose bruise. She shouts at the damn driver for stopping all of a sudden. A nervous Soo-hyuk explains that they have already arrived at their destination, which is the monster point for today's mission. Yeon-ha is in disbelief and mocks him for pretending to find a monster point while being a normal agent. Soo-hyuk explains how monsters seasonally love going wild in April, causing heroes to go and hunt them down. This is the reason many monster points are overcrowded at this time of the year. The place he selected was mainly to highlight Ha-jin's strengths as a sharpshooter, giving him an environmental edge on the field. To back up his words, Soo-hyuk confirms that he has already verified the information, so there is no need to worry. Ha-jin tells them that he will return after he is done with his hunting mission. Saying so, he leaves the two of them. But it seems Yeon-ha is also disinterested in sharing a chat with the agent and leaves quickly, saying her guild members are soon to arrive. She knocks at the window, surprising Soo-hyuk with her sudden return. It turns out Ha-jin has impressed her with his skills, so she is interested in doing business with him in the near future. 10 days passed since the midterms came to an abrupt end. Classes naturally resumed their pace, allowing the cadets to return to the institution. The curious cadets explore the results board, wanting to know about where they placed. We can see from here that Kim Ha-jin placed at the top of the list, which is a natural expectation, as he himself expected. Right after beating Horak during the practical exam, the idiots whom Yeon-ha sent after him decided not to bother him. So these days have been nothing but filled with tranquility and peace, the kind of peace he had not initially received when he first entered the institution. As he is going about his business, a punch flies past his face and smashes the nearby wall. It comes as no surprise, but it is Na-yoon, and she is furious because of the report Ha-jin wrote under her profile. However, from Ha-jin's reaction, it seems he is unaware of this report. Na-yoon is not in the mood to play with his excuses and explains that only he could write such a terrible report on her. It turns out Ha-jin did in fact write the report, and did it because he wanted to help her. An infuriated Na-yoon hounds him for constantly reminding her that archery is not suitable for her. The cadets all around them observe the scene as Na-yoon presents him with a bet. Surprisingly, Ha-jin accepts the bet. His conditions are simple. If she loses the bet, then she is never allowed to pick up the bow again. The stakes get on her nerves as her blood boils just to prove him wrong. Ha-jin emphasizes that he will use a bow just to prove his point, but in exchange, he needs some training to equalize the bet. Na-yoon thinks any amount of training he goes through will not be enough to save him from the bet. She walks away believing that she will win this stupid bet, while Ha-jin reflects that he has achieved a proficiency of level 7 when it comes to his sharpshooter skill. That means if he raises his level a little higher, he is basically going to decisively defeat her in this challenge. To top it off, his luck stat will help him too. It seems Na-yoon's current struggle is avoiding the harsh reality. She thinks her skill with a bow and a sword is equal when they are not. At the same time, Ha-jin knows that praising someone will not improve their skills, and the only way to get better is to get stronger at whatever you want to achieve. The scene cuts to room 303 of the Grace Hall, where the travel club's president, Han Hyun, is giving an announcement following the conclusion of the midterms. Ha-jin is spacing out in his thoughts, recalling how the study and hunting club were both suspended after being related to fiendish incidents. The current events of the story are also advancing at a slower, less significant pace than they were in the original story. This is reassuring since Ha-jin now knows which storyline to focus on. Han Hyun's announcement continues as he reveals the club's next destination. Their next destination is France, and this same event will involve the gruesome murder of a Parisian millionaire, adding another twist to the story. Ha-jin explains how it initially started with a death threat the millionaire received from a dangerous group of assassins. They told him the exact time and date of his planned assassination. The person who received the letter was a man named Videl, known for his kind heart. He doesn't squander his money and lives a normal life, but that's exactly where the twist lies. He wasn't what he appeared to be. Deep down, Videl is actually called Vervet, and he leads a secret criminal life. Known to be the worst of the worst, this man actually rose to riches by manipulating and defrauding people with his schemes. Typical crypto bro behavior. Anyway, he ended up escaping the consequences for his actions, but he could only escape for so long until his tracks were exposed. He couldn't go to the police for help and didn't have enough time to hire a protection group for his security. After all, they would need to be strong enough to defeat assassins. The fear of death began creeping up on him. Just when everything seemed like a grim ending for him, he found a way. Videl managed to acquire a unique method, which became possible thanks to the Cube students journeying to Paris. In the original story, Han Hyun Hyun struggled with finding a suitable space for the cadets to stay. While they were discussing this, Videl seized the opportunity like a snake and kindly offered his assistance. He invited the cadets to stay at his manor, which was large enough to fit every cadet. That's how the story unfolded. Well, it was more of a plan to shield himself from the assassins, since they would have to go up against the cadets just to kill him. Heijin's computer receives a message, informing him about a new job offer. He's excited to receive a message from his first client. The boy explores the contents of the job. The client wants him to find a scammer who caused the downfall of their family. They also attached relevant information for Hyun to locate this person. Hyun explores the information and finds himself rather surprised. The scene ends there, and we get a glimpse of a warehouse, where a few members are re-watching Horak's fight against Hyun. One of them is thrilled by the capabilities of anti-demonic magic. Others are impressed by this year's freshman batch, specifically Hyun. Their captain, a woman, mockingly asks why they're reviewing a rookie's fight all of a sudden. While she's on the fence, a different member vouches for Hyun's talent. They also explored his background and learned that he doesn't have any connections to worry about. They think Hyun's fixation must be materialistic and related to money, so they're going to use their vast resources to make him join the group somehow. One of them highlights their main objective, which is to track down the traitor from their group and punish them eventually. He thinks Hyun will be a suitable candidate for the job. Assuming they will enlist him, they face trouble assigning him a color designation. The only color left is black, which represents the strongest of the bunch, and it's also the same color as the one who betrayed them. One man steps up to claim the color himself. It's the brute maniac who killed the guard. However, the others rain down insults on the brute maniac for being too much of a bonehead to claim such a color. This led to a vote, influenced by the captain's opinion. The captain agreed and requested the group to raise their hands if they wanted Hyun to become part of their organization. 8 people voted in favor of the decision, with only 2 against, making the outcome overwhelmingly in favor of recruiting him. The captain then handed her subordinate Jane a VIP party invitation to Paris, the location of their next mission. As the yellow member of the masked syndicate, Jane was ready to execute a thieving mission to steal a ring. The time for the France tour had arrived. Han Hyun, as the president, confirmed the attendance of the cadets and explained that they would be drawing lots for teams before entering the portal. As Hyun-ha was the first to approach the box, Hyun thought about how he had never truly explored Europe in the real world, but here, in this world, it was all possible. If things went according to the storyline he intended, Hyun-ha would end up in Suho's group. Hyun-ha's hand reached for the box as the scene cut off. The scene then shifted to the beautiful Eiffel Tower, signaling that the cadets had stepped foot in Paris. As for the teams, everyone probably expected a twist, and indeed, Na-yoon ended up with Hyun, much to her anger. She was busy harassing him while the citizens of France glanced at the students of the reputable academy. It turned out Han Hyun had a lover in France, and they collectively made the rest of the group jealous. It was quite amusing how the entire trip to France was likely planned, because Han Hyun wanted to see his girlfriend. Han Hyun introduced his girlfriend, who also served as the team doctor for the trip. Natasha pleasantly introduced herself and greeted the group. With that settled, it was time for the cadets to break off into their selected groups. They could spend the day on their own, but had to return for the party at night. With Na-yoon and Hyun paired together, she asked what place he was interested in exploring. Since he had no clue, he suggested exploring some restaurants and found it quite surprising that she was choosing to stick with him. Na-yoon believed it was just the obvious, since they were paired up, while Hyun remembered how his previous partner, Hyun-ha, had simply ditched him without caring about the pairing. Anyway, Hyun, being as preppy as always, had made a list for them to navigate the place without getting lost. All he asked from Na-yoon was to follow his lead. She reminded him that she had a picky palate and wouldn't be merciful. They ended up arriving at a really fancy restaurant, much to Na-yoon's shock. It turned out Hyun already had his reservations ready. As they took their table, Na-yoon wondered how he had managed to land a reservation in the first place. The author chose not to reveal how, but it was actually because he had used the Book of Truth. Regarding the menu, Hyun told her that it was fine if she ordered anything, catching her off guard. He already knew she was a picky eater, coupled with the fact that she was from a rich family. Suddenly, Hyun spotted a familiar presence and became startled enough to get up from his seat. Hyun had been doing everything well, but then he suddenly raced off, leaving Na-yoon to herself. Sensing the danger of the situation, Hyun questioned if this was yet another alteration from the storyline. He rushed to approach a couple and called for their attention. The girl with glasses was Yoon Seung-ah, another main character who wasn't supposed to appear in Paris. Seung-ah didn't know what to say, while Hyun had to rush just to catch up with her. Seung-ah pretended not to know him, even though Hyun wanted her to drop the act. At this point, the system offered another story alert, as Seung-ah's boyfriend stepped up for her. Hyun Hajin decided to back off and explored his laptop. The system had given him a story modification alert regarding Jane and Shung-ah forming their connection to Paris. While he was busy outside, Na-yoon didn't understand what Hajin was doing on his own. Hajin recalled that their first encounter had been in the headquarters of the Holy Grace of God Guild. Both of them had signed up as new recruits at the time, shared missions with each other, and even endured difficult times together. They were basically inseparable best friends who always supported each other. But then, that image of friendship shattered as Jane decided to betray Seung-ah. In their duel, Seung-ah was defeated and begged for answers. Jane, whom she considered her friend, ended up being a sadistic person who just wanted to toy around with her. Her real identity was Valoran, the yellow member of the masked syndicate. She is a villain and the queen of disguise and thievery. Right now, Seung-ah seems to be undercover on the hunt. Joran remarks that she looks annoyed. She shares her relief, believing this moment is an opportunity for her to move on from her past. Joran does not want to trust the informant who told them about Valoran's eventual appearance at the party. While Seung-ah is suspicious of the information, she also knows Jane well and believes she is likely to come to steal something valuable. After all, how could she resist the priceless ring of Homer? Valoran has information about its keeping, so she will do whatever it takes to steal the object. That is when Seung-ah is hoping to strike. Na-yoon added to her heart's content. With that settled, Hajin asks if she is ready to part ways with him now, since she has places of her own interest to go and visit. The truth is, he is looking for a way to get himself alone to prepare a strategy for the party. Since she has no reason to stick with him, she tries leaving. But this conversation would not be a conversation without Hajin leaving a cheeky comment. Na-yoon snaps at him as usual. The scene transitions to the hour of the ball, where Suho and Yeonha are drawing all the attention. The people around them wonder if these two are supposed to be celebrities of some kind. Yeonha is glad they took measures with their disguise, while the main protagonist finds wearing a tight suit a little inconvenient. Yeonha offers her hand to dance with him, since it would be unusual for them not to. As this unfolds, we zoom out to see Hajin, who has arrived at 5:30, and has also confirmed the arrival of Seung-ah. So far, there is not anything unusual catching his interest. The event is being held at an old palace right on the outskirts of the city. Hajin is here to make sure no drastic changes occur to the story. Using his Deadeye ability, a surprised Hajin discovers a magic portal opening out of nowhere, which is not meant to happen. When it comes to portals like these, only demonic humans are capable of opening them. What is even worse is that only powerful fiends are capable of opening these portals, which means the threat they are dealing with is not just child's play. One of the people inside the hall is secretly acting as the fiend, maintaining the portal's activation. Just then, Hajin receives a system notification. This time, it is a critique from the co-author, explaining his reasoning behind the changes. The mysterious co-author believes that an ultra-rare item like the Ring of Homer should garner greater interest from the characters hunting for it. For this reason, a fiendish group called the Fellowship of Evil Deeds has taken interest and intervened in the event. Learning this fact, Hajin remembers just how powerful the fiendish organization truly is. Their leader, Kim Hak-pyo, is a dangerous man. They love waging war and stealing valuable artifacts, and they are involved in many of the conflicts in the world. In other words, our boy now has to deal with an entire evil organization, all because the co-author decided it for him. Activating his ether spell, Hajin seems to have covered his face with a mask and intends to stop this plan. Scouting from above, he checks for Valoran and Jane. Speaking of that woman, she is currently choking the life out of a waiter in secret. Maintaining her disguise, she passes the authorization to the safe where the ring is being held. The mission seems to be an easy success for her, as the artifact is just inches away. Valoran attempts to snatch the ring when an apprehensive yet familiar voice calls out from behind. It turns out that Valoran is using Joran's identity to do her dirty deeds. Valorine is surprised to encounter Sunga in such a place. The confident Sunga claims she's just checking up on her assistant, playing the part of a fool. Sunga steps forward and decides to hug him from behind. Valorine is losing her mind, unsure of what's happening. Suddenly, Sunga tightens her grip and reminds Valorine that she's not interested in being fooled again. With that, Sunga pulls a suplex, slamming Valorine's body into the ground. The explosive battle catches the attention of everyone in the hall. People thought a bomb had gone off because of their fight. Valorine lunges past the smoke and transforms back into her original body. Valorine is actually impressed by Sunga's ability to see through her flawless disguise. Sunga, however, is in no mood to talk and speeds up to attack her. Sunga knew that Joran went missing the moment they stepped into Paris, and she could tell by the difference in their speech patterns that Valorine had already made her move. Impressed by Sunga's sharp eye, Valorine realizes it's only natural for Sunga to be cautious, given the first time she was betrayed. Before Sunga can attack, a whip catches her arm. It's Yeonha who demands they stop wreaking havoc in the hall. Sunga asks about their identity, as she doesn't know they're cube cadets. Yeonha breaks her disguise and instructs Sunga to lower her weapon to avoid further chaos, but Sunga isn't planning on backing off. Sunga's electrical energy destroys Yeonha's whip, literally shocking Yeonha that her weapon is is gone. Sunga then turns her attention to Valorine, who quickly dashes in with a piercing strike. Thankfully, Sunga dodges it and begins counterattacking with her sword. The sheer power emerging from their strikes is blinding. Sunga has a hard time keeping up with Valorine, but she eventually finds an opening and deflects her. With her sword chipped and smashed, Valorine lies defenseless on the ground. A bloodlusted Sunga raises her sword, aiming to finish Valorine off for good. But just as she's about to strike, Suho intervenes, blocking Sunga's blade with his own. Valorine is sweating bullets, realizing she could have been killed just now. Sunga offers Suho a polite warning to get out of her way, unless he also wants to meet the same fate. The hero refuses to back off, acknowledging that he's unaware of their reason for fighting. Despite that, Suho's strong sense of justice compels him to stop the two. His words are useless against a provoked Sunga, who literally kicks him away. But when Sunga turns back to Valorine, she is no longer there. It was enough time for Valorine to make her escape. Sunga rushes to catch Valorine, who happily runs off. Suddenly, a wave of black darkness comes between the two. Both are left astonished at the scene, as a fiend manages to acquire the ring for herself. The Ring of Homer is now in the hands of a demonic human who seems to have the combined powers of a mermaid with tentacles. Observing the scene from outside is the author, Hajin. Let's break off from here and see what Nayun is doing. The poor girl ended up getting lost, just as our boy thought she would. She's been struggling to navigate a map and always ends up coming back to the same location. Nayun is pissed at her useless smartwatch and suddenly realizes that her father is the CEO of the company who manufactures them. Nayun instantly retracts her statement and decides to call Yeona for help. Unfortunately, she's unable to get in touch with her, making Nayun even more frustrated. Revisiting the hall, Sunga immediately recognizes the demonic human by its powers. Since she is also a powerful hero, Sunga demands the creature let go of the ring at once. The arrogant fiend persists in her act and states that she and her fellow demons are more deserving of the prized artifact. Hajin is still watching the scene, waiting for things to escalate. He collects his thoughts, noting that the group of fiends has acquired the ring. What is worse is that none of the heroes in the hall stand a chance at retrieving the object. Assessing the need for a plan B, Hajin makes his move by releasing a slime whip. He launches it at full speed, causing it to break the window and crash inside. The fiend is alarmed and unexpectedly caught off guard. Hajin is safely able to recover the ring from her grasp, while the demon looks around, clueless as to what happened. With her distracted, Sunga rushes in to make her move at full speed. The fighting begins, allowing Hajin the opportunity to escape unnoticed. While he is observing the ring, Hajin is suddenly attacked out of nowhere. He barely makes it out alive from a giant explosion, leaving a crater in the ground. One man steps forward with an energy blade in his hand. He is here to stop the intruder from escaping with the ring. Hajin was not expecting another fiend to pop out of nowhere. The man politely greets him and introduces himself as Sidious. He also shares his association with the Fellowship of Evil Deeds. The talkative bastard is rather impressed by Hajin's impressive ability to steal the ring without trouble. He does not care if Hajin is quick-witted and fast on his feet. After all, Sidious demands that he return the ring at once. Our boy declines, making things annoying and complicated for the fiend. So his second option is to steal the ring by force. Sidious prepares his lightsaber and lunges forth to attack. He releases a dark red wave of magic which cuts through the landscape. Hajin barely makes it out alive without being turned to ashes. This man is not to be trifled with. He is overpowered. Sidious explains that his weapon is a magic sword, a really pricey object that cost him millions. So long as the person wielding it can supply it with enough magic power, the weapon's capabilities are limitless. He offers Hajin to simply return the ring without getting needlessly hurt. Here is the thing about demonic humans. When they form a pact with demons, their mana supply goes up by several magnitudes, which means the weapon he is holding is perfect for a fiend, making them incredibly hard to deal with. Hajin's focus is on the magic sword, and he is thinking of ways to somehow subdue the weapon first. Sidious confidently prepares another swing, unleashing a wave of energy again. Hajin evades with his defensive maneuvers, and he finds himself forced into a corner. Starting to feel the need to strike a conversation, Hajin tries his best to negotiate. Sidious almost does not want to take him up on that offer, since he has already turned down negotiations before. He also taunts the masked warrior for thinking that he could best him by buying time. Sidious has sharply assessed his abilities and claims that Hajin is much weaker than those heroes inside the hall. He has nothing more than a gun and a skill to evade. It is bewildering to the fiend that nobody like Hajin has the confidence to oppose a powerful fiend. With his monologue over, Sidious prepares to unleash a final sword strike, hoping to end his opponent for good. Funnily enough, the magic fades into nothingness, surprising both the fiend and our boy. Sidious doesn't understand what happened with his weapon, while Hajin is standing there speechless. Hajin offers an explanation. The magic sword is now rendered useless for the rest of the day, a fact that not even Sidious knew about. What's remarkable is that Hajin's passive luck factor intervened, causing the magic sword to malfunction. Of course, Sidious thinks Hajin is just mouthing things off like an idiot, because he doesn't have knowledge of Hajin's powers. Sidious is also confident that he'll slaughter the human without a weapon. But Hajin is uncertain about that claim, which seems to be an overestimation on Sidious's part. With the remaining stigma, Hajin channels light magic and alters the mode of his gun. Sidious charges at full speed, intending to blow Hajin away with a single kick. But right before Sidious's attack could connect, Hajin releases his shot, ending the fight. The scene transitions back to Nayun, who is playing video games instead of searching for the ball. She sees a bunch of police cars patrolling by and wonders what's going on at this hour. There's also the fact that literally no one is talking to her, making her feel alienated. Nayun is in a bitter mood and fails to understand why she's acting the way she does. All of a sudden, a boy decides to take a seat next to her. It's Hajin, who pops up right out of nowhere, startling her. He's in an injured state and barely capable of forming a sentence because of his previous battle. He literally collapses before her eyes, giving her a shock. Nayun worriedly asks if he's okay, but the fatigued, battle-worn Hajin is unconscious and incapable of responding. In his dream, Kim Hajin experiences one of the events of his actual life. He had just finished his CSAT exam at this time. His parents called for him, and they were there for him. He questioned why they risked their health to come for him. Suddenly, their image begins to waver, becoming hazy. At that time, the boy broke into tears, apologizing for failing the exam badly. His parents tried to comfort him, understanding his condition. They embraced their son in a loving manner, showing him support even in hardship. Remembering that touching memory, Hajin wakes up crying his eyes out. He's on a bed, but the question is, where? The worried Suho and Nayun come over to check on his condition. Nayun is annoyed she had to drag him all the way here because of his unconscious state. She also notices his dried up eyes and taunts him for crying. Suho orders her to go outside, while an assistant shows support by bringing Hajin apples. She explains how his condition reflected exhaustion, and she wants him to rest as much as he can. Hajin doesn't understand why he's receiving all of this support, or where he even is right now. It turns out he somehow ended up in the manor, which means they've come in contact with Videl. It's already late, but Hajin isn't hungry and refuses to join the others for dinner. His mind is flooded with thoughts of the assassination incident, which is going to initiate its plan very soon. Hajin is glad that he's awake to see things happen in real time. The maid requests Nayun to leave along with her for the night, causing Nayun to become upset. Suho bids them farewell and proceeds to peel an apple for Hajin. Suho is unsure if it's the right thing for Hajin to get up so soon. Hajin checks his smartwatch and learns what was reported in the news. Thankfully, the report states that no one was killed, and most people suffered minor injuries at best. However, there's also no mention of Valoran in the report, which means she escaped without trouble. Hajin decides to share a conversation with Suho, requesting information about the fiend. Suho explains that he isn't an expert on what happened. The monster escaped before the heroes could defeat her. Hajin takes an apple slice and eats it. As Suho is slicing the apple for him, Hajin observes his injuries and advises the hero to take care of himself. Hajin even sarcastically asserts that Suho is the protagonist of the story, so it would be a real problem for him to get injured. Hajin reflects on how Suho confronted Seonga without any hesitation. In response, she was prepared to kill him because he got in her way. It was the fiend's timely arrival that saved Suho's life. Otherwise, he would have suffered brutal injuries. While Hajin understands the hero's intentions and the path he is supposed to follow, there's a problem and a major weakness. Those who follow the good have to make difficult choices. At the same time, Hajin reminisces about his own thoughts. He misses his parents and wants to return to his homeworld. Suho thinks the word protagonist means little to nothing in their world, and if that were the case, then he thinks Hajin would be as much of a protagonist as he is. In Suho's optimistic and bright worldview, everyone is a protagonist. Speaking of which, Suho talks about the report that Hajin wrote from his anonymous account. Suho noticed that Hajin was being unnecessarily harsh on Nayun for seemingly no reason. Hajin begs to differ, emphasizing that archery doesn't suit her talent. That's also the reason Hajin made the bet with her. If she loses, she will never use a bow again. Suho offers his thoughts, criticizing Hajin's approach of forcing her to quit. Hajin bounces back with a sharp response of his own, questioning if it is the correct approach to praise people who are not performing well. After all, praising them all the time doesn't make people any better or stronger. There's also the chance they'll ignore the advice, making the process frustrating. Hajin questions if someone like Suho would be okay with accepting responsibility in such a case. Suho asks an obvious question, inquiring about the basis for Hajin's thoughts on Nayun's archery skills. Suho wants to know if Hajin is willing to take responsibility if she ends up on the incorrect path. Hajin explains that he's done research on her and studied her more than anyone else. else. In simple terms, since Hajin wrote the character himself, he knows what her weaknesses are. It is the reason Hajin can see things beyond Suho's understanding. Suho doesn't really get what Hajin means by that. Suddenly, a clamoring sound comes from outside. Using his special eye, Suho is able to tell that Nayun was actually eavesdropping on their conversation using a concealment skill. Her precision was so sharp that they couldn't detect her until now. Anyway, Nayun bolts into Yonha's room, completely flustered and embarrassed. Nayun doesn't get what Hajin is murmuring about. Yonha wakes up, asking what has her so troubled. Nayun tries to play it safe and tells her it's nothing. Yonha returns to bed, leaving Nayun to her own thoughts. Nayun is trying her best to calm down and maintain composure. She also thinks neither Suho nor Hajin were able to detect her. Still, Hajin's carefully chosen words race through her mind. Nayun finds herself flustered when, suddenly, a loud scream wakes her up. An extremely agitated Yonha wakes up from her sleep a second time, demanding Nayun to shut the heck up already. The poor girl tries to explain that she didn't even make any noise this time. Both of them are quick to realize they just heard a real scream coming from outside. The scene shifts to Videl's maid, who is utterly horrified to find the man murdered in cold blood. The assassins have done their work, just as they promised. Every cadet bursts out of their rooms to see what's going on. Suho is the fastest among them and descends by himself. Hajin also came outside with a gun in hand, equally shocked that this man jumped from the third floor. Suho dashes as fast as he can and slams open the door. His eyes widen at the sight of Videl's bloodied body. Videl's maid, struck with horror, explains what happened. The rest of the cadets are also terrified to discover the horrifying truth. Due to an enormous amount of blood loss, Videl's state is unbearable. He's beyond saving. The butler is the first to point fingers at the cadets, believing them responsible for murdering their beloved master. Of course, his frustrations are understandable, so the cadets just listen without responding. The maid plans to call the police and an ambulance to sort things out, requesting the cadets to return to their rooms for the night. But right then, Hajin flips the light switch because he already knows what happened. The rest of them are confused as to why he would turn the lights on so suddenly. Without responding, he walks up to Videl's body, while the maid shouts at him for interrupting the scene of the crime. She demands that he leave at once, but Hajin isn't in the mood to mess around and pulls his Glock to her neck. Suho and the others are stunned. Even Nayun thinks Hajin has finally lost it. Hajin finally speaks, calling the maid, Natasha, a liar. Hajin explains that Videl isn't even dead to begin with. After all, even in the original story, the villain Vervet didn't die here. His plan was to fake his death and eventually form a pact with fiends, rooting himself in a more sinister group than ever before. Since his fate is in the hands of the co-author editing the story, Hajin doesn't know what Videl will end up doing in the future. That's why he wants to ensure Videl goes down here and now for good. Hajin silences the entire room, and he completely understands that the act of persuasion, especially in a setting like this, is difficult to pull off. His intervention may also create problems for him later down the line, but the reason he acted in this manner is because of Suho's influence. Hajin wants to believe in his heart that he's just as important a protagonist as the other main characters. He also thinks there's no point blaming himself for twisting the story when it has already received so many edits. Anyway, Hajin is bent on his ruling that Videl is still alive and claims that it's just a gimmick these guys are pulling off by putting him in a state of suspended animation. To counter his ridiculous claims, Natasha uses her authority as a doctor to shut him down. However, Hajin is already a step ahead of her and explains his reasoning. His first area of interest is the wound, which shouldn't have been possible to inflict onto someone from above. There's also the fact that this man is practically leaking rivers of blood, which also shouldn't be possible since the human body only has so much. But perhaps the most conclusive evidence of it all, as Hajin taps on his smartwatch, reveals that Videl's identity is listed on the international wanted list under the name Swindler Vervet. He accuses Videl of being the same person, which is why they're doing so much. Natasha asks the butler if the ambulance is on its way. After learning that it is, she still tries to downplay Hajin's claims and prefers leaving this matter in the hands of the experts. She concludes the discussion when, all of a sudden, Hajin decides to take things one step further. He takes out his gun and points it at the supposed corpse, shocking Natasha. She worriedly turns to him, questioning why he's pointing a gun at the dead man. Even the rest of the cadets think he's taking things too far at this point and should stop. However, Hajin is ruthless in his stand and emphasizes that he'll pull the trigger on the count of 3, which would be enough to prove whether or not the man is dead. Hajin's countdown begins, with Natasha losing her mind. She begs the rest of the cadets to stop this psychopath from aiming at a corpse. However, Hajin's countdown doesn't stop as he presses the gun against the man's head, preparing to deal the shot. Natasha inquires why he's so desperate to prove things when the authorities are on their way. At last, the boy reaches his third count. By this point, Natasha has a mental breakdown. She can see it in his eyes. Hajin isn't going to mess around. He will actually shoot Videl. She attempts to sacrifice her own life by leaping ahead and covering Videl, begging him to stop. Finally, Natasha confesses that this man is actually her father, and she doesn't want anyone killing him. That gives away her motive. Now everyone knows what's going on. The butler is suddenly startled by a gunshot. Hajin declares that they need the help of heroes instead of the police right now. After all, they've just confirmed and caught a wanted criminal in the manor. The authorities eventually arrive and arrest Natasha while retrieving her father's body. The supposed murder was, in reality, a scheme played by the father and daughter duo. Knowing that everyone was searching for him across Europe due to his notorious reputation, they wanted to help Videl escape investigations by faking his death. They also wanted to use the testimony of the gullible Cube cadets to make sure their case was solid and convincing. The plan was to use the revival technique right after putting him in suspended animation. Fun fact, the drug for putting someone in a state of suspended animation is not that costly. So Natasha, who had a background working for the institution, was able to acquire it with little to no trouble. Beyond that, it was a piece of cake. She made an illusion of a chest wound using the illusory magic of an outlaw mage. She also used a bunch of transfusion blood packs to make the blood more convincing. Now, the first responders coming to the scene wouldn't really know what was going on. They'd just assume the man had been assassinated somehow. The same goes for the police authorities, who were secretly paid to be on their side. During the retrieval of the body, they would replace it with a fake one and escape the investigation. After that, the Cube cadets laid out their own testimony from what they saw, strengthening Videl's case. After all, it's very hard to oppose the reputation of a Cube cadet. Beyond that, Videl would be classified as officially dead, allowing him to continue his life of crime under another secret identity. That was the idea in the original storyline, at least, which won't happen anymore. Using the Book of Truth, the boy learns that Videl is being apprehended by the Hero Association in France. It's safe to say that he's cooked and never coming back. Hajin hums a tune, satisfied with his inquiry, and actually giving the institution a positive name in the media. Yonha comes around, impressed by his deductive capabilities, and calls him Sherlock for being able to figure out so many things. She even recommends that he start his own detective agency as a joke. The real question bothering her is the fact that Hajin seems to know about criminals a little too well. To make up an excuse, he chalks it down to his family's history. Speaking of history, the author doesn't even know about Kim Chun-dong's actual backstory, since it's a character he didn't even write in the novel. Let's take it to the headquarters of the Fiendish Group. Silison reports her failure to successfully retrieve the Ring of Homer due to the intervention of a masked warrior. She's even more shocked that this warrior was capable of defeating Sidious. The leader of the group wants to know if this person was also a fiend by chance, but Silison is dead certain that he wasn't a fiend nor a hero. With those possibilities narrowed down, the leader wants Silison to investigate the mercenary and hunter groups to connect the dots. Since the masked warrior is dangerous, he reminds her not to track him on her own, but to prioritize informing him instead. The leader of the Fellowship of Evil Deeds is extremely annoyed that Silison openly advertises herself as a fiend, as if she is proud of the fact. She tries to feign ignorance, but he knows her well. He roars at her for not keeping her identity as a fiend a secret from the rest. She apologizes for her act and shifts her appearance into a human form, allowing her to blend in with the others. The leader wants her to investigate the masked warrior and asks about the magic sword that Sidious lost. Silison is not exactly thrilled to reveal that they have lost the magic sword. Speaking of that lightsaber, it is resting in Hajin's hands, but he is yet to understand what he is going to do with it. Hajin does not really have a proficiency in magic and can only reliably use stigma magic. It is basically a useless weapon, and while selling it seems profitable, it would be a waste. Inspecting the extremely rare Ring of Homer, Hajin reflects that unlocking the real capabilities of the ring requires someone to infuse it with a large amount of magic. However, in his case, he can bypass that barrier with ease. Just by spending a number of his story points, he could alter the properties and awaken it manually. With the awakening confirmed, the artifact gleams and shatters, transforming into a silver ring. Its abilities include increasing the IQ of the user as a passive skill every day. It also amplifies magic to some extent. Hajin is proud that he can use it safely, and even trade it later if he does not want it. In his mind, he is thinking about giving it to Suho or Nayun, who would be far more capable of realizing its effects. Nayun, in fact, is exceptionally advanced in magic without her knowledge, so she may be more suitable of the two. Curious about his personal stats, he checks the system and learns that he has not experienced much change beyond agility and sensitivity. It is starting to feel like Hajin's abilities are stagnating, as his growth seems limited. However, he is confident in his tenacity and ability to work hard to overcome the wall. While pondering the question, he wonders if he can face the brat Nayun in his current state, which reminds him to investigate Chundong's personal history. After all, he is certain the co-author father left some clues for him. Considering that Chundong ended up in an institution, despite being an extra character, he is still classified as an exceptional cadet who is promised to become a hero someday. Given this, there is no way he had normal parents. For the investigation, he decides to hire Yoo-jin Hyuk, an expert people finder and background investigator. He is at the top of his league in his field, and his extremely high fee reflects his skills. But since Hajin does not really have any other options, he thinks he should hire him. Suddenly, a bolt of realization hits Hajin. He has emptied his bank account by investing all of his money in stocks, leaving him broke. Suddenly, his eyes glance towards the seed he has been nurturing. He tends to it daily, feeding it, and the scene ends there. Next, we see Yeonha, who seems to be phoning Jin Hyuk, likely to investigate Hajin's background. Norway's chilly winter is here, and you might be wondering why we are here of all places. The author does not want to get into the nitty-gritty details, and instead has his face bashed with a snowball. It is the pesky brat Nayun again with her precise aim. Hajin reflects on how club activities resumed after the short break caused by the fiendish Sven incident. The hunting club decided it was best to go on a reunion event by renting a cabin in Norway. The senior cadet explains the contents of the event. Numbered flags have been placed throughout the forest, and acquiring them rewards the finder with a gift, ranging from various valuable goods. The cadets are inspired to look for the flags because of the promised rewards. Like always, it is time to draw lots for team arrangement. Like always, rotten luck finds Nayun, and she annoyingly ends up paired with Kim Hajin. At this point, Nayun is convinced Hajin is rigging the outcome to mess with her mood. Pissed off, she demands that he doesn't slow her pace, while Hajin politely warns her about the boar trap she's about to step into. The poor girl gets caught in the trap, much to his amusement. Anyway, Nayun is a little surprised Hajin isn't wearing heavier coats to cover himself. Hajin explains that his jacket is functional enough to survive the cold. What she doesn't know is that he's using a special relic called the Royal Coat Jacket, allowing the user to manipulate the temperature at will. This coat was actually Rachel's thoughtful gift to him for the midterms. She's just a sweet angel in his eyes. Funnily, he thinks he should have written kinder characters in the story, just like her. A curious Nayun points to the flag just up ahead. Hajin confirms the number with his eyes, declaring it to be number 1. Still, he doesn't get why it's placed up so high. Nayun doesn't really give a damn about climbing and starts leaping up like a monkey. Hajin gathers something from his pocket and finds a blade attached to a bunch of wires. Nayun finds them ordinary and doesn't understand his initiative. However, Hajin reflects that these wires have been particularly strengthened by the stigma's magic, making them powerfully unique. He throws the blade, aiming near the flag, believing that its initial trajectory doesn't really matter. After all, he can manipulate it with his magic. The knife ends up hitting its target at the base, releasing the flag from the top. Nayun is pleasantly surprised that his gamble worked. The flag pops down in front of Hajin, who reaches out for it to inspect the prize while an excited Nayun comes running. Hajin reads the note and learns that they've stumbled upon first place. Turns out it's Sunga's actual phone number. While it seems like an amazing prize to Nayun, Hajin is looking depressed and tells her to just take it. Nayun yaps about her status as the vice guildmaster of an elite guild, but that doesn't matter. Hajin isn't looking for her contact since he already has it. This unintentional display of kindness makes her flustered. Nayun tries to return it, claiming that she did nothing to earn the prize. Hajin is okay with that and recommends they return to the cabin. The scene shifts to Yeonha, who remembers her inquiry to Hajin and his response. Yeonha has a puzzled look on her face, trying to create an association on how Fettel could have ended up in Hajin's head. After all, Fettel is a European criminal, so there's no way for them to know each other. Her second assessment is that Hajin may have memorized faces of wanted criminals, but that doesn't make much sense either. Her main hypothesis stemming from all of this is that Hajin has had a tragic past in his life, and because of that, he's probably finding the person responsible for making him suffer. That's why he memorized the list of wanted criminals. There's also the fact that he's an orphan, which makes her wonder if his parents may have been assassinated in secret. It makes sense to Yeonha that he would memorize the faces of criminals and keep his true powers hidden from everyone. Yeonha believes his true objective is to keep a low profile, hunt the criminal, and eventually deal the killing blow. But despite her contemplation, her thoughts are nothing more than a theory, and his past is still shrouded in mystery. However, if it's truly the case, then Yeonha thinks she can turn that into an opportunity to one day recruit him into her guild. All that strategy dumping makes her feel depressed, because she secretly hates calling Jinhyuk. The scene shifts to Jinhyuk's office. He picks up a ringing phone call for his agency, but when he hears Yeonha's voice, he's surprised and wonders why she's calling her uncle all of a sudden. She makes things simple and states that she has a job opportunity for him, to track Kim Hajin, a 17-year-old cube cadet. She wants everything there is to know about his past. Yeonha, confident in his brilliant detective capabilities, believes he is the only person who can confidently execute this job. Meanwhile, the students are shocked that Hajin was capable of finding both the number 1 and the 4th flags. Coincidentally, the 4th flag's prize is somewhat more useful, as it is a VR headset set rather than a contact number. The group enjoys their stay at the cabin. The food is top-notch, and Hajin is helping prepare it for others. This way, he is actually gaining a positive image of himself, contrasting sharply with the initial rumors about him. Hajin remembers his aunt having her own barbecue place, which is why he is adept at handling a grill. The students discuss the end of the semester, noting that one shouldn't trust anyone during the finals due to the exam's difficulty. What is worse than the difficulty is that it causes many conflicts among friends. Finals week is critical to a student's grade after all. A group of them brings up the remedial unit, drawing Hajin's attention. This unit is just as its name implies, a class full of cadets who became failures and couldn't advance. There are actually 200 students in that class. 20 of these students have decided to make deals with demons and have become fiends, all in the name of passing their grades. That is also the reason this year's finals could prove troublesome. There is the lingering issue of the co-author manipulating the events of the story, causing the remedial unit to grow larger. This would also reflect the institution's current state, which is in crisis. One student compliments Hajin, who seems to be cooking pork belly to perfection. She even offers him to join them while they eat, but Hajin is okay with eating on his own. He also thinks it is rather strange of her to chat him up over grilled meat. It makes him wonder if it is really that good. With the cadets finishing their meals, it is time to rest and relax in the lodging. Nayun's group bullies her, a consequence of Hajin's messing around. After the meal, he enjoys the moment, remembering how it has been a long time since he laughed like that. Receiving a sudden system notification, Hajin learns that his client is searching for the scammer Jerome Miller. Hajin thinks it might have something to do with Vervet. Just to make sure, he activates the Book of Truth and requests several inquiries. Hajin learns everything there is to know about Jerome Miller, and it is so much information that it is hurting his head. A typical experience when using the Book of Truth. Punching keys on his laptop, he files the report and receives 5 million points for the information he shared. It is easy money for him. He closes the laptop, enjoying the beautiful view of the aurora. Habitually, Kim Hajin would smoke in his real life during times like these. He remembers his smoking addiction for nearly half a decade, and yet, ever since he jumped into this world, he has forgotten about it completely. Nayun silently observes him, and is shocked to pick up on that detail. Hajin is startled to find her spying on him, but it turns out Nayun had only just arrived. She is a little underwhelmed. She thinks he must have had a terrible background in high school, given his smoking habit. Hajin is getting hammered with accusations and tries to deflect them. Nayun towers over him and decides to ask an important question. She wants to know if Hajin can truly best her. Hajin wants to know if she is prepared to leave her beau for good as part of the bet. With a sad look on her face, Nayun thinks there is nothing to worry about because she is going to win anyway. But it is clear from her body language that she is uncomfortable and might actually cry if she loses, just like in the game earlier. She changes topics and shares the recent news from France. Hajin is getting called the Korean Sherlock Holmes for solving the case of the wanted criminal Vervet. Instead of being impressed, Nayun thinks it's an insult to compare a lousy smoker to Sherlock. Hajin thinks she's just bullying him at this point. Nayun bolts off in her typical style, being childish and petty as always. But before leaving, she stops to ask him what cigarettes taste like. Hajin's response isn't shown as the scene ends there. Let's explore the detective side of things. Jin-hyuk is playing his part, investigating Kim Hajin's background. He's using concealment to mask his presence and growing impatient. Suddenly, he sees a covered figure placing a baby near an orphanage. This person's identity is also a mystery. Before Jin-hyuk is able to piece together more information, the illusion melts into nothingness. He's getting increasingly puzzled about Kim Hajin's identity. Approaching his assistant's room, Jin-hyuk makes his return. He still has no clue about the case. He also has his priorities straight and wants to attend nature's call before sharing the details. So, Kim Hajin grew up in an orphanage. Thanks to the detective's powers, Jin-hyuk was able to revisit the past, on the day Hajin was admitted to identify the person. However, it seemed to be a child who brought the baby out of nowhere, nothing more. Jin-hyuk couldn't connect any more dots because he sensed strong interference. The only way he'll be able to explore further is by maintaining full strength for a long time. He's still in the restroom thinking about these details. He wants to tell Yeonha but almost feels ripped off doing something for free. His cheeky assistant peeks in with an interesting revelation. Another person wanted a report on Hajin, and they could use the same information as a cash grab. This person is actually a Violet Hayes website user, ranked just as high as Jin-hyuk himself. He reads the request, which is straight to the point without any fluff. They're willing to give 100 million points as an advance fee and 500 million upon job completion. That's a lot of money for one person. With so much money involved, Jin-hyuk has a rough idea of who commissioned them. It's definitely the criminal group, the Masked Syndicate. Jin-hyuk is starting to believe that this kid really might be special for being investigated so thoroughly. It's Friday's class, and the instructor announces the approaching final exams in 1 month. One part of the exam will be a practical portion, even tougher than the midterms. The exam will encompass the use of the various hero skills the cadets have learned over the course of the semester. The midterms sparked joy among the cadets, but Hajin explains that the finals won't have any spectators viewing the matches. The test location is also designed to be be a remote island, teeming with dangerous monsters, requiring a week of survival. Without a doubt, Hajin just knows the co-author will make his life a living hell in this case, with his numerous edits. Still, even without the edits, there will be many problems that are going to surface. Hajin wants to stay sharp to avoid getting caught up in them. The instructor refuses to delve into the details of the test, but emphasizes that this time, the testing grounds won't receive any outside interruptions. Many high-level heroes have made sure to prevent such a thing, so all the cadets have to focus on are the exams. With that, the cadets are told to be dismissed for the day. Hajin is preparing his stuff when Nayun comes, reminding him about their bet. Hajin loves annoying her, so he reminds her she'll be losing her bow soon. In response, she wants to wipe the floor with him in the fight. It's finally time for their one-on-one. They head over to the archery center where both cadets prepare to compete. Hajin is rather surprised she brought a crew along just to observe the outcome. Jonghyuk, Suho, and the class rep are stoked to see them brawl. Jonghyun acts like there's no bad blood between him and Hajin, especially with the hiccups they had in the past. Jonghyuk straight up yoinks Hajin by the hair, clearly offended that Hajin told Nayun to give up her bow. So, in return, he wants Hajin to leave the institution. Nayun isn't very crowd-loving and kicks them all away to start their match. The game is called target shooting. There's a trap thrower up ahead, launching a bunch of targets for both of them to shoot down. Nayun recommends they start at 100 meters. The range will increase by 50 meters each time a target is hit. With that settled, she thinks he must be pretty scared and intimidated by now. However, Hajin is as cool as a cucumber because he was expecting the challenge to be a little more difficult. Nayun is ready to break his confidence. Both archers get into position. Nayun activates the trap thrower, releasing discs of targets up in the air. Nayun fires her bow, smashing through the target with her perfect aim. She's pretty convinced he can't do any better. 100 meters is nothing to this girl. She's also surprised he didn't shoot anything. Turns out this lousy idiot wasn't expecting the discs to come out so fast. He didn't even release his arrow. Hearing this, Nayun and the rest of the crowd are stumped. They all collectively break into loud laughter, taking him for a joke. Interestingly, instead of picking on him, she's annoyed by their annoying chatter. She also thinks Hajin's stance is all over the place. Since she's convinced none of his attempts will matter, she lets him have a second try. Hajin gets into position and pulls the string. It's true that Nayun has the better form of the two, but that's not the important thing in this competition. Hajin isn't the type to play by the rules in every situation, as there are plenty of things beyond the fundamentals of a sport. The deciding factor between the weak and the strong is one's abilities, and Hajin's powers aren't a joke. At last, the trap thrower releases discs, prompting Hajin to release the arrow with the aid of his marksman ability. A perfect hit, smashing through the disc. Hajin's raw skill has utterly baffled Nayun and the rest of the naysayers. Now that he's ready to rumble, he requests round 2. Let's explore the girl's background a little. See, Nayun was often looked up to by others when she was a stern disciple. At the time, she made an awful request to transition into archery instead of using her sword. It was clearly related to her mother, but she tried to feel like it wasn't, pretending that she would be okay no matter what weapon she utilized. She returned the magic sword and apologized to her master, provoking the renowned hero. He thought of it as her decision to ultimately make, and decided to confirm one last time if this was the right thing she wanted to do. After all, it might cause her a great deal of regret. Back to the match. Various discs are getting smashed one after the other with Hajin and Nayun competing equally. It's actually strange to others, seeing him match her skill. They've already progressed to 400 meters. One of the cadets explains that Hajin isn't just holding his own, he's actively trying to psychologically pressure Nayun. The pressure is slowly building up inside her head, a testament to Hajin's impressive tactic. At this point, everyone is shocked to accept the reality that Hajin might emerge as the victor. Jonghyuk's furious expression is enough to reveal his anger and frustration. He desperately wants Nayun to win. Unfortunately, Nayun's recent shot is imperfect, missing the bullseye. Hajin seizes this as the perfect moment to remind her that she's not suited for archery. Annoyed, Nayun tells him to just take his shot. Observing her personality, the narrator notes that she isn't a calm and collected person. She's easy to provoke. This kind of personality is a deciding factor in why ranged weapons shouldn't be her forte, and yet she became an archer. Hajin doubles down on her fears, calling her afraid and getting inside her head. This time she's genuinely furious, blazing with anger as she reminds him to shut his damn mouth. But he isn't backing down. In fact, to him, it's the only right answer, as there's no reason to defend her choice. Everything she has said so far has been nothing more than self-made hubris. Nayun's composure is fading, and she quivers to hold her bow. Once again, she reminds him to shut up. Hajin breaks her by reminding Nayun that good isn't great, and that she'll never be able to defeat a fiend on her own, or avenge her family. This was the kicker. Nayun releases her shot at the flying disc. The arrow completely misses the mark, much to the shock of everyone, including Jonghyuk. She herself is stunned by how she missed. In the end, Nayun was defeated in a competition that was supposed to favor her. After the match, Yonha finds Nayun sitting by herself and sulking. Concerned for her friend, Yonha wants to know what happened. Nayun only remembers one thing from their exchange. It's the fact that Hajin insolently brought up her family. He disregarded how it would make her feel, hurting her feelings deeply. She feels betrayed for trusting him, even though she knew he wasn't the nicest person around. She thinks he's an insensitive person who refuses to give up on her. Yonha wonders what Hajin is scheming with his behavior. Knowing that she wants to scout both Hajin and Nayun in the future, Yonha feels a sudden urgency to help them resolve their conflict. So with a heavy heart, instead of supporting Nayun, she talks about Hajin's life as an orphan. She also believes he shares a similar life and background to Nayun, who also lost her mother. This shifts everything for her. Yonha believes that while she's making an assumption, it's possible Hajin sees Nayun as someone important. Someone he wants to teach important lessons, hoping she lives a better life. Coming to this realization, Nayun's eyes gleam while Yonha decides it's best to leave her be for now. With Nayun left to herself, she remembers the decision she made in her childhood, claiming that swords were boring to her, and the time her brother was there to support her decision, believing that she was capable of achieving great things. However, he wanted her to make one last promise. He wanted her to reconsider her choice when the time was right, meaning he also believed his sister was more suited for a sword. Remembering that promise, Nayun feels some level of conviction now. As for the author, he's improved his story points massively thanks to his influence in her life. By the end, we see Nayun's confident stride toward a new beginning. Revisiting the detective, we find that Hajin's life shares a connection to crime. That's what he tells his niece, and asks if it's better to leave the investigation here. Yonha wants him to persist in his investigation, and claims she's hell-bent on recruiting Hajin into her guild. This makes him beam with happiness. Jinyuk is prepared to do double the effort for the cause. Following the match with Nayun, things grew complicated because of the many people watching. This time, Hajin's afraid of what's going to happen once he enters his classroom. He even contemplates skipping, but suddenly finds an unexpected early arrival. It's Nayun, practicing with her sword, her hair now cut short. She's surprised to see him and embarrassingly hides the weapon, not that it would make any difference. Hajin asks if she's practicing and glances at her hair. Nayun demands that he speak his mind. Hajin taunts her for going overboard and cutting her hair because he got on her nerves. Enraged, she claims she did it for the summer's heat. Hajin smiles genuinely and praises her looks, asking if she's feeling good. Nayun agrees, so Hajin leaves her to her business and decides to go about his own training. She remembers the fact that Kim Hajin was supposed to be a sword user when he entered the academy. He threw away an entire life's worth of experience, risking it on a different weapon, just as she is doing now. She wonders why he chose to do that. Nayun's magic sword blazes with her powers, and she amazes herself with her reach. His comments now seem like heartfelt advice to her. She is now convinced that Hajin knew what was better for her ever since the start. Speaking of our boy, he's busy making a bunch of purchases right now. Right before the finals begin, an inspection will be carried out on all cadets to check their gear and weapons. He's taking care of the camping gear for the island. The seed disturbs Hajin with its request to be fed. Hajin inspects its size and realizes that it has grown, so hatching should also be imminent. She's supposed to look like a typical 4-year-old upon hatching. He thinks it should be alright to keep her hidden inside the dorm as long as she transforms her appearance. Inspecting the seed, it enjoys Hajin's embrace, and he hopes for it to hatch soon. Now, let's head to the Masked Syndicate's meeting. Valoran is shocked that their leader is taking extra steps to transform her appearance into a cadet, just so she could observe what's going on in the finals. She requires Jane's help, who still doesn't think it's necessary for her to go overboard. The captain explains that her objective is to verify someone's skills, as well as retrieve something from the testing grounds. Valoran has no choice but to obey, so she casts her magic and transforms her appearance. She's already prepared documents for the cadet she'll be impersonating. It's important for her to follow the cadet's personality to blend in. Valoran feels worried about her, which is out of character for someone so careless. The boss reassures her that nothing will go wrong. Back in the classroom, Ijin is being teased by her classmates. She has an expressionless face, which definitely doesn't suit the average student. Ijin tries to play around with her friends, just as Valoran advised. All of a sudden, Kim Hajin bursts into the scene, just as she is delivering an Oscar-worthy performance. The funniest part is that Hajin is dying inside because he can see right through Ijin's disguise using his observation skill. Even Ijin's boss knows that Hajin has figured it out. Hajin tries to hurry away and takes his seat. He is bewildered and cannot figure out what is happening. There is no plausible reason for the captain of the Masked Syndicate to be here. Anyway, the written exam has wrapped up quickly, which means it is time for the practical exam. The cadets are on board a ship for transport. Hajin is watching Ijin with keen precision, knowing that she is secretly the captain. He originally thought she wouldn't make an appearance again, but she broke the pattern from the original story and came anyway. Just to make sure things proceed smoothly, he has his eye on her. He once tried talking to her but received nothing except for a beverage. He wonders if this is related to her investigation into Suho and Yonghak. The instructor demands the cadets' attention and explains the rules for their exam. They will have to survive up to 5 days on the island and try to score as many points as they can. Their goal is to defeat monsters or steal points from other cadets, and it is also possible to purchase and sell points. Those hoping to get an excellent score are encouraged to try and steal a supervisor's name tag, earning them 200 points. It sounds like easy money, but Hajin reflects that it is impossible to challenge the hero's supervisors. The exam is about to begin, with the ship nearly arriving on the island. Having arrived at the shore, the cadets disembark. Hajin finds Rachel immediately and requests that they complete the final exam together. She is surprised by his sudden invitation, but when it comes to the characters he created, Hajin is trying to take measures in the best way possible to counter any edits from the co-author. There is the looming threat of a powerful villain mage who is trying to hunt her down, so Hajin believes she is the one most at risk in the exam, which is why he wants to protect her. Surprisingly, even this polite girl knows when to reject someone. The author is not surprised that this happened, since top rankers prefer to go about their business by themselves. For that reason, he wants to exchange his location information just to be safe. He is definitely not in any mood to follow the storyline set by the co-author. Rachel receives his location and does not think much about it. That night on the island, one student is carefully treading by herself. It is Nayun who comes to a stop as a monster leaps to attack her from behind. There's not just one, but a group of these ugly monsters. Releasing her magnificent magic sword, she slices them cleanly and effortlessly. The fight has ended. Nayun giggles in annoyance because she is fed up with constantly fighting monsters endlessly. There is just no end in sight, no place to rest or recover. Judging by her exhausted condition, she is afraid she will be the first one to lose. A beam of light in the distance catches her attention. Filled with hope, she excitedly runs in that direction. She knows that someone is cooking some delicious food and thinks she is saved. That is until Nayun runs into Hajin, who had brought his essential camping equipment and prepared for everything beforehand. Nayun's excitement dies, while Hajin is a little surprised she came to visit and reminds her they are not supposed to fight so soon. She is shocked that he was able to get all of this gear, but to the author, it was just the obvious thing to do. Nayun pretends not to care, but her rumbling tummy exposes her instantly. Hajin guesses that Nayun must have acquired at least 25 points. He's happy to share the food so long as she exchanges an equivalent amount of points. Nayun is startled by his high demands, but it's not like she has a choice in the matter, given her hunger. Hajin prepares some bacon for her, and that's how, instead of meeting with Rachel, he ended up with Nayun, who was happily chewing on her food. He fidgets with his laptop, having just finished hacking the drone servers. This allows him to see all the footage of every cadet across the island. It also helps him keep an eye on Rachel. Since she's doing okay, Hajin wonders if the timeline won't diverge this time. It seems Rachel found a cadet group and requested to purchase food from them. One of them suspiciously told her they didn't want to charge her, but it's clear from his arrogant smile that he's hiding something. It's early, and Hajin is already up, ready to start the day. He spots the sky and wonders if it's supposed to be a polar night, since the sun hasn't come up yet. Nayun also slept right next to him and is still out cold. As for the little seed, Hajin realizes it's her feeding time and tends to her. He finds her extremely cute, being such a tiny little thing. Hajin reaches for his pocket and places the seed inside. He asks Nayun if she wants to get up, but she hasn't responded yet, despite his statement about packing up the tent. Hajin thinks it's best for him to leave after packing up his stuff. This is the part where cadets begin fighting each other, which also means it would be best for him to eliminate the strongest cadets to make it easier for him. Murdering isn't an option, but the cadets he suspected to be fiends haven't really shown their true colors to become demonic humans so far. There's one difference between fiends who have sold their souls to other fiends and those who have sold their souls to demons. Fiends relying on other fiends can be sacrificed, and they can also help recharge each other's mana to prevent immediate transformation. Their contracts are comparably lighter with each other. As for the fiends who have directly sold their souls to the demons, they have strict limitations as well as problematic side effects. Only one cadet comes to mind, and that's Ju Yo-hoon. Hajin prepares his luggage and believes he should search for high ground to gain a strategic advantage. His first destination will be the World Tree, right at the dead center of the island. Sensing the urge to act quickly, he bolts off, leaving Nayun unattended. Nayun is still sleeping soundly even after he left. As Hajin makes his way through the island, one cadet working with Yeonha has located their target. She asks permission to strike this person down, but Yeonha strongly opposes her decision and explains that they won't be hurting Hajin at any cost during the competition. It doesn't make any sense to her teammates, since Hajin's ranking is at the very bottom of the cube's rankers. However, Yeonha knows what he's capable of, and thinks they would be unable to defeat him even if they challenged him. Hajin approaches the World Tree and descends to prepare for something. Rose doesn't get what he's doing by assuming such a position, and wonders if this maniac is going to start leaping the World Tree at this point. Preparing himself, Hajin defies expectations and does exactly that. With his incredible agility, he maneuvers past the World Tree, bouncing with extreme agility. It leaves Rose completely winded, while Yeonha uses this as an example of why they shouldn't be attacking Hajin. She reminds reminds Rose that his rank is just a false assessment of his true powers. In fact, he's so sharp that he'll detect her arrows without even having to look at where they're coming from. Sei requests Rose to keep this information a secret because she wants to value Hajin's privacy, with her future goals in mind. Rose understands and decides to keep the secret, while Yonha receives a notification on her smartwatch alerting her about Ijin. She decides it's best for them to head back now. Hajin is still navigating his way through the world tree. He activates his special eye ability to get a good view of the cadets lurking nearby. One particular cadet stands out as a problem. Hajin is locked in and has discovered one of the fiends. He thinks it's the easiest job in the world, as he only needs a stick to attach directions to and imprint a message on. With his preparations finished, Hajin swings the stick at full speed and manipulates its trajectory using stigma magic. The stick is aimed right for his target and approaching him at full speed. The fiend seems to be unaware until the stick hits the ground just nearby. Surprised, the cadet picks up the stick to inspect what's going on. Then he scouts the direction it came from to see where the person could be hiding. His immediate suspicion is the world tree, where Hajin is sharply staring him down. The final aspect of his plan is to patiently wait as things unfold on their own. Meanwhile, Nayeon is treating this competition way too lightly until she wakes up in a jolt. She wakes up to the thought of Hajin's words, making her feel embarrassed, like a donut in love. It turns out that Hajin said those words right before leaving her. Nayeon knows that people have always found her looks noteworthy, but the fact that he said those words while she was sleeping bothers her. The funny part is, Hajin was actually talking about the damn seed, and Nayeon is out here thinking this guy was either talking about her, a pet, or even himself. Still, the possibility of him actually saying those words to her makes her feel embarrassed as hell. She doesn't know what to do in that situation. Back with Hajin, he doesn't know what he just did, though he is getting the feeling that someone is complaining about him in the distance. The onset of morning has awakened the rest of the cadets, who are now making their way. Rachel is worried because of what happened the previous night. She joined Ju Yo Hoon's group, and they didn't even ask for any form of payment from her. They were being overly helpful, which is exactly the kind of thing that troubles her. Her intuition tells her that there's something wrong. The rest of the cadets are prioritizing splitting up and hunting for points. However, Yeo Hoon's group in particular isn't focused on doing that. They really don't care about the points. What really troubles Rachel is that she can sense their deep interest in her. Realizing that there's definitely a problem with this group, she considers backing away, wondering if it's best to rejoin Hajin. But just then, Yeo Hoon addresses her, explaining that he found a monster worth 10 points. He wants her help in taking it down. Rachel doesn't think much of it and decides that she'll leave them after the hunt. She follows him along, but for some reason, the rest aren't following, making her feel uncertain about her escape. Arriving at the monster's location, Yeo Hoon points out the big bear he was talking about. Well, instead of a bear, it's a masked assassin who looks like he's literally out for blood. Yeo Hoon acts like he doesn't know this guy at all, but Rachel senses trouble. She quickly shoves him out of the way, dodging the lethal attack aimed for the both of them. Thankfully, they survive the crushing blow, but Rachel can't figure out what a fiend is doing all the way inside the island. Her first priority is to help Yeo Hoon escape, so she tends to him. This guy is making a fuss over a sharp cut he received, even though it looks pretty tame in comparison to what Rachel has faced. Yeo Hoon literally vanishes at the speed of light after realizing there's a fiend in sight. Rachel knows that he was bullshitting with worse acting than a YouTuber's apology. Still, her only option is to confront the fiend, so she points her weapon at him. Her suspicions proved her right, even though she never expected Yeo Hoon to sell her out to a fiend. The demonic human happily takes her on and sends a wave of sharp strikes. Rachel evades them just in time, but leaves herself open to be attacked. She blocks the fiend's attack just in time and realizes that she's facing someone incredibly powerful. However, this girl refuses to back down and believes she can take on the threat despite the odds. Rachel's one-on-one melee duel continued until she found an opening to strike him down. Her sword cuts the fiend, but all of a sudden, she senses terror, realizing that her own foot is caught in the ground. This allows the fiend to counterattack her just as she's immobile. Rachel is fearing for her life because another fiend has popped up from behind. She's exposed to both and admits she's incapable of dodging. As the fiend confidently swings its attack, a wave of light penetrates it and kills it immediately. The second fiend tries to finish the job by sending its wave of slashes in Rachel's direction. She can't avoid it, so Suho makes his entrance and slashes the attack down. The protagonist gives Nayoon the signal to strike. Equipped with her long-ranged weapon, Nayoon picks up her bow again and unleashes a powerful magic arrow, finishing the fiend. Her friends come rushing to her aid, claiming that these guys were anything but supervisors. Thankfully, Rachel didn't receive any noticeable noticeable injuries. Suho observes that the fiend had just escaped the arrow by jumping off the cliff. Since they're under the threat of being attacked again, Suho requests that they team up with Rachel for the time being. They decide to travel together as a group, when Rachel is suddenly drawn to something close by. She sees a buried bullet and wonders where it came from. This makes her remember who took down the first fiend, especially with a barrage of light-focused attacks. Turns out it was Hajin, just doing his work. He's currently sniping the bastard Yeo-hoon, who ran off. Sharing a fireplace, Suho learns that Nayun has transitioned into becoming a sword user. Of course, she finds herself too embarrassed to admit the truth, and claims it's just a secondary weapon. Meanwhile, the princess is still fixated on her suspicions about Hajin. No one other than him is capable of channeling a gun, let alone a sniper rifle. But it doesn't make sense how he was able to detect she was in danger, or why he bothered to help. Then again, she doesn't know why he would prefer hiding in that situation. Her contemplation is interrupted by Nayun, who had just offered to team up behind the scenes, as she and Suho were already doing so. She thinks about it for a moment and decides that it's best for her to leave the group despite Suho's worry. The princess explains that she needs to see someone at once, likely referring to the person who helped her. The author has gained 22 points in total from both Nayun and the monsters he killed. Still, he requires at least 50 more points to make it out safely. Just like Nayun, he's a little peeved by the number of monsters he'll have to hunt. To his complete surprise, one person comes to visit Hajin out of nowhere. It's the captain of the masked syndicate, hiding herself in Li Jin's disguise. The author is shitting himself, wondering if she's really come here to battle him, since he knows the chick is too overpowered and can't be stopped at his current level. Hajin tries to regain his composure and believes she might be here for a motive of her own. He tries to chat her up casually, but the second she draws her sword, Hajin starts losing his damn mind again. He faces her with a smile, but internally, he knows he's about to get fucked in this fight. Li Jin requested that he draw his weapon for the battle. Hesitantly, Hajin reflected that there was no way he could take her down, so he attempted a different approach, buying himself time. Hajin thought there was only one deciding factor when it came to duels. He released the ether slime without her noticing. Li Jin emphasized that if he wasn't going to use a weapon, she would take him down. The thread reached her and finally managed to catch her. Hajin had her right where he wanted. The captain didn't understand what he was doing and realized he was choosing to surrender by taking off his smartwatch. The funniest part was that it wasn't even his own watch. Using the ether thread, he swiftly managed to catch her watch without her noticing. She was utterly shocked by this strategy. Hajin claimed that cadet duels were always decided based on the person taking their opponent's smartwatch. This meant that the second he pressed the fingerprint recognition button, she was as good as defeated. The captain was stumped that he managed to catch her off guard like that, while the narrator thought she should have done her research a little better. Deciding to be merciful, he tossed back the smartwatch, claiming he was choosing to be merciful in this situation. However, the captain didn't understand what he was saying. Hajin used this opportunity to run away. Still, he had left a significant impression on the captain of the masked syndicate. Unfortunately, Valoran wasn't watching the scene unfold because she was distracted. Even though her senses had been cut in half after using Valoran's disguise ability, she was still outsmarted by a young cadet. For the future, she thought it was best to have a spell-calling gate prepared in advance. Back at his camp, Hajin was happy that he had escaped in one piece. He had been so close to death after encountering her. It was a good thing she was nerfed in her disguised state. Hajin had done his part for now, and thought he should refuel himself for the time being. While observing his points, Hajin's attention was drawn to Rachel, who popped up from out of nowhere. He wondered if she was trying to look for him. It turned out the girl was also hungry, so Hajin offered her a chance to grab a meal with him. To spark conversation, she wondered what he had been up to all this time. Hajin kept it casual, explaining that he was just hunting points. Inside his mind, he knew she was trying to ask why he had saved her, but she was too shy to say so. He also noticed that she was injured, which was just obvious when facing a fiend. The food was preparing. Meanwhile, the seed of Evangel was acting crazy in his pocket. Suddenly, it darted out and dove right into Rachel's jacket, causing an awkward scene and making her scream. Finally, Rachel took out the seed and begged for an explanation of what an almond was doing inside her jacket. Hajin was way too embarrassed to tell her that he was raising an almond and clarified that it was more of a seed. She returned him the seed, but Rachel was still pretty embarrassed by the awkward scene. As Hajin was checking on the food, Rachel finally made the request she had been meaning to ask. She wanted to team up with him behind the scenes, like Suho and Nayun earlier. Hajin explained that Nayun had said the same thing in the novel. Anyway, the princess explained that there might be a team out there hunting for her. She talked about Yeo-hoon. Hajin told her not to worry because he wouldn't be going after them anymore. The scene hints that Jong-hak, in his fury, has already eliminated the group, brutally annihilating the rest of Yohoon's teammates. Yohoon doesn't understand what's happening or why Shin Jong-hak of all people is here. With a sharp grin, Jong-hak greets Yohoon with a powerful projectile, a stick landing right next to his face. The stick bears a provocative message and a location. Yohoon tries to explain that it wasn't his doing and that he's hunting down an innocent person. But Jong-hak isn't the rational type and doesn't care. This makes Yohoon panic as Jong-hak grips his spear, claiming he despises people like him. Grabbing the cadet's throat, he chokes him, mentioning his annoyance with manipulating snakes like Yohoon. The scene ends there, shifting to a glimpse of the supervision tower governing the exam. Se-young-ah, part of the supervisory team, seems lost in thought. Her friend approaches, asking what's bothering her. Se-young-ah mentions Ha-jin's name instead of fixating on Suho, as she usually does. She explains that while Suho is still the top candidate they're hunting for, she's also received interesting information about Ha-jin. She managed to get her hands on a secret document called the Manhwa report. Interestingly enough, the report states that Manhwa personally believes Ha-jin is a stronger candidate, even over Suho. While the document is likely fake, they've still discovered something special about the boy, his ability to use light magic. She thinks his rank is irrelevant in this particular case. She doesn't have proof for now, so she plans on baiting him using her name tag. After all, stealing a supervisor's name tag can earn a candidate 200 points. Back at the campsite, Rachel observes Ha-jin's bullet, confirming her thoughts. She still doesn't understand how he was able to find her when she was in danger. Something about it seems strange, but one thing is for sure. She knows it was the mage Lancaster who perpetrated the attack. In a regretful thought, Rachel wonders if it would have been better for her to have died that day. Meanwhile, Ha-jin is busy hunting down monsters from the World Tree, the best location for his sniping. He thinks the hunting is going easier than expected. He had found Rachel in a pretty depressed state earlier, but she quickly regained her happiness with food. Ha-jin's eyes are drawn to something glimmering close by. He stumbles upon a beautiful lake, thinking there are bound to be a bunch of monsters with valuable points there. Casting a light sphere, Ha-jin thinks it's ideal to bait them. Suddenly, he senses someone close and addresses them. Nothing responds, but it's clear that this person is sharply trailing him. Ha-jin activates his special eyes and discovers Na-yoon, who had passed her concealment skill. He fires a shot next to her, breaking her concealment by startling her. Na-yoon is almost pissed that he did that, while Ha-jin wants to know why she's spying on him. She tries to make an excuse, but nothing significant comes to mind, confirming his thoughts that she was following him all along. Ha-jin wants to know the real reason, so Na-yoon gives up and confirms that she's hunting Shung-ah. This surprises Ha-jin a little, but Na-yoon is really curious how he managed to cut past her concealment skill. Instead of answering, he gets on his laptop. Keep in mind that no one can see his laptop, so Na-yoon doesn't know why he's kneeling all of a sudden. Ha-jin remembers Sung-ah's part in the novel. She initially observes Suho, and then focuses on observing other candidates. That means it's likely that Sung-ah could also be following him nearby. He uses his surveillance to see where she's hiding, and finds her on top of a tree. This makes Ha-jin wonder if he's become a prospect in her eyes. Ha-jin is figuring things out while the short-haired brat is getting impatient. She's shocked by how he was able to create the light sphere. He's playing the charming prince and believes she shouldn't look further into it. His attempts at charm only end up weirding her out. She no longer wants to care, and with both of them at odds, they decide to go in opposite directions. Ha-jin knows there's no way he can risk telling her the truth. Explaining the stigma's magic would also include telling her their world is taking place inside a mere book that he wrote. Meanwhile, Ha-jin resumes his monster hunting. It's been 2 hours since she went away, and he's acquired 15 more points in that time. However, someone else is bothering him. This person decides to reveal their presence. Shung-ah remembers him well, and wants him to feel at ease around her. She explains her mission to test various abilities of the cadet with a small challenge. The rules of this challenge are simple. She will do nothing but stand in place, using only her left hand. Kim Ha-jin is supposed to attack her with whatever he can. However, if he manages to land even a single blow that isn't on her left hand, or move her even a single step from her spot, she'll happily hand over the name tag. It's quite the offer, but knowing it's Shung-ah, Ha-jin knows it won't be easy. Still, it's tempting because the offer could gain him 200 points, jumping him straight into first place. The main obstacle is the fact that he's dealing with the brilliant Sung-ah, so it's going to be difficult. She wonders if he's going to reject her or take her on. Ha-jin reaches for his gun, implying that he's ready to fight her for it. He shoots a bullet aimed right at her. Sung-ah thinks this will be the perfect opportunity to gauge his skills. She deflects the bullet with a flick of her finger, showcasing her amazing senses and speed. She's already seen him create a light sphere, and even though she deflected the bullet, she can still feel her fingers throbbing from the impact. Shung-ah is happy that the report proved to be reliable after all. Ha-jin, on the other hand, is a little disappointed. He used a strengthened round, only for her to deflect it without even using magic. This means a direct approach will be impossible with this hero. He uses his stigma to craft 2 blades and swipes them at her, but this attack is rather easily dodged by Shung-ah, who notes how he used to be a sword warrior before his conversion. His variety of skills impresses her. Ha-jin arms his gun again and attempts to shoot her back to back, only for Shung-ah to speedily block every attack. She notes how his weapon is beyond powerful for a training weapon issued by the institution. This confirms to her that he's using a gift related to honing his guns. What she didn't expect was for the knives to come flying right back at her. Ha-jin intelligently uses an off angle to catch Shung-ah off guard, since she's only allowed to use her left hand. However, she wouldn't be a hero without her own tricks. Shung-ah ignites her aura, blasting away the knives from her spot. She didn't break a rule, as the attack didn't connect with her body and she didn't move. Now it's certain to Ha-jin that he just won't be able to beat her. Shung-ah is extremely impressed that he can alter the trajectory of the projectiles using magic. She's incredibly impressed and wonders what kind of ability he used. She compares him to an onion, revealing one new layer after another. She wants to inspect his entire arsenal of talents, but this dude is done. He puts away his gun and simply starts walking away. Shung-ah is shocked. She struggles to believe he's just leaving like that. She asks why he's headed the other way, just when things were getting interesting for her. Suddenly, the clever author turns back and reminds Shung-ah that she just lost because she took a step. She was careless and forgot about her condition, not to move a single step. A sudden, horrifying realization sets in for Seong-ah, who can't believe she's just been outsmarted. She's infuriated, but Ha-jin clarifies that he doesn't really care about the outcome, as their fight is a waste of time. He doesn't see any way to win against her, so he's giving up. He just leaves after surrendering, while Shung-ah trails him like an ex-girlfriend who is still not over him. The reality is, Ha-jin wanted to see just how strong he was against Shung-ah, believing he had a small chance. But he now knows she's a monster in every sense of the word. Seong-ah is still walking after him, calling his name. This whole scene is observed by Lee Jin, who is assessing Ha-jin's abilities. June asks if everything is going well, as she left her friend group just to come here. However, the captain believes she made the ideal choice. Suddenly, the island shakes, as something greater is happening. The captain refers to this shaking as palpitations. We then catch a shot of a sapling butterfly's cocoon, which is about to emerge soon. Let's talk about the sapling butterfly. This is a kind of parasitic monster that nurtures its growth through trees. In the original story, Rachel and Suho were responsible for defeating the creature on the last day of the finals. This way, the main character Suho stumbles upon the sapling butterfly's powder, and Rachel receives an evolution in her own abilities. However, currently, Rachel is stuck with the author. He has to find some way to involve her in the events of the story so she can fight the sapling butterfly. There's one glaring issue though. Rachel suddenly asks where they're headed since they're aimlessly searching around. The problem is, Ha-jin has no idea where the sapling butterfly will emerge from. Let's visit Suho's group now. They have collected a pile of monsters, placing them directly in first place. 20 hours are left until the end of the exam. Suho is going about his business when, all of a sudden, Nayun intriguingly asks his opinion on Ha-jin's abilities. She mentions that he acts like he's masking a ton of his powers. She recalls their first encounter at the museum, then in Paris. Wherever they encounter him, he's always insanely powerful, despite his low physical stats and ranking. Suho suddenly remembers what Ha-jin told him. He mistakenly believes Nayun has a crush on him, so he's just beaming like an idiot for no reason. Nayun is upset and wants to know what he's smiling about. While they're carelessly chatting, a tree root erupts from the ground to attack them. Both of them are shocked that the roots are moving on their own. At the same time, Ha-jin also sees the roots, giving him a good idea of the sapling butterfly's location. The roots dominate the cadets, leaving Rachel and Ha-jin to fend for themselves. Ha-jin lays out his plan. He has to uncover the source of the earthquakes and eliminate the monster, but he wants her protection along the way. It's a typical request, so Rachel accepts. This leads to the author's contemplation regarding the cadets. Suho knows they will head right to the source, giving them the best shot to challenge the butterfly sapling. Meanwhile, Seong-ah sees things unfold. She wonders if she should intervene, given that this creature is not supposed to be part of the exam. On second thought, she believes this creature would be a great test of the cadets' capabilities. It may sound harsh, but she believes they should be able to handle a threat like a hero. Good heroes are always nurtured by adversity. Na-yoon descends with her magic sword attack, obliterating one of the tree roots with a clean cut. She is amazed by her own attack, and even Suho reacts with joy. As a swordsman, he guides her on how to use a sword and perform better slashes. This upsets Na-yoon, as Suho is ruining her shining moment. The roots seem endless, but not impossible to beat. Suho realizes that fighting the roots should not be their focus. They will have to kill the source, which is the trunk. Some cadets point out how particularly strange the tree looks. They can see a creature swirling within a cocoon. Suddenly, the shell bursts open, revealing the terrifying sapling butterfly in its true form. The sheer size of the creature alarms the cadets. The butterfly separates from the tree and takes flight. Its wings leave a potent powder in the atmosphere, spreading it all around the cadets. Nayun is the first person to experience its dreadful effects, as the powder is sapping her strength. The same happens to the rest of the students. Nayun faints, but Suho catches her before she falls. For some reason, he is the only one unaffected, while the rest of the crew is drained of energy. The reason is revealed. Suho held his breath to avoid being affected by the powder, but he struggles to keep up, wondering if he can safely take out the threat at that time. Suddenly, Suho senses two swift cadets arriving from out of nowhere. Rachel and Hajin are fast on their feet, having already taken countermeasures by wearing masks. They are going full speed to catch the monster. Rachel observes the fallen cadets, realizing they have been affected by the powder. The really strange part is that Hajin was aware of everything that would happen, which bothers her. He calls for her attention, pointing to the monster hovering in the air. He wants to defeat the monster by himself and asks Rachel to take care of the roots. Preparing his shot, Hajin releases powerful bullets, shattering the creature's wing and inflicting incredible pain. The sapling butterfly cries in agony, causing the roots to emerge from the ground. Rachel has been waiting for this moment and dices them down with her exceptional sword skill. Her eyes turn back to Hajin as she realizes the roots are attacking from underground. A gigantic root pops out. It could have killed Hajin, but thankfully, Rachel acts quickly and shoves him away. Unfortunately, however, one of the roots catches her right foot. It snatches her away and propels her into a tree. Hajin worries for Rachel, allowing himself to get distracted. The roots target him next, and it looks like it is all over for him. All of a sudden, Suho, the main protagonist, makes his valiant entrance, saving Hajin's life. Unfortunately, because of his previous attack, he compromised his breath. Hajin's attention is drawn to the defeated Rachel, fearing she is knocked out. Surprisingly, the seed wiggles its way out of his jacket and bounces away to find its mother. Hajin is literally losing his mind seeing this thing bounce in the air. The seed strikes Rachel's face and starts adoring her. Hajin is pissed right now while Suho calls for his help. Suho's condition is also getting worse, leaving them with little options. Hajin reflects that he can only use 3 fire bullets using stigma magic, but that also means he has only 3 shots to take the creature out. Turning to Suho, Hajin confirms he needs his help. Out of nowhere, someone casts an electrical strike upon the sapling butterfly, knocking it down to the ground. Hajin wonders who took it down. The figure is revealed to be the captain of the masked syndicate. Crackling lightning surrounds her figure as the sapling butterfly crashes to the ground. Hajin suspects that she might also be after the powder. Now that Suho is given the opportunity to strike, he uses his last bit of power to deal the killing blow. The monster plummets in defeat, while Suho's strength wanes from his body as he collapses on the ground. Aijin stands before the sapling butterfly and reaches for the object she came looking for. Suddenly, Hajin confronts her and demands she stop, claiming that it's not something she should be taking. Even the captain doesn't know the function of the powder at this point in the story. In fact, she is just retrieving it to resell the product and make money. But that will steal Suho's powerful development. He needs a strength buff by acquiring the powder to take down future enemies. A disinterested Aijin checks her surroundings and sees that everyone except for Hajin seems to be knocked unconscious. With the effects of the powder wearing off, the captain cannot believe that a typical cadet like Hajin can resist the power for so long. She finds him an object of interest and plans to observe him closely in the future. Speaking of which, Hajin is blocking out the effects by using ether to conserve his breathing. He tries to wear his mask again, but then all of a sudden, Aijin engulfs him in a portal of black. Inside this spatial dimension, the captain reveals her identity. She knows that Hajin always knew it was her from the beginning. He tries to play it safe and remembers the name she told him back when they met at the midterms. For a moment, even the captain cannot recall that name because she has so many aliases that it is hard to keep up. She remembers the card she gave him with a fake identity attached. Hajin wonders if she is some kind of test supervisor. The captain is suspicious and probes him for more information. He tries to gaslight her, but she issues a warning shot with a serious look on her face. The captain is prepared to eliminate him, but suddenly remembers she is supposed to act like a hero. Hajin is scared shitless and explains that he figured it out when he gave her the smartwatch. He adds that he has special eyes, but even she knows that brilliant eyes will not just help anyone to see past Valoran's disguise. As she stands before him, the captain theorizes that his magic ability might be inherently linked with anti-magic attributes. In that case, every aspect of magic being produced from his body will wield anti-magic properties. This is the only way he would be able to see Valoran's ability, by concentrating the effects in his eyes. Believing that assumption, the captain is now completely persuaded by Hajin's value as an asset. She breaks the illusion sphere and in goodwill decides to share the sapling's powder with him. The captain has a condition of her own, but Valoran stops her at the last second by reminding her not to blurt out something stupid. Lo and behold, the simplest thing she could ask for was Ha-jin's phone number. After the conversation, Ha-jin feels a breath of relief. Ha-jin was convinced it was game over for him. Still, he got what he wanted. The sapling's powder was his for the taking. The captain's intrusion messed up the timing of things. Ha-jin wondered how he could safely deliver the powder to Suho without arousing suspicion. Suddenly, he remembered both Rachel and the seed that was tending to her. Rachel's body was glowing in a beam of light. Ha-jin was scared because the seed was finally undergoing its hatching state. The beam of light blinded Ha-jin while Rachel slowly woke up from her dream. She spotted a girl before her eyes, a girl who embraced her with love, healing all of her injuries. Something about this girl felt familiar to her. Rachel realized that she looked like a younger version of herself. The girl tried to communicate with her, but Rachel couldn't comprehend her words. Rachel wanted the girl to repeat what she said. Unfortunately, her dream ended with Ha-jin rushing towards her. A mini Rachel was sitting next to her. Evangel addressed the horrified Ha-jin as her father and told him that her mom had fallen asleep again. Youngin and the others, who had been knocked out, finally regained consciousness. They saw the dizzy Ha-jin carrying Suho while Sunga managed the others. The fourth day of the final exam had finally ended, and they were on their way back to the institution. Ha-jin was in a contemplative state as the finals had ended. Though the sudden appearance of the butterfly caused some issues, additional points would be given to those involved in taking down the monster. Inspecting his smartwatch, Ha-jin realized that the captain had yet to contact him. After all, the captain had taken his contact information for their plans. Still, he didn't understand what made her so interested in him specifically. While he was busy in thought, Nayun came and asked how he was able to beat the sapling butterfly. Ha-jin didn't understand what she was talking about, so Nayun reminded him how she was put to sleep because of the powder. Nayun learned from Suho that he beat the butterfly by smashing its wings. However, it didn't make sense that he could smash a creature's wings with a handgun. Ha-jin also politely asked why Nayun was suddenly invested in using a sword instead of her bow. Of course, he loved stirring the hornet's nest, causing Nayun to blurt out in anger that he was the one who asked her to. Ha-jin tried to switch roles here, acting as if she might face difficulty if she used a weapon with less experience during combat. However, Nayun was fine with that, since she was quite decent with a sword and wouldn't be facing much trouble. Ha-jin was okay with that, so he asked how it felt to wield a sword again. Seeing that Nayun was dismissive in her body language, Ha-jin thought it must have been a scary experience. This caused Nayun to get hot and nervous, because she wanted to give the impression she didn't face any trouble adjusting. Ha-jin could easily spot when Che Nayun was lying. After all, it was a characteristic he had added in writing to her. Ha-jin smiled, realizing that despite the changes in the story, nothing about Nayun's personality had changed much. He thought it would be okay in the end, and told Nayun that she was born to use a sword. A truth considering the author's intentions. The scene shifted to Yonha, who was sharing a meal with Suho and Nayun. Yonha was a fan of the Ha-jin-Nayun ship, which caused Nayun to get embarrassed. Even Suho thought there might be something going on between the two, considering Ha-jin's words. The purple-haired brat thought that anyone who tried to get close to that guy eventually gave up because of his unfriendly personality. This is in direct contrast to Nayun, who Ha-jin has consistently shown interest in. Nayun tries to retort, reminding Yonha that she was the one who got close to him at first. However, that only happened because she wanted something from him. On the flip side, Ha-jin's relationship with Nayun is different. Embarrassed, Nayun tries to mask her flustered reaction, leaving others to wonder how she's going to handle this situation. Speaking of Ha-jin, he's spotted standing nearby, causing Nayun to try and pretend she doesn't care. Ha-jin gives her a glance before walking away, which only causes Yeonha to tease her even more. Underneath, Nayun's defenses are starting to dull, as evidenced by her face. Anyway, Ha-jin returns to his dorm to check on Evangel. She looks like a mini Rachel, extremely excited to see her papa. She pounces on him, asking where he went. Ha-jin reminds the little girl not to call him daddy, as that would complicate their relationship and people would find out. The stubborn little girl wants to know why. Ha-jin is starting to realize the patience required to handle a young child. The cute girl innocently smiles at him with a radiant beam of happiness. Ha-jin can't help but smile back. Evangel ended up evolving by Rachel's side on the last day of the exam. Ha-jin was extremely nervous when he found out about her. She also jumped on him in joy, grateful for being raised with care. Ha-jin was panicking because a scouting helicopter was checking on the cadets. He requested Evangel to return to her seed state, like she was before. The poor girl didn't want to do that and kept calling Rachel her mommy. She felt sad about leaving her mother. In a flash, Evangel reverted to her seed state, and that's how Ha-jin brought her back to his room. The monster child is roaming around, causing destruction, while Ha-jin has suddenly become a teen father. It's lunchtime, and Evangel is sparkling with joy, eating the yummy food. Hajin wants her to finish up and shifts his focus to the butterfly saplings powder. The powder is a magical substance known for attaching itself to a target and revealing their hidden potential. Its main target is potential, and it can be applied to both humans and objects. The thing is, it should have ended up in Suho's hands, but the captain intervened and made things complicated. Now Hajin still has to think of a suitable way to get the powder into Suho's hands. The scene cuts to Rachel, resting on her bed, pondering about the dream of a child she had. She vividly remembers feeling its presence as if it were more than just a dream. She thinks it might be a kind of elemental tree altering her dream, or possibly even a hallucination. At the same time, she can't get the hallucination out of her mind. The very thought of it makes her happy and warm. She thinks she'll always feel that warmth from now on, implying they might someday meet again. Meanwhile, we return to Yonha, who is patiently waiting for someone. That person arrives at last, and it's revealed to be Hajin, who she was expecting to cancel. She tells him that one more person will be joining them, but since they're running late, they should proceed ahead. At this point, Hajin is wondering about the identity of this final person. Yonha congratulates him for performing well in the final exam, but Hajin thinks very little of his score. Yona teases him that he should have cut down 20 points to enter the average line. Still, many other guilds are starting to take an interest in him, and she's aware of that. Hajin glances outside the window and is shocked. Yonha finally welcomes him to the majestic headquarters of the Straits of Essence Guild. Let's go back a few hours earlier. Hajin receives a message about the guild experience. Many guilds are going to be contacting cadets of interest via smartwatches. This system provides cadets with an opportunity to see current heroes in action. Each guild is granted the right to select any cadet of its choosing. However, priority is given to guilds with the highest rank. Hajin is quite excited for this day because he wants to see the heroes in action. Each guild is supposed to select 3 cadets from the first and second year students. Consequently, first-year students ranking below 300 rarely get a chance. Since Hajin's ranking was around 900 when he got admission, he thinks he's doomed, regardless of his test score in the finals. A sudden smartwatch notification startles him. Hajin is stunned that he was actually picked by someone. It turns out that the Straits of Essence Guild extended the invitation. Back in the present, Yonha and Hajin are strolling around. It turns out that many heroes perform indoor work, carefully analyzing dangerous missions before stepping into the field. He sharply glances at Yonha, realizing that she's the sole reason he ended up here for the guild experience. After all, as the guildmaster's daughter, she has the authority to bend the rules slightly. The group enters the research and analysis chambers. One of the heroes points out that Hajin placed first in his theoretical exam, so he thought this place would be of interest to him. Sangho is a mid-tier hero, and Yonha's most reliable assistant. He's responsible for conducting guild experiences for potential scouts. He appears to be a genuinely nice guy, but Hajin, having written the story, knew that this man would one day betray Yeonha in a brutal manner. A person approaches them, addressing Sangho and the new cadet, Kim Hajin. This is Lee Jina, another hero from the guild. She's quick to judge him based on his rank, glaring at Yeonha for abusing her power by arranging such a meeting. Of course, Jina does not want him to be here. She's the main supporter of the current Vice Guildmaster Hoseok, which means she is in direct opposition to Yeonha. However, her resentment towards Yeonha is temporary and will eventually shift. She eventually becomes the Vice Guildmaster and a source of strength for Yeonha. Sangho tries to highlight Hajin's merits, pointing out that he placed first in the theoretical exam, but Jina thinks that's not an impossible feat. She doesn't see the importance of education at the cadet level and tries to undermine Hajin. Jina thinks it would be a good idea to test his ability and hands him a report to analyze. Sangho reminds her that she isn't supposed to be sharing confidential data. Jina dismisses his concern because all she cares about is belittling Hajin. Hajin is infuriated and thinks it's the best chance to prove her wrong. Extending his hand towards Jina, he requests paper to jot down his thoughts. Jina continues to egg him on, poking fun at him, while he doesn't understand why she's being so difficult. Meanwhile, Yonha realizes that their second visitor has arrived. Both she and Sangho decide to go visit that person, leaving Hajin to analyze the report. He assesses the dungeon raid variables and admits that its concepts are far too advanced for the average cadet. However, thanks to his observation ability, he can swiftly calculate anything and note down the solutions. He's about to finish up the final part of his analysis when suddenly Jina steals the paper from him. She's frustrated that he kept solving the report instead of following them. Hajin is seething, barely restraining himself. He leaves the analysis room, distraught that he couldn't finish the conclusion, and hopes to God Jina doesn't ask him to retake the test. As he's about to leave the elevator, Hajin is startled to run into Nayun. Nayun is equally surprised to see him there and directly confronts Yonha about it. Hajin observes Yonha's reaction, noting that she seems to have intentionally kept information about both of them from the other. Meanwhile, at Jinhyuk's detective agency, he's exhausting himself, trying to string together every clue he can dig up on Kim Hajin, yet there's nothing promising or significant about him. him. Hajin's past is jaded and obscure. There's no information on his parents or how he became an orphan. Jin-yuk is reaching his limits after his niece tasked him with an impossible job, yet everything about this boy is making things interesting. A snippet of a report mentions an accident that took the life of a pregnant woman and her unborn child. Next, the mobilization assignment for Nayun and Hajin is announced. Sang-ho wants to know what made Nayun take her time. Nayun explains that she had a meeting with her grandfather before rushing here. Her grandfather is no joke. He's the great hero Choi Ju-chul. Yona receives an important call and signals the others to go on ahead. In the restroom, she talks to her uncle Jin-hyuk, requesting a report on the investigation. Jin-hyuk teases her, saying he didn't even get the chance to start yet. Yona is enraged hearing that, while Jin-hyuk asks what's gotten her interested in the boy's parents to begin with. After all, Hajin isn't actively looking for them. Based on her earlier hypothesis about Hajin's interest in criminals, Yeonha thinks he is looking for his parents, which makes her wonder if they were also linked to some kind of criminal past. This connects to Jin-hyuk's investigation into the Gwangho shelter massacre. He cuts her off, claiming he's got a client to handle. Jin-hyuk drops the call and begins to wonder if there's a connection between the boy and the massacre. Speaking of the massacre, 16 years ago, a surge of monsters flooded Gwangho and took many lives. The incident resulted in the deaths of 9 heroes and 87 civilians. Jin-hyuk was responsible for investigating the incident in the past and was eventually expelled from his family because of it. The government concluded that fiends were behind the attack, but that was just a cover. Instead, the real perpetrators were hiding elsewhere. The president of the country at the time, Kim Seok-ho, the chairman of the Daehyun group, Ju Chul, and finally, Yeonha's father, Jinung. They didn't bother hunting down the fiends and instead used assassins to do their bidding. The incident didn't really matter much to them. This begs the question, what if there was a survivor from the incident? What if Hajin's parents lost their lives in the brutal massacre, leading to the boy's vengeful path? Sensing a critical danger, Jin-hyuk feels obliged to stop investigating the case. After all, if he becomes Ju Chul's target, he will be in danger. The story jumps back to Nayun, who is enjoying herself running full speed with the others. Unfortunately, Hajin has poor physicality, so he's barely keeping up with the others. Sang-ho wonders if Hajin will be okay, but Nayun isn't worried about him. But for some reason, Yeonha is furious. She's mainly angered at her useless uncle who cut her off. They arrive at the monster destination where a bunch of golems are wreaking havoc. One golem is about to end the lives of innocents. It swings its powerful fist into the ground when suddenly Yeonha's whip catches and stops it. This allows Sang-ho the opportunity to bolt ahead with his spear, releasing it with full power to destroy the golem. Meanwhile, Hajin has just caught up with the group thanks to his slow pace. Nayun prepares her arrow to shoot down the golem. She senses the need to use her sword instead. Reflecting that golems share one main weakness, she lunges full speed ahead to slice down its ankles. Nayun's sword supercharges with magic, and the moment she's about to deliver her strike, the golem catches her off guard with a powerful punch to her abdomen. Nayun receives a jolt of pain and falls to the ground with a thud. She can't believe that golems have become so strong. The creature prepares to finish her off when a voice calls out to her, offering help. It's Hajin who manages to pull her away using his ether magic. However, it was perhaps a little too close for comfort. Surprisingly, just the mere thought of saving Nayun caused his ether to react on its own. This causes an awkward situation between the two. While Hajin pondered how to address the awkward situation, he decided to offer her meaningful advice. She should fight from range if she finds herself in trouble. He even told her that her sword was capable of longer-ranged strikes. Nayun didn't take his words offensively. Instead, she found herself spaced out. She pretended to maintain her tough girl act. Turning away, she thanked him for his help. A crucial reason for her to continue wielding her sword is revealed. It will allow her an overwhelming advantage, gaining 10 times the mana capacity of normal heroes. Nayun possesses an innate ability called the Mana Ocean, which she channels through her sword. In simple terms, she possesses a monstrous pool of mana, even surpassing Kim Soo-ho's magic power and raw output. The mission was successful, with the heroes taking down the golems. The relief teams arrived to take care of the rest. Suddenly, Hajin felt a sharp stare from someone observing him. The moment he exchanged a look with this person, he knew who he was facing. Nayun called for him, indicating they needed to go. He turned back, feeling sorry for the person watching. Meanwhile, Gina was tired from working long hours in her office. Her friend recommended delegating the task, but Gina, with her arrogant demeanor, believed she was better than everyone. Her friend glanced at the paper Hajin had written. Gina, a known D1 hater, tried marking the cadet's exam to belittle him further, but when she read the report, she was simply too stunned to speak. Her attitude towards him immediately shifted. She flooded Hajin with messages and an immediate request to call her. The poor guy didn't want to revisit the headquarters and certainly wasn't interested in meeting her again. In fact, he left a message for Sang-ho, claiming he wouldn't be joining the guild experience tomorrow. Ha-jin thought of a spicy plan to ramp up the fun. He sarcastically replied to Sang-ho, reminding him of his ranking in the institution, and stating that he was unfit for an amazing guild like the Straits of Essence. This, in turn, made the assistant mad, as it was all thanks to Gina's blabbermouth that the boy's interest had been shattered. Knowing that Yeonha would be mad and upset with them later, Ha-jin believed this was the best course of action. He was starting to feel sleepy after the exhausting day, especially with how much he had to keep his little energetic child busy. He lifted up the girl, believing he should take care of something else while Evangel was still soundly asleep. The boy reached out for the powder and inspected it properly. Something had been occupying his mind lately regarding the powder's use. It was the fact that the powder was in great abundance, meaning he could use it to nurture many main characters all at once, including himself. So, he decides to split the powder into 3 parts. The author reminds himself that he also has to survive apart from the main characters, and that's why he should be taking strategic advantage of each situation. With the powder split in 3, he takes one part and thinks that using it on his body would be the worst because he doesn't have any hidden potential to be awakened. Therefore, the one thing he should be using the powder on is his ether magic, and that's what he does by sprinkling it on top of the golden sphere. Now the powder is going to take effect soon. Ha-jin receives a sudden message from Na-yoon at a late hour, prompting him to wonder what could be bothering her. She messaged him, thanking him for his help, and for some reason, she wanted to continue her message and kept Ha-jin waiting for 10 full minutes. She tested his patience until he asked what she wanted to say. Na-yoon pretended that it was nothing and decided not to pursue the matter. Ha-jin just told the chick to sleep since she was acting crazy. She laughs at his joke instead of feeling offended. The author fails to understand what's causing her to react this way lately. The fact that they're speaking casually like this is just one sign that something is wrong. He started off this story as an extra character with no influence or importance in the story, but now he has become a vital piece among the important characters. This makes him wonder if he should classify himself as a supporting character. Still, there's a lot for him to solve, despite what he's done. The scene transitions to the hardworking Yeonha, who is exhausted due to the amount of work she's been having to do lately. The Straits of Essence Guild has its own personalized intelligence team, but it's lacking when it comes to information gathering. That's why Yeonha is attempting to recruit new agents for the role. Of course, she's still mad at her cheeky uncle who left the investigation halfway, leaving her to do the dirty work. Surprisingly, Na-yoon calls her late at night. She picks up the call and explains that she's busy doing work. Na-yoon simply tells her that she and Suho were planning to attend a seminar and wanted her to come. This girl is such a simple person. She was going to refuse until she heard that Young Hak was going to attend the event. Yeonha tries to end the call and asks if that's all. However, Na-yoon shifts the topic and talks about the drone footage that was recorded yesterday in their fight against the golems. Yeonha confirms it. After all, she's the one who has to write a report on the guild experience for management. Sharp as she is, she immediately realizes that Na-yoon is trying to emphasize the moment where Ha-jin caught her. The footage was able to capture a really good angle of the two against each other. Na-yoon is begging God not to spread the shot around, but Yeonha continues to tease her by asking if she felt nice being held like that. Their girl talk ends with Na-yoon getting flustered and Yeonha ending the call. After the call ends, the scene shifts to Na-yoon, revealing her to be a ball of pink embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yeonha is convinced that Na-yoon is trying to stop herself from believing in the truth. She happily returns to her work, uplifted by the conversation she just had, until she receives a sudden message, which shocks her so much that she gets up from her seat in disbelief. Kim Ha-jin voluntarily resigned from the guild experience because of Gina's stupidity. She's now infinitely angrier and talks shit to Gina for ruining a spectacular prospect. She's also mad at Ha-jin for always doing the opposite of her expectations. Going back to the author, his story points are taking a hit because of his increased influence in the story. Ha-jin wasn't expecting to receive many points lately and thinks it's only best to spend these points on the right purchase. In a pensive state, the author admits that his physical stats are going to lag behind the rest of his abilities. His greatest strength is his strategic approach to fights, like applying the powder to his ether magic. In the same manner, Ha-jin wants to spend his story points on his weapon. While it seems like a risky bet, it's worth the effect since his luck is always there to help him. Deciding to go all in, Ha-jin confirms he will awaken the ability, begging for things to go right. Tapping away at his keyboard, he confirms the activation, scared of what could happen. But when he opens his eyes, the system presents him with a sad outcome. The quality of his ability was reduced due to a lack of story points. However, his luck factor saved him at the last moment, so he didn't really lose that much. Hajin is relieved, but not really satisfied with the outcome. It was a ridiculous idea, but he's glad that he didn't lose that much. With the preparation phase finished, he remembers why he's choosing to enhance his abilities right now. Glancing at his smartwatch, Hajin receives a notice about the travel club's next destination. It's about time the main storyline resumes from where it left off. For the past whole week, Hajin has deliberately decided to go all in on his physical training. He didn't want to give up on his body despite spending points on his weapon. It always leaves him exhausted at the end of each training session, and he doesn't really find himself improving his physical stats to the level of a regular cadet. Activating his ether magic, he's glad that at least the development of his ether is finally complete. More information about the ether's properties is provided. It's basically a fluid that can be manipulated into any shape or use case. Thankfully, Hajin has raised its physical strength modifier to 0.7, and there's also a detailed materialization function now available, influencing the color and texture of the fluid. He plays around with it and decides against making guns, since they're just too difficult. So in order to test the fluid, he manipulates it into a knife. The effect worked successfully and passed as a regular knife. However, one thing is different. Activating his observation ability, Hajin learns that each materialized object gains a strength boost of up to 44%, so his current blade is way stronger than a real one. He throws it with full strength to test its strength, causing the blade to cut through the boulder, something a regular blade could never be capable of. The detailed materialization is an amazing boost, especially when paired with the random boost system. Both abilities are pretty strong, despite being weaker than mythical weapons. Hajin wants to use this ability to deceive his opponents when the time is right. He mentions how careless people are prone to receiving injury from even a simple knife, which is a good thing for him in this case. The scene transitions to the lovable Evendel, who is playing around with the ether fluid. Hajin tells her to stay in her room while he's gone for his club activities, even promising to buy her something delicious if she promises him. He teases the cute potato before deciding to head off. Evendel waves at him with a cute smile and anticipates his return. Meanwhile, Rachel receives her servant, who wants to come and ensure her safety. After the recent incidents, the institution has decided to place important personnel guarding her. There are also talks about the cadet who saved her life. The Royal Guild is interested in scouting Kim Hajin, which makes her very happy. After all, she knows for a fact that his fighting prowess exceeds that of a bottom ranker. She suspects that other guilds are probably already on their way to extending their offers. Of course, they can't do much at this stage since it's illegal to seriously offer an invitation at this level. The Royal Guild doesn't hold the same ranking as the best Korean guilds. However, they do have one of the best systems to approach cadets. This way, Rachel thinks they could create the most valuable offer for Kim Hajin compared to other guilds. Let's jump ahead to the travel club's president, who is introducing the group to England. Burning hot as it is, Nayun is a little upset. Yeonha questions why she decided to swoop in with her cadet uniform on. What's more, Yeonha is shocked that Hajin is chilling despite wearing a jacket on top of his uniform. She finds his behavior psychopathic. Hajin gives her a thumbs up, stating he's all well. What these guys don't know is that he's using the royal black coat he received from Rachel, which regulates body temperature according to the environment. Suho and Hajin are amazed by the architecture of the country. It turns out their final destination for the day will be a spot that doesn't exist in the known world. It's the Clancy Islet, a floating island. The only way to get there is via a portal. This artificial island is owned by the government and is made of floating stones. It's a place where currency flourishes, allowing for entertainment, opportunities, auctions, and even product launches. It's basically considered the Golden Island, comparable to Las Vegas. Above all, it's the center stage for the story's next arc. Having hopped on the Clancy Islet, Nayun is beaming with happiness. Suho is surprised to learn that both Yeonha and Nayun have been here once before. Nayun remembers that she last came with her brother, and shortly after, he was caught in a terrible incident. Suho tries to help ease her mood and wants her to help him navigate the place. Nayun is eager to do that for her group. The club president explains that there will be an event on the islet in the evening. Thankfully, they've all been granted permission to join. He recommends they enjoy time by themselves until they gather for the event. Nayun excitedly raises her hand for a question. She inquires if they're permitted to check out the casino. Nayun is a gambler. It turns out that the cadets are treated as adults, so they're allowed to explore the casino area. The four of them decide to head to the casino, with Nayun being the most excited of them all. This casino is glittering with gold all around. Hajin wasn't expecting the place to be so bold in its appearance. Nayun, a gambling addict, wants to go right away and have fun, but before that, they need to show their ID cards to the receptionist. Thanks to Hajin's special observation ability, he immediately sees through Valerine's disguise and inquires how long she's worked here. He plays around as if it's nothing, but knows that Valorine has already made her way inside. The event that's going to happen at 7 p.m. is problematic for several reasons. There are going to be several demonic fiends gathering here for it. Clenching his fist, Hajin hopes to maintain his sense of reason and calm, even though he knows his anxiety will be testing him greatly, but not for the reasons you're expecting. Hajin is secretly thrilled to go gambling to test the limits of his luck stat. The incident is going to occur at 7 p.m., leaving him with plenty of time to mess around. After a while, Hajin ends up cleaning out the entire slot machines thanks to his monstrous luck. He wonders where he should go next. Nayun, on the other hand, is on a big losing streak. The man she's facing is called Bert. Annoyed at her losses, she's done with the game and tries to leave. Bert suddenly stops her to return 20% of her losses, all because he feels bad about her loss. This kind gesture only makes her furious like a lunatic. She slams the table, mouthing off her annoyance at the game. The really funny part is that in just about 2 hours, she's going to be crying somewhere in the casino with not a single penny to her name. Unfortunately for her, the people at the casino are the ones who control the trajectory of the game. Their leader, Bert, is a side character with some level of significance in Hajin's story. The author sees her losing again. He thinks she can only do so much against a man who gambles for a living and has tricks up his sleeve. So Hajin offers to become her hero and takes her spot, beaming with confidence because he wants to see how this game will go. Nayun thinks he's the one being reckless since the minimum bet to be placed is at least 100,000 won, but Hajin joins in regardless, prompting her to get annoyed. The players are quickly dealt the cards and begin checking them. With everyone ready to play the game, one man turns to the boy, surprised, and asks why he isn't flipping his cards yet. Hajin calmly tells him that he doesn't intend to do that. Thanks to his observation ability, he can see them even while face down. It seems like crazy behavior coming from a kid, so they wonder if the boy knows how to play this game at all. The author doesn't care much about his banter and intentionally reveals the card with the lowest value. The man is fed up with Hajin looking down on him and acting arrogant, but Hajin reminds him that he's the one who decided to talk to him. It causes a scene until Bert calmly takes control of the situation and reminds his friend that they're dealing with a cube cadet, so they have to be respectful. Now, when it comes to Bert, he's equally stunned by Hajin's stunt. But he's a fine actor who is trying to maintain his composure. That is, until Hajin breaks it, of course. A while passes at the casino. We see a shot of Valoran in her disguised state, having confirmed 6 members from the Fellowship of Evil Deeds and 3 heroes from the Association Undercover. There's also a scammer and a hero acting on his own, though the last guy seems to be harmless. Speaking of which, she's also encountered Hajin, whom the captain is fond of. Still, she wonders if the boy will be able to recognize her, having previously encountered her before. The captain tells her that he can see past her disguise by using his special ability, but even she thinks he wouldn't do that on normal people. She couldn't be more wrong about this assumption since Hajin's ability is active all the time. Now, back to Bert, who seems to be in a rut while Hajin plays confidently. It's the 12th round, and there's a huge jackpot of nearly 60 million won. Bert's card is the Ace of Hearts. Pair that with the rest of his cards, and he's got a full house, with aces as his high cards. Despite having amazing cards, Bert is an expert gambler who maintains his poker face. He swings for a call, which in gambling terms means to accept your opponent's bet and place one of equal value. Nayun chimes in and raises the bet higher than another player. Hajin trails her with the same choice. Bert has 4 aces, which means the bare minimum requirement of beating him requires 4 of a kind. Normally, this is considered impossible. Overcoming a full house with 4 of a kind has lower chances than winning a lottery, but Hajin's case is different. Bert points to the cadet who has placed all in. Surprisingly, his eyes are set on Hajin's necklace ring, which is the artifact he acquired at the hall. Nayun is surprised and asks further about the ring. Hajin chooses to play dismissive and tells her it's not important. But knowing Hajin, the love-struck fool, Nayun probably thinks he's keeping it for someone. She's done with the game and gets up to leave. Hajin wants her to stay, but Nayun knows the game is already over. Nayun even wants to compensate him by paying him the money he lost. Instead of tossing an important ring on the bet, Hajin yanks her and tells her it's fine, as he's not going to lose. His unintentional move makes her feel embarrassed again. Hajin tells Bert he has an expensive ring, so he wants Bert to offer his bracelet in response. Bert agrees. Both artifacts are now on the table. It's time for the main event, flipping the cards. Bert is the first to flip, revealing 3 aces paired with 2 jacks. A full house. Nayun looks utterly defeated. Bert apologizes and immediately tries to collect all the chips. After all, there's no way he could lose now, right? That is, until Hajin reminds him he has yet to reveal his cards. The game isn't over. Bert is almost offended by the thought, so Hajin reaches to flip his cards, revealing a 4 of a kind. Nayun's expression says it all. She thinks it's impossible for him to pull that off, while Hajin acts as if it was all luck in the end. Even Bert is stunned. He finds it impossible to comprehend how this could have happened. His calm composure is destroyed as he lashes out at Hajin, so much so that security has to intervene and restrain him. Security checks confirm Hajin's victory was legitimate. Nayun thinks of Bert as a loser while Hajin inspects the bracelet. It's a special magic artifact with a magic seal, reducing the wearer's damage and restoring it as mana. The funny thing is, not even Bert knew its true power. The only reason is that the obsidian bracelet's wearer can't access the mana directly, meaning the mana remains inside the artifact. While adding 1 or 2 magic seals could open the bracelet's mana for use, Bert wouldn't have discovered this until a year later in the original story. Nayun is curious and asks what would have happened if he lost. Hajin calmly tells her he would have accepted death in that situation. Also, since he's rich now, he even tries to offer her the money she lost. Nayun doesn't really care about it and tells him to keep it. She only has one thing to tell him, a polite compliment. She found him really cool. This girl is definitely in love. Anyway, Suho and Yeonha are reunited with Hajin and Nayun. They barely managed to make it in time for the event. Hajin is all dripped out like a fashion model, and even Yeonha asks what caused the change. Hajin explains he just had to swing by an antique shop for some premium designer outfit. As for the money, Nayun speaks highly of how Hajin won all the games involving luck like a crazy maniac. Their conversation is interrupted by a guy who seems to know Nayun. Nayun wasn't expecting to meet him here and learns he just came for fun. Hajin asks if he's her secret boyfriend or something, causing her to get worked up and flustered in a strong refusal. This guy is Kim Junwoo from the Forsaken Plains Guild, the same hero whom Valoran regarded as harmless. Yeonha takes her chance and greets the guy in a very businesslike manner. They chat with each other while the captain of the masked syndicate secretly eyes them.